There you go. Hello, sir. Sorry
Hello,
about that.
not a problem.
Thank you for finding that information. I think it was because I had them all scheduled out, and
yeah,
I was going to do them in increments, and when we started going off the grid and staying longer in some of these, I
yeah.
think it screwed up the schedule, and they just kind of canceled themselves off.
No, I see that, and I got onto the Hangouts forum, and there was one point here, when you're using a script to run the timeline, and when you go off schedule, it tends to mess it up. And
Yeah.
there was an actual way to fix that, where you can say, if if the viewer interacts with the player while not live, your script uses set timeout, and the set timeout stuff is what's messing it up. Um,
Oh.
so it's a very interesting little point here, about scheduling and what it could be. See, without directly reloading the page, you'd have to use a script on the page, like using Ajax checking on the status of the broadcast. So if you're not going to use the script, you might want to use, and let me give you the link here. You
Cool.
might want to use the, what's it called? And I don't see, where's the chat? I don't see the chat. Oh, the chat box for my Hangouts here. Um,
I don't know.
there it is. I got
It's
it.
the top one at the very top in the
Yeah,
left, the blue box.
yeah, I got it. I got it. And it goes to the point of trying to find out, refreshing the page, to get you to back to square zero. If you don't want to do that, again, it stays right there. You can use a program like Ajax or something like that.
Yeah.
But it gets more complicated. But getting it running
Yeah,
this way is easier.
I think I'll if I have multiple events on a same day, I
Yeah,
will probably not schedule the second one because they always run over no matter
yeah,
what you do, you
yeah,
know. And
and
so I wouldn't schedule the second one. I just schedule the first one and
yeah,
then
yeah, and then make
start
the other
that on
one.
time and then move forward.
Yeah, I would agree. And what you can also do is, something that's a tried and true method that people have tended to forget is reset. Log off your computer completely, turn it back on, and then log back into your account and reset all your events.
Yeah.
Which it just basically what it does is just throws away all the stuff you had pre-planned, and then you have to just reset it, if you get stuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here I am at 1:38 in the morning. And
And
yes, I
you're
do
awesome.
have work tomorrow, but one day of going on half gas doesn't hurt me at all. I did it most of last week and the week before because releasing my new book, and then preparing for the panel, I was running on half gas anyways. So I can
Yeah.
do it another day.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? I mean, having a full time job and then having to do everything at night or during the week, the
Yeah,
time you have off, the days you have off, you just you lose time so easily.
yeah, and one of the things is, like you've seen my family, and I need to make time for my family.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would have loved to have been on longer to this convention, but my weekends, my son is home, my wife's home, and I splitting up that day. My
absolutely.
Yeah, and my wife did give up a large portion of being spending time with me, and yes, I did chores, but I could have done more. But she was kind enough to, understand that I need this to be able to promote my books. So, oh, are you there? You freeze?
Yeah, yeah. No, no, I'm here. Sorry.
You stopped moving for a second. I was like, oh, what happened?
Oh, no, sorry. I was listening. Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah,
having that set up, um, but either way, it works out. It works out in the long run because should my books ever take off and have that extra income for my family, it's a sacrifice
yeah,
I'm willing to make now, and that's the main issue.
yeah. And ultimately, if this leads to your furthering your independence from any need to have another job or anything like that,
Yeah,
that's really
And
That's
and
really where I'm at. That's where I'm trying to get to at this point. You know, I've got multiple hats I'm wearing, and I have responsibilities, but at the same token, doing my art is very important to me.
yeah, I agree. Oh, and I wanted to talk to you. I have a movie script that I wrote. Um,
Really
yeah, it's I would say it's a good 75% done. Um,
awesome.
and I put it to the side because I figured it's been done. But the current state of events, it doesn't matter if something's been done.
It
Um,
does not.
I used to be a heavy gamer. Right now, I still play games once in a while, and I still consider myself a gamer. But I used to play the game Gears of War, and I wrote a script based around that idea of Gears of War and got it fleshed out pretty decently. Where I had it all fleshed out until. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Everybody's
Okay.
trying to call me. Hang on, let me give them the new link real quick,
All right.
and then
Well, you give them the link, and
yeah, I'm listening.
I'll give you the elevator pitch.
Cool.
Um, very simply, you have a group of five Marines who have to go and kill this main boss guy. The world is futuristic. A new form of energy was discovered, and humans, of course, abused it and used it without realizing that it was actually polluting the center of the earth, where this separate race of bug-like creatures lived. Very reminiscent of Gears of War. And when they emerged, this whole dystopian um, destruction happened. That being said, these Marines are going to kill this one main bad guy. You have the basic hard ass leader, Bruce Willis style character. You have the comedian. You have the female character who's strong, and you have the tank. Basically, like your adventuring party. Um, they're going through, and as they're going through, they get dropped into this mountain range where they have to go through these tunnels to get to the base. And as they're getting to the base, they discover this village of slaves, of humans that have been taken as slaves. They go to free them. There you have your love interest, the comedian, of course, gets the love interest, and they keep going and getting into the center of the base and blowing them up. And I have it done to that point, where the comedian has met this girl, and the rest of them are hard knocking troops, and they're going down. And I mentioned four: the commander, the comedian, the girl, and the tank guy.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the Marines, but the group is five because there's also a robotic element to it,
Hmm. Like a
kind of an
synthetic
android kind of
person,
thing,
or just an android
an
robot?
android thing, and it's not sentient. But it's one of those things where they have this robot that kind of tags along and carries their gear, kind of thing. And but it is considered part of the team because it does serve at some points. It serves as a shield and takes the hit for them, so they can shoot from behind it, kind of thing.
Oh, neat.
And um, if you don't mind, I'd like to send it to you.
Yes, I'd love to read it.
Yeah, and tell me what I did wrong, because I know it's my first script ever, and
Okay.
I try to make it as solid as possible. Let me see. Give me a second, and
Yeah. Hi, Karina.
Oh, I had a hard job finding you boys.
Sorry about that.
sorry.
That's not your fault. I was just going
Yeah.
to one
It's a little bit my fault, a little bit of Google, but um, because what happens is these things they go over the time, and I had everything scheduled out, and once I got behind yesterday, everything that I did today I had to basically redo because otherwise it once it goes past the time and I go off schedule, it kilters the entire thing off. So
Wow.
and I wouldn't be able to broadcast those events. So I have to basically reset it. So
That was really good fun. I'm so glad I did it. I mean, it's the first and only panel I've been in, but next year I shall make sure I do more. I really enjoyed that.
awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad you did it. I think you contributed well. It was a really great panel. You ladies were fantastic.
Yeah. It was nice actually to put a face to all the names that I know online.
Right? That helps a lot.
It really does.
Where are you?
So we have anyone watching now, or are we on our own?
No, it's pretty quiet at the moment. You guys had a nice crowd.
Yeah?
You had the higher average crowd that I've been seeing over the weekends, which is about 7 to 8 people.
Oh, cool.
So,
Good.
but I have a
Yeah, it
feeling
was
that,
nice. We had constant.
I'm sorry.
We had constant questions coming in all the time, so that was
Yeah,
good.
yeah, and well, Christy did a great job of setting up questions early on. She went on her Twitter and took care of that. But I was gonna say, what I'm finding, if it's something, I'm trying to label these properly enough, and if I label it properly enough, people go back and watch it. And I'm getting a lot more average time watched than viewers, and I think that's the important thing. I don't think, if
Yeah,
somebody's staying
definitely.
and watching something for 40 minutes, that's pretty impressive. So,
It
I'll take
is,
that every
yeah. I
day.
mean, this now it's been recorded. People that couldn't go and watch it live
You know?
can still listen to it. So I think that's fabulous. I
Yeah.
definitely want the link for that so I can put it everywhere.
Yeah, one video in particular, I don't know why, because it was probably, I don't know, it was the midday one. It was actually the one you read, Jin, where you were
Yeah.
reading it. That one has about 300 views right now. So,
Oh,
yeah, it was really good.
Wow.
Most of them are in the 85 to 100 range in terms of views, which is still pretty good for
yeah,
considering it's only a day or two old.
yeah.
Um, I mean, my first episode of my show only has 150 views, and it's been now 3 weeks. So that gives you an idea of an average viewership. And I think this conference has a great reach. So
Oh, good,
Yeah,
good, good.
definitely.
I just emailed you my script. It's called War.
okay, okay,
I wrote it in Caltex because I like that software and I can't
okay,
afford front page.
no problem, no problem. I can convert most of the screenwriting
Right.
software.
And
Well,
I received a message back from that please submit your novel festival.
Oh yeah, please
oh
do share it.
yeah.
They said if you seriously submit your novel, please go to our website. While on their message that they sent me was like, we'll send you questions, right? So
Yeah,
I went to their website. Guess how much?
I'm gonna
Oh,
go
400.
299.
For a short story, is $75. For your novel to get feedback, it's $175. I'm like, so I sent them a message saying, look, you contacted me, you wanted my interview, you did this, and now you're asking me to pay. At least be upfront about it, And in your
Good on ya.
yeah, and in your message, you even stated that you heard good things about my novel. So,
Which is
was that a lie? And then right after, as a question, I said, that's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. I'm done with you, kind of thing. And it's this bullshit thing. And the funny thing is, it's the second one that I've received like that. One of them
it's
came through.
spam.
Yeah. One of them came through my WordPress through my website saying we heard this great thing, and you can feel the form letter mentality.
Yeah,
So
that's crazy.
every time I see stuff like that, I always remember the phrase "a fool and his money are quickly separated," and I'm no fool. So, um, well, when you arrived, Karina, what I was telling Joe is I was telling him the quick rundown of a movie that I wrote, and it's not done, of course. I'm 70% done through it or something like that.
Hmm.
But it's one of these days I want to finish it because it's really an interesting movie idea, I think. But I put it aside because I felt that it had been done, but everything gets done. And
Yeah.
I went through the links you sent me about on your Facebook, and you will be getting a message from me next month when my monthly budget gets renewed.
Okay,
um,
well, I'll untag you. I only tagged you on there so that you'd see everything. I'll make
yeah,
sure
yeah,
that I delete those comments so you're not tagged on them anymore. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, and you will be hearing about me. So, sorry, Joe, I missed that. I was saying, something you said something where I read got 300 views.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, when you read your novel, that particular chunk of the live coverage right
Yeah.
now is at here. I'll give you the exact number. Hang on. Let me look at it. Uh, okay, right now. Come on.
I might do another quick reading as well, if that's okay.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can.
No
Go ahead.
problem.
Go ahead.
We'll make
And
that
I'm
work.
going to be doing one at one point as well. Just a little bit of teaser, more of Kaoru, but um, I know Joe also wanted to talk about marketing. That's why I'm staying up so we can talk a little bit about marketing.
Yes. So that one, it was a 3-hour video. It was on Friday, I think. Was it Friday that you read, Jen? It was
It
Friday,
was
right?
Saturday. It was Saturday. Well,
Saturday.
it was your Friday. It was my
It was
Saturday.
Saturday. You're right. It's one day ago. That one has 214 views.
Ooh.
So, and that includes you were included in that in the reading there.
That is
On
nice.
average, if I do a quick number in my head, we're probably between 35 and 50 views on most of everything else we've looked at. I'm shocked the later ones
Yeah.
have like 65 to 70 views.
Mm. Well, I'm thinking, we've done a lot more, isn't it? Like I know I blasted it completely hourly for Friday and Saturday. I didn't do it today because today I posted one tweet because it's closing and I don't know what time it's gonna close compared to where I am. So I didn't want to have keep it going
I
and then
understand.
it be closed and people searching for it, kind of thing.
6 Eastern is when Angela will end this thing today.
Yeah. A really quick thing. For people who went to my booth, I decided a winner for the authors that will get spotlights, and I've closed the contest, and I just said everyone won, and I'm going to give everybody a spotlight on my page because I love to make everyone happy. So they're going to get a spotlight on my page, and only 2 authors signed up for it, so it still works out. My spotlights on my blog last 2 weeks, and then after the 2 weeks that you're on the spotlight page, you get moved into the blog feed, and the blog feed itself, it keeps you going. So basically, the first one I did was Rebecca.
I need to get the link of that so I can contact you about that. I need some sort of link.
You can email me, or you can go to my website, jinokubo.com, JINOKUBO.
Yeah.
And I need to say this for the spammers out there that are gonna message me. My name is Jin Okubo, not Jino Kubo. Because at least get the name right, and because Gino sounds a little bit too Italian for
Italian?
Japanese. So it's one of the nice little moments when you sit there and go, wait a minute, this is spam because they're calling me Gino. So JINOKUBO.com.
There's no
So
hyphen
not Genie.
between the N and the
You've
O,
never been
right?
called Genie.
There's no hyphen
No.
between the N and the O, right? They just go Gino straight up, right?
Yeah. There's
Because I was gonna
Gino
say
and then
I was gonna say daddy-o. You know, some people
Yeah,
have slang.
yeah. There's none of that. There's none of that. So
Uh,
it's just funny to when you see that.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I get spam all the time, and it says, "Dear Mister, go indie now,"
mm,
or "Mister, never mind." Yeah, I just
uh,
don't understand how you could think that would be, something that would actually work.
yeah, yeah. I
I
agree.
mean,
I
if
agree
you're,
completely.
yeah, I mean, I was taught a long time ago if you're writing a business letter that's proposals or something that you're proposing as a business opportunity or anything like that, you always write to whom it may concern or to whom this
Yes,
may relate. You
yes.
never address, if you don't know the person's name, that's how you should address people, right? I mean,
Exactly, that's the right way to do it. So,
And
can I read a few pages of one of my books and then we can talk about the marketing? Because I'd like to get
yeah,
in on that as
yeah,
well.
sure.
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Stone Cold is a supernatural thriller. It's a novella, very small book. YA, young adult. These are the opening pages. Chapter 1. We can either do this here or at school. It didn't seem like a threat, so Billy allowed the girls into her home. Billy went to a girls' school, so there was a lot of nastiness and catfighting. She hung around with a group of 6 girls from her year. They were not the elite, and they were certainly not the losers of the school. They just did not like conforming and would show their toughness by bending the rules. They weren't exactly rebels, but they were the ones that were kicked out of class for wearing too much makeup or sent to the headmistress office for daring to wear trousers. Well, it wasn't fair that the Indian girls were allowed. The girls' behaviour in class reached such a degree that the teachers had to be assisted, and one teacher even had a nervous breakdown. Still, they weren't the only ones causing havoc. It was like setting off a chain reaction. Once the disruption started in class, everyone joined in. Nevertheless, their homework was always handed in on time and up to standard, so there was never really any danger of her getting into any serious trouble. It seemed to Billy that for the last week she'd been picked on by the rest of her group. It wasn't fair. She'd done nothing to deserve such treatment. For no apparent reason, it was although the girls had gotten together one day and decided to gang up on her. It all came to a head one Friday afternoon when she was accused of spreading malicious gossip. Tracy was the biggest troublemaker of all. She had a rough life, being juggled from one children's home to another. In fact, only a few days previously, she told Billy a little about her past. Now Billy was being accused of spreading Tracy's private affairs all over school, and the girl was out for blood. Billy had been bullied through most of her school, and she thought about that at least in high school things would be different, and for a while she hadn't experienced raw fear. It didn't matter how much she denied the accusations, no one believed her. Linda, another one from their elite group, warned her that Tracy was looking for her. Only Billy didn't have the nerve to face the accusations and decided to go home for lunch, thinking seriously about not returning for afternoon lessons. Things had reached a boiling point, and she hoped that by Monday it would have blown over. Billy lived alone with her father, his house being situated just across the school playing fields, so it didn't take long for her to reach the sanctuary of her home. She didn't realise she was being watched and followed. She'd been in the house 5 minutes when the doorbell rang. In the kitchen, Billy and Tracy were talking civilly to one another, Billy attempting to calm the situation. When one of the girls went into the living room, the TV was switched on full volume. Billy tried to leave, but Tracy held her back. "Where do you think you're going? We're talking here." It was when the stereo started blaring out that Billy realised she'd made a mistake by letting him in the house. "I thought I'd be safe in my own home, that I'd have the edge. Boy, I was wrong." "Tell them to stop that," she begged Tracy. "Where's she going?" referring to Linda disappearing upstairs. Tracy ignored her and continued talking softly but crazy-like while she was rummaging through the kitchen drawer. Billy was too busy worrying about what the neighbours were thinking and what Linda was getting up to pay attention to Tracy. She was still sure she could control the situation and talk the girl down, until Tracy pulled a knife out and held it to Billy's throat. The other girls had suddenly reappeared in the kitchen, and they were standing transfixed at the scene. The music and stereo was still blaring, but the kitchen was filled with an eerie silence. Billy had played similar scenes over in her dreams, but she always had the edge of the situation. Now she was faced with reality, and it was cold and intimidating. She couldn't fight her attacker. She hadn't a clue how to act. Her mouth dried up, and she couldn't find any words. She looked to the others, hoping for some support, but they just stood there, dumb. It was obvious from the look of their faces that things had not gone according to plan. She tried talking her way out of the situation, but that hadn't worked. She knew in her heart that she was innocent and that it was a misunderstanding. But why should Tracy believe her when she'd been picked on all week for spreading gossip? Tracy never verbally threatened Billy. She just held the knife to her throat and continued to talk. Finally, finding voice, she begged them to leave, pleading her innocence. It ended just as quickly as it began. And she couldn't understand why, but suddenly Tracy put the knife back in the door, and without another word, the girls walked out of the house. Billy stood dumbly in the kitchen, unable to move, unable to breathe. When she finally snapped out of her stupor, she ran upstairs to see if anything had been taken. Small items, makeup missing, jewellery, but it was obvious from the state of the room that Linda had a good rummage round Billy's stuff. She walked back downstairs in a daze, and the moment Billy sighted the kitchen again, it suddenly dawned on her what had taken place and what could have happened. Her dad found crumbled on the kitchen floor, still sobbing. She'd forgotten that he was due home for lunch. If only he'd arrived sooner, she wished. There's a reason I wanted to actually read that first few pages, because Stone Cold is very biographical. In fact, that whole scene actually happened to me.
I see.
So,
What I well, I think it reads differently. Not the biographical thing, but then I think it reads differently than what I'm going to say. That's why I'm phrasing it this way. It sounded sped up, and I think that's just because it's the way you're reading it. But it's very intriguing and actually pulled me into the story. It's just I felt you were reading quick, so you might be nervous. But
no,
no,
I think it's. I mean, I got closure when I wrote it, but it still takes me back. I can
okay,
still
I see.
see, when that happened, and so
Yeah.
even reading it now, and I mean, yeah, look, I mean, I'm shaking a little, I am, because
Yeah.
it was all, it was a scary time, and
Yeah.
what are you laughing for?
You're an amazing person. You know that.
Yeah. I got an email back while you were reading from the novel submission festival people, and they said we apologize. It was a misunderstanding. We do want your interview, so please email us back if you want us to give us the questions. So I said I understand misunderstandings. That's fine. Sure, please send me your questions, and I will answer them and do an interview. Um, that being said, um, it's probably a good recovery from their side to get an interview from me. Because,
Yeah, but a little too much too late, right? I mean, come
yeah,
on.
yeah,
Yeah, of course.
and I'll take the free interview. I will.
Why not?
But what I feel is going to be coming, I give it about a month or a week, and then they're going to be coming back with, now you did this interview, how would you like to increase your reach?
Yeah. Not only
So,
that, but now that they have you on the hook on your email, you're going to get probably about 15 spams from them over the next 2 weeks. Watch.
see, and this is why I love to use Google, because when you use Google, you can filter them right out.
Right.
And you don't have to worry about it. They can keep sending it all they want, and it'll never show up on my inbox. And when you set up your filters correctly, you can even filter them to automatically be deleted.
Yeah.
So you're never tempted to go back and do something from a company that's a little bit shady.
Right.
Um, and I'll give you a good example. I tried this company called Shout My Book or Shout Out My Book, which is a tweeting company, and they tweet your stuff, and they claim all this stuff, and it's really cheap. It costs $30, and I paid it, and they said, 3 days after you pay it, your tweets will begin. And one tweet went out. I'm like, oh, it's beginning now. After that, nothing. And
Wow.
I messaged them and I said, why aren't my tweets starting? And there was no answer back.
Hmm.
And I messaged them again on their Facebook, and there was no answer back. I went to their Twitter and messaged every single one of their Twitter accounts, and there was no answer back. And I went back to their business email, their website, and I posted on their comment section, their problem section, their contact page, all of this stuff, and it went on for 3 days. Um, and I was getting frustrated, and I told myself, if I don't get a response back by the time I get home from work, then I'm going to go through PayPal. And so this is my Friday, so PayPal is still open because it's another day. So when
Yeah.
I got home, I had not received a message back. I put in a complaint through PayPal, saying this is what was promised to me. This is was not what was not given, and then I said I want a full refund, right? And
Right.
it took that. It took that, and for PayPal to contact them directly and say, look, you're not providing your service. And the good thing about PayPal is that it will flag companies who do this, and they
Yep.
have a chance of risking losing that. So as soon as PayPal did that, I got an answer back from this company suddenly. And when I got an answer back from this company suddenly, it was like, we're sorry, our tweeter was down, and here's your full refund. Now, I know it was bullshit because they were tweeting and blasting people up and down the road, except for mine. So that being said, I
Sorry, Tim, what was the name of this company?
shout out my book.
Now, could it have been that they had so many that they lost your
I
initial feed and they couldn't?
and
They run it through an
I
automator, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was. And but the thing though is, what got me to request my money back was that I tried contacting them for 3 days straight
Hmm.
and trying every single one of their contact forms and their accounts, and I didn't even receive a sorry, we're down right now, or sorry, we missed you. Nothing. Not
Yeah,
even.
that's
And
really horrible.
Okay. I'm currently doing a promotion with one called Author Shout, and it's a tweeting promotion. And I think I paid $10, and they tweet out for a week, and they keep me for a month on their website as well. So for what I was paying, I thought, well, I'm not going to lose anything if it doesn't work, and if it does, then this is so cheap, I'm going to give it a go. But when you just said something, shout out your book, and I was like, oh, I'm with Author Shout. But I mean, I haven't checked what the reach is, but I've seen them tweeting, so I know they are working. I know they are
yeah,
doing what they said they were going to do. So
yeah, and that's the thing. I
Author
know you.
Shout.
Yeah, and I know when I first mentioned it, you said that you just got your money back from Books Go Social, and for me,
Uh-huh.
they've been treating my book like crazy. They've been, I've been interviewed by them, and they have an interview page of mine. They have my books up everywhere. The only part where I see it lagging is getting the natural reviews, which aren't really coming. And the reason is because the way they do their reviews, it's like we were talking earlier, it's where you basically put your book up and request a review on their website, and
Hmm.
they have authors who are supposed to go through their website and say, well, if you're going to post your review, before you post your review,
You have to
go to
review someone else.
says work, and you see these people going through there and reviewing in my opinion, I think they're reviewing the shortest possible books, and even
Of
then
course they are.
yeah, even then they're reviewing books that they've become so selective. It's just insane. And I've reviewed 8 books in total. I've reviewed 8 books in total, and then putting my book up for review and putting my book up for review. And for the first 2 weeks that I did it, I understood what my problem was, and it was basically my blurb was way too long, and it didn't attract anything. And then why the reason why I'm staying with Books Go Social is because through their websites, I met people that helped me fix my blurb, and they helped me fix my book.
Okay.
This girl, remember, earlier she asked a question and she made a statement. Rebecca Jonesy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she, I met her through Books Go Social, and she helped me so much. I would not have met her through there. And um, yeah, I stopped buying other people's books and reviewing on their website because I don't have the time to or the money to spend on books for people there and keep posting my book for reviews um, when the outcome is so low. Now, what I will be doing is
Yeah.
I will probably be doing a book every 2 weeks from there and posting a request to review my book, just because that option is open to me. But before, I was reading 2, 3 books a day, and getting nowhere. You know, I
Yeah.
managed to, and at one point I was sitting there going like, I've read 5 books. What do I have to do? Should I beg for a review from you guys? I've been
Yeah.
doing this, and one person said, no, you don't have to beg for a review. Um, and then the owner of Books Go Social said, um, don't ask for a
Lauren.
review. Don't ask for a review if you haven't reviewed a book. And I'm like, I've reviewed. I post a review, and then right after that, I post my book as a request. So that's one of the things that kind of irked me a bit.
Yeah.
And
Well,
but
I'll tell you why I left. I mean, they did all the tweets. It was just a week of tweets,
yeah,
and they did what they promised. But it was their website saying, "Oh, well, this person had all these sales in the first week, and would you like to do this?" And it was like they were saying, "This is going to happen to you."
mm,
And so everyone wants to take a chance, spend $60 and see if they get thousands of sales in the first week, just like what's her name did.
yeah,
So then I said, well, I said, you've done the tweets. I said, and I've been tweeting them out, blasting them out as well, and they've been retweeted and everything. And I said, I've got no sales. Oh, well, it takes time, we've got to be together in the long run. And I said, well, he said, right, now we'll move on. He says, give me your Amazon page and let me have a look and I'll see what you need to do. I thought, oh, this is
yeah,
going to be interesting. He can't moan about my bio because it's perfect. He couldn't moan about my actual page because I had narration, I had my book trailers on there, I had 8 books on there, so my whole of my author page is full.
yeah,
So he comes back to me and he says, oh, I'm not too sure about your cover. I'll tell you which book this is in a sec. He says, it's okay, but it's just not brilliant. And so I argued with him on that. And then he said, and your blurb is too small.
See, that's the opposite
I went,
they told me.
okay, because I knew he was trying to find something wrong with the page
Yeah, yeah,
for me to say, okay, you're giving me help. Do you see
yeah.
what I mean?
No,
I
I understand. I understand.
he was actually, this is the cover that wasn't good.
Yeah, and for me, it was the opposite of Oh, that's a beautiful cover, by the way. For me, it was the opposite.
Exactly. Thank you.
My blurb was too long. That's what it was for me. Um, so and I agree, because I agree my blurb was too long because, like I said before, it would take you about almost 10 minutes to get to the bottom of the blurb. 'Cause I had 2 reviews in the blurb. I had a joke in the blurb. I had almost a synopsis of the entire book in the blurb. and then towards the end, I had my own comments of, because I tend to be a little bit arrogant when it comes to certain things, and I have my own little thing where I said, my book isn't for everybody. You know, it's a heady book. If you want simplistic books, go somewhere else.
Oh,
um,
you didn't!
I know, I
Well,
know, I
I
know.
also have used Books Go Social. It was actually the second promotion that I used. I did a book tour, blog tour promotions with
Yeah,
Enchanted. Manjeka is fantastic, by the way, but I'll go into that one in a little bit. But Books Go Social did the same thing for me, the tweets and everything like that. And he put my book up at the top of the crime thing. And luckily for me, it stayed there for a while because there wasn't as many crime books on the site.
yeah,
Um, but you know, and Jin, I did the exact same thing you did with the reviews. I
yeah,
put and what I did is I said, you know, I'll read people's books, but you're making a commitment to read mine,
yeah.
and that's how I'll do it. And I got like 14 people
Hmm.
even a private messaging me saying, okay, yeah, this is my book. Can you read it? Can you please give me a review and read it? And I said, well, are you going to read mine? Oh yeah, great, yeah, absolutely. And I said, okay, I'll do that. And I don't want to be tit for tat. You know, I didn't. I just did it because that's the way that the site
Yeah,
prevailed you to do it. You know, that's what they asked you to do. You
yeah,
know, and I said, you know, I'm not a very voracious reader. I don't read very well. It takes me some time. Are you okay with that? And they're like, yeah, yeah, no problem, no problem. You know, and I picked two books. Actually, I picked three books out of that to read, and because these guys had reviews up on Book Go Social, I looked everybody up and made sure they actually reviewed something before they read
yeah,
my book, and or before I read their book, and they were like, yeah, you know, yeah, no problem, no problem, and I just you know, and again, I'm not advocating that you know you should expect something back if you're doing something for somebody, and in
yeah,
fact, since then you know, I I have come to the conclusion that you know I don't do tit for tat stuff anymore. You know, very often. You know, the thunderclap thing is another thing that you do tit for you know tit for tat. You know, everybody. If you post your thunderclap, somebody should support it and then ask you to support theirs. But you know, those are the only two things I've ever read like that. But and having expectations to do that, it's that's not the right expectation you should have. But
Yeah.
so long story short, I know I'm kind of rambling here, but I read those two books, two of the three books. I didn't finish the third one, but I read two of them, and every other week, so that one of those people emailed me and goes, "How are you doing with the book? How are you doing with the book?" I said, "Well, it's on Goodreads. You can see the progress where I'm at. I put the progress on there for a reason, to show you that I am a slow reader." And I mentioned that before, and they're like, "Yeah, yeah, no problem, no problem." And you know, and it just got. I was really turned off by all that, you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah,
and
Mhm.
so I read the books, I reviewed them, and
Yeah.
never heard anything from them ever again.
yeah, yeah.
And
Um,
Exactly.
that's what I you know I like Books Go Social. Books Go Social helps a lot of people and does a lot of good things.
yeah.
And I'm not advocating that they're bad in any way.
No.
Well,
No.
that's the thing.
But they
Like
did
we
live
talked
up to their
about,
promise about the tweets, and that was really
yeah,
great.
yeah. And like I talked with Karina earlier today, or for you guys earlier today, for me yesterday. She made this page where it was basically to help people helping each other, and eventually it just became this one-sided point where it's me, 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 me. And I mentioned this other place where this woman set this up where it's a author book review exchange, where you share your books and you review with each other, and this woman, I knew her from the very beginning, where she was basically begging for 10, 15 bucks to eat, and you know, she basically grew up from that into now her company. She at the minimum she requests at least 2 or 3 grand for you to work with her, and you know it's just insane. And this website where reviews, it's become review my book, review my book, review my book, review my book, review my book. Nobody's willing to contact each other and share reviews. Everyone wants something. Kind of thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, morning, guys.
Hi,
Just
Tim.
opinion on that. It's one of the things I've loved recently, working with the Great Book team. Angela and everyone else came on board last year. I've stayed in contact with so many people involved in it. Read some absolutely fantastic books and reviewed them, every single one I've read. This is one of those things that I'm actually very, very proud of. Because of Jim's favourite sites, where you get in touch with people and then you don't hear from them again, or people ask you for a review and then they.
Can anyone hear?
I'm struggling. I'm struggling hearing.
I can't hear you, Tim.
You keep cutting in and out, Katrina. Your signal's overriding everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think someone else has to mute their mic. I don't know who though.
Katrina.
I'm on headphones.
Hang on, let me try and put my headphones on.
Can you say hello, Lizzie? Hello. She's like, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Jen is in Japan.
Okay.
You're speaking to Japan right now. She just did Japan in school.
Oh.
Now, so he lives in Japan. She's like, wow, hi. And that's Karina and Joe and Tim and Ani.
And if you like cats, I have a cat book that takes place in Japan.
See that? Yep. We'll probably be picking that one up. She's like, wow, we love cats.
Look at it, right there.
True story of cats living in Manoa town. Manoa? Did I say that right?
Manoa town.
Manoa town in Nagana.
Yeah.
Nagana. Can you say Nagana?
Jeez, she looks just like you, Angela. Oh
this
God.
is my 8-year-old. This is Elizabeth.
So Elizabeth's your youngest, yes?
Yes. Yeah. She is 8. 3rd grade.
And who's that sitting
Great
behind
time.
you on the back of the seat?
This is Daniel, my son.
Hey,
He's
Daniel.
11. Tim says, hi, Daniel. Would you like to hear the way he speaks? He has a really cool accent. Speak, Tim.
Me? A cool accent? I'd never thought of that.
That's England. That's London. He's an Alaskan. Am I saying My Fair Lady? Yes, it very much reminds us of My Fair Lady. That's exactly it. That's
Yeah,
exactly
the rain in Spain does stay mainly on the plane.
Why? Why? You want to hear him do an American accent?
Well,
Say
we tried that
4.
yesterday. I had to work on it, Angela.
Did you get any better?
No, not particularly.
Okay. All right, children, go play.
Right. Sorry, Timothy, you were gonna make a statement.
So yeah, I was just saying how much I've enjoyed being part of the Great Books groups, because of having heard the conversation of what people have been talking about in terms of getting help back from other sites and other groups. When I came on board last year, I didn't expect anywhere near the support and the help that we've been getting coming through the entire series. And I've made connections with so many groups through this. It's been absolutely an amazing experience for everyone involved, I think. I see Joe sat there nodding. I don't think going in last year I expected to be in touch with so many people still this far down the line. Then being part of the group this year as well. Yes, I've been less involved, but I think this year I've done so many more blog posts for people, so many more reviews from books that I picked up from authors I met last year. It's been one of those experiences I don't think anyone can match, and I'd recommend coming on board for anyone who wants that social side of helping each other out and being part of a group.
Sorry, which group?
Brain to Books.
Oh, the convention. Sorry, I missed that part.
I heard it, Tim. I understood.
You're involved at the convention and everything. Yes, I probably should have been a little bit more specific.
Yeah, there's a lot of groups out there, and I think every single one of us belong to a different group.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I do want to talk about the convention a little bit because. I've gotten words in from Goodreads. Again, I'm going to state this. We need people over at the fairgrounds and Facebook. But it looks like, how's the attendance been everywhere? How's that looking for everyone?
Facebook this year was great so far.
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot of response, even though I had very early time slots, which was actually really nice to see.
Okay. Now, I was on at 6 a.m. yesterday morning, and then I was on last night at 10 o'clock, and it was quite dead. And same thing with Goodreads. I heard that after 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, there was almost no traffic. So there are pockets. There are definitely pockets of time. And honestly, I think there's a lot of people spread all over in a wider span now, and there is a lot more information. So there's some people who are spending more time on one platform and vice versa. So I think that's happening. I
had my notifications on for Goodreads, and there were blocks of time when I just got tons of Goodreads emails, and then there was nothing.
Okay.
So for each of the booths, like there was times when it was just Goodreads, and then dead.
Yeah.
I tried to go through a couple of them that I thought were interesting, and when I got there, it was just one or two comments saying "good job," and the same material. So I think working on that interaction for next year would be a good way to set up. For example, authors can be in their own booth whenever they want on their own schedule, but trying to block it out where, like, Friday, these authors are going to be on their booth. Saturday, these authors should be on their booth.
That's a good idea. You know, we should do it by genre.
Yeah.
That would be a phenomenal
Perfect.
idea. I think next year, and this is going out to everyone who's tuning in, this is huge. I think instead of just doing fairgrounds books, I'm going to do fairground fantasy, fairground romance, fairground sci-fi.
Yeah.
And I think that will really do a lot. And also, I think it will help out CC Rogers, who put together our maps. I think that will really help out.
Yeah, because when you look at a real convention with in the living flesh, I'm not. This is a real convention what we're doing here. But when you see one in the flesh, you have no choice but to be there. Because if you just put your books out and walk away, you're gonna be gone.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. Absolutely great point, Jen. Excellent.
Because what's happening, I noticed, is like, well, because it's whatever book is active or whatever booth is active ends up on the front page. So if you're not active enough, you get buried. As far as my booth's going, I've only had like 3 or 4 visitors.
Yeah.
And but I do want to say hi to Timothy and Karina. I'm glad to finally see you guys' faces and put a voice to
Annie.
hi.
I am thrilled. Yeah. I finally met Christina Stratos over. That was the first time we hooked up, and she's one of my slush bangers. So I was like, I'll tell you, I will say this a million times over. This is all about networking, whether it be for readers or writers, and I think even if we're not seeing the comments, I'm going to remind you, with me putting this together, I am not getting much activity on my booth. Which, that's fine, but I'm definitely seeing it everywhere else. I am definitely seeing it in the comments. And I am seeing it in my book sales. I'm absolutely seeing that massive lift in my book sales, even though I'm not getting much reaction from my booth. What it's doing is it is doing everything. I'm sorry, Karina?
I said that's excellent that you've actually seen sales from this.
Yeah, and it's...
Well, I saw 2 sales from my book, and I know one of them is Joe.
And vice versa.
Whoever you are out there, thank you.
I'm not looking. I daren't look. I'm not looking.
Actually, now you got my OCD up. I gotta check.
But like I said, it's to me, it's not. I mean, for me, the booth on Goodreads is about let's post it and it's a bulletin. For me, that's what my booth is. If you really want to meet me, you know, I've put my schedule up on my bulletin, on my booth, so you can go in and see where I am. And I do have people who follow me and stalk me. Thank you, Tim. I went over to Corey, and I saw you there, and I'm like, oh, okay, I know you. So same thing, Ani. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate it. That was wonderful.
Yeah. Angela knows I stalk her because I've been watching a lot of her YouTube stuff with the book reads and everything, and so she's seen what's going on with me. And it's funny because I've known Angela now since before last year's event went live, and I've heard Angela talk. I've seen her on video, and this year, what was it, yesterday, Angela, day before, was the first time we actually sat down and spoke in person.
In person. Yeah, no, that was phenomenal. And like I said, a lot of people hear my voice and they see my face bopping around and whatnot. But it's I'll tell you, there are some people I would love to get. There's a couple people I'm like, get in the camera. I want to see you, and they're like, yeah. I'm just like, no, don't you get there.
We'll make it a name for next year, Angela, to get everyone on board that you want to see.
Yeah, and like I said, I have a checklist, and I am checking them off. So I have the book cover wars.
Oh.
Let's see here. So let's go ahead and I'll blast out this. This is for the round 4, and let me see here. We're almost down to the last bit of this. So between Fairy Keeper and Broken, it looks like Fairy Keeper won this round. Fairy Tale Fusion and Ignited won the round. Yeah. We have Inara and the Fallen Druid versus the Cogsmith's Daughter, and Cogsmith's Daughter won the round. Ooh. And Mert Charmer versus the Mirianiere, and Mert Charmer won the round. So I'm going to go ahead.
I was surprised by the last two.
I'm glad Cogsmith. I'm glad Cogsmith won because that's one of the ones I'm hosting on the Sci-Fi Bylog.
Yeah, now I'll tell you, that cover is gorgeous. That cover is just.
While we're looking at the brackets, Ed, Joe, how's the bracket fight going for the?
Well, we're gonna have a new champion. Ian got ousted last round, so.
Whoa! Who beat Ian?
Lydia Shearer's Sebastian Blackwell. Oh. It wasn't even close. He smoked him. Yeah. She went by a good 12 votes. There's some good battles going on. There's semifinals going on right now, and it's hang on, I'll get the names here of the people. I just gotta open them up. Sebastian Blackwell is facing. Hang on, let me see. I'm probably gonna butcher this, but Anjali is the name, and they're facing off Sebastian Blackwell and Anjali in the protagonist bracket. In the antagonist bracket, the Sanikas are winning, and they're facing Goloric. Goloric has made a surprising run because Goloric is just winning by hairs, but so whoever so the finals will begin probably in about a couple hours. But it's been fun. Almost 1,200 votes have been cast. So.
Oh.
So they've been getting people out there to vote. So.
Yeah.
I was out early, so I
haven't been touching or advertising my participation in the in what they are at all because I don't want it to be adults.
Katrina, can you mute your mic? Every time somebody talks, we're getting feedback because your speakers are picking up on your mic. So you're cutting in and out.
Can I make a suggestion that can I make a suggestion for everybody? If you're not speaking, can we mute our mics?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So that way the person that's speaking can have the full mic control, and this way we can hear each other clearly. I think. What do you guys agree?
And we can wave our books when we want to speak.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Totally agreed.
I've watching the brackets going through. We're talking of the character tournament. It was very interesting being placed up against the reigning champion on that side, and finding that at one point I was almost neck and neck with Richard against Ian, and I don't think there's any shame for me going out to a character like that, because you know he's got the top spot from so far back. What I was terrified of, and I told Angela this, was the chance that I might have ended up going against Bergen, because we were in the same bracket.
Yeah, Bergen's. He had a little fan club, and he actually didn't make it past the second or third round. I know he was out pretty early, but I do want to state it was by 1 vote. And I'm glad, because I have that to rub in his face later.
You should have no shame, Tim. Let me tell you. Sydney's character, Ian, ran through the last competition we had without even being touched. So you were close. It wasn't that far off, man. You did well. You know, there's always next time.
I believe it was something like 8 votes between the two characters. That, like you say, you know, I'm kind of honoured that I got that close.
No, I'm just disappointed that I missed out on it. But there's a lot of things that I missed out on this year's convention, just because I found out about it, I think 4 days before it went off. So next year I'll be ready for a couple of things here and there, and I'll prepare a lot of things. And what I was talking about earlier with Joe and Karina is I started writing my new romance novel today, which is unique to say the least. It's a dystopian style romance novel. It's out in the future. It's basically going to the sense of something happened, and I haven't decided what yet, but you get an opening scene of this woman wakes up. Her name is Samantha, and she's got the shakes because she's refusing or trying to wean herself off of a medication that we must take in order to feel love for our partner. And it's something that's being forced on people to feel this love in a monogamous relationship. And if you get caught not doing it the first offense, you go to this counseling re-education thing. If you get caught the 3 or 4 times not doing it, you get hospitalized, where they try to force you onto this drug. And she's to that point, and if she gets caught again, she's only heard rumors of what's going to happen to her. Kind of romance novel that I'm just started, that I've got 300 words done today.
.300 words is a pretty good run. I mean, especially when you're starting out. I mean, I think that was more than I wrote some days on anything I've done for a while. I'm going to be honest, I've been slacking. I haven't written a word, so good on you, Jen, for getting even started.
Yeah, speaking of slacking, yeah, since the convention started, like this whole March, I've done nothing but convention. I want to say that the Cover Wars, round 4, we have round 4 coming, and then we have, is it round 4 or 1-5? But we are done. This is the last 2. Okay, this is round 5, and we have round 6, and round 6 will be our final round. I'm going to go ahead and publish it out there and post it, and it will run until we'll run until the closing ceremony tonight, when I announce the winners. And we have 4 books left. The face-off is currently between Amy Bierce, Fairy Keeper, gorgeous cover. My daughter's actually reading the book right now. And also it's facing off with Ignited by Lori Wetzel. Gorgeous, gorgeous cover. Absolutely beautiful if you have a moment to step in. And, of course, The Cogsmith's Daughter, a Desertera novel by Kate M. Colby. Gorgeous cover, stunning detail. And Amy Bierce, again, with Mer Charmer. This is her book, too, and just 4 stunning covers. And I've read some of Amy Bierce's material. Definitely suggest those are young adults, especially geared towards girls. Gorgeous, just stunning. So please step into Cover Wars. You can also view the entire list of all the books that participated in Cover Wars over on my website. The link is available at the final. When you submit, you're going to be given a link, and that will take you with buy links to my website. So I'm done yapping.
I want to go back to the topic of marketing, guys, because we cover it a little bit this weekend, but we haven't really delved into it. And I've got a nice, healthy panel here, so I want to talk about how we get forward with what we're doing. Go ahead, Jen.
Before we get into marketing, really, really quickly, I want to read 2 pages of my children's book here. It's a children's book. It is Linux and Windows adventure. It's about my cats. It's a true story. So this is an actual story that happened. It is dedicated to my son. That's my son's full name, Brian Jubei Okubo. And the reason he's named that way is Brian is my friend in America. He's a very passive, great guy. Jubei is an old samurai warrior who actually never used violence. That being said, I'll read some pages here. In a small village in the mountains of Nagano, Japan, lived 2 cats, Windows and Linux. "This is not our home," said Linux. "What do you mean?" Windows replied. "We should be free, like the cat we saw yesterday," Linux answered. To find their own home in nature, Linux went to find the outside cat. After all, animals don't live with humans. They are not family. That's where I will leave it as a teaser. And my wife did the pictures on this book. You can find it in English and Japanese. And my older sister translated it to Spanish, so this year I will probably release it in Spanish. That's it. I will now turn it over to marketing, and I want to ask as a marketing question, which service or which program or which application do you use to control your tweeting?
I used Hootsuite. I did, and I actually don't focus on tweeting as much as I did anymore, primarily because I didn't see much profit coming out of tweeting. To me, Twitter is very much a bulletin. When you want to make an announcement, you just blast it out there. People who know me, who love me, who find me through my website or through other social medias, if they are looking for a flash bulletin, they're already plugged into my Twitter account. I did find that mass tweeting just did not work for me. And I had it linked to all of them. If anything, I got comments back telling me that it wasn't. They were very kindly suggesting that I was spamming and to be careful with that. So I since hence stopped using Twitter, and honestly, I see no change. But Hootsuite, to answer your question.
I use TweetDeck because I work as a VA as well. I use it for my clients, so I'm able to put their tweets on, put mine in between, put someone else's on, and that's done for the day or the weekend or whatever. So TweetDeck's been, I think it's really good. It's only crashed once and I had to get rid of the browser and everything to load it up again, but I like using it. It's easy to use. It's one of those things that children can use.
I actually have my WordPress account tapped into pretty much all my social media. So when I put a bulletin out, I put it out on WordPress and let it filter out to Facebook, Twitter, all the other sites that I have access to, and that seems to work pretty well. That way, I've also got a full archive of all these bulletins and things that people can go back to.
I kind of do a mixture. I do WordPress like Timothy, but I've experimented with Hootsuite. I do Buffer sometimes, and I'll even do Feed 140. But right now, I'm doing like round team to retweet other people, and then I do it directly on this on the Twitter site.
So if we look at what we're saying here is we're not really going through Twitter directly in mass unless we're promoting other people or sliding ourselves in. What we're looking at in marketing is marketing our website or our pages and having that connect into our social media. That being said, have you found any way of promoting your page better? For example, I know through WordPress sometimes you can, sometimes you can't use SEO style HTML in your embedded page. I'm trying to figure out how to add it into my static pages to basically promote myself higher. But what I do find is when it comes to the word love, or in my name, I always show up in the first page of Google when you type in love and stuff like that. Here, I don't know if it's just my Google that's because I've typed it so many times that my Google just knows that I'm going to look for it, or if this is actually the algorithm that's started to pick up my book more. What do you do with your pages?
Well, I want to make a suggestion to you, Jin, because you have something spectacular that I think everybody has acknowledged, and that is you are a male romance novelist. You should put that on every tweet you do. That should be your SEO. That should be it. You will go right to the top of the page every time. There's nothing there that it could challenge you. You would be the top every time.
I did want to state, as far as the SEOs go and how that worked, I'm up against the Chrysler Corporation. So when I first typed it in, I would get sheets of just my page and my information up, and I was thrilled because Chrysler Corporation was like 3 pages over, and I was like, yosh, I was thrilled. And then I found out what you did, Jin, that it was Google. It's Google intelligence is what I'll call it. It's them finding out, oh, this person is probably looking for this more than the Chrysler Corporation, so we're going to give her this instead. And I went from guess what, I made #1. No, it is absolutely reflecting your search history. I'm working on it to try and figure out how to boost it up. I will say, whenever you do anything online, you boost it with SEOs. One of the huge things that authors tend to neglect, and please, ears, listen in, whenever you have a picture of yourself and you post it up, if it says author pic or 15567, it's not going to pull up anything. But if you put in your name, in my case, Angela B. Chrysler, that automatically, when you Google my name, my pictures, every one of them with Angela B. Chrysler tagged in, pulls up. With my books, Dollar and Shadow by Angela B. Chrysler, or Broken by Angela B. Chrysler. So when you Google my name, you're not just getting my websites or conversations, you are now getting pictures and book covers. Do not label your books or your photo just generic stuff. Name it. What most likely people will Google search.
One of the things I found with Google, talking about searches and stuff, I actually had a funny incident with a couple of customers came through my line a few days back, and they were absolutely ecstatic that they found pictures of me online. What they were searching for was falconry in Alaska, and the picture they found was me with the Marshall Eagle. They hadn't even searched for me by name.
Awesome.
Yeah, and also
Awesome.
do your alt tags. That helps too, as well as the if you're hosted WordPress like you do WordPress.com, you want to do tags on every post. The other thing is think about the design of your template, because basically the first 200 lines in the back end are what the search engines look for. So if you have all your JavaScript and all your HTML and everything else there, it's not, and you only have your content way at the bottom, it tends to not be very search friendly. There's a couple other tips I could give, but that's my basic SEO knowledge.
This is all wonderful and great. Yeah, learning about this stuff and how to optimize your page is something very, very important. I think that we need to view and to help our listeners and to help other authors. And for me, I know when I first started my website, my pictures were named after me. I got to go back and rename them because they were named after me when my name was Omar. And I know my newer pictures, aren't labeled yet. They still have the long number thing. And yeah, Annie, I know that it's different from hosting on WordPress. To answer to your question, that's why I pay for my website name. I don't host through them because it costs too much, and it's just something I can't justify with my family. Because I spend other money on other stuff that I need to get done. So the paying for my own site name and then using WordPress to place my site with static pages instead of a moving blog is what I do. That being said, when you have your author page, how many of you actually run your blog to connect to your author page on Amazon or on Lulu or on wherever your author page is, to connect your blog, your page, join everything together under one umbrella?
Right now, I'm actually not doing that, mostly because I've got my website with Weebly and my blog with WordPress. But I do have pages on the Weebly site that actually link to the external pages and the categories on the blog. I've got it linked through the blog linked through Goodreads and through Amazon. So in that respect, yes, everything's going through there.
I don't have anything linked to Amazon because of the whole, this person controversy. But basically, my website does link to my Facebook and my WordPress links. Everything else is interconnected.
I toned out because I was working on the convention, and I toned back in, and I was like, ooh, I definitely want this question and I want to answer. Could you repeat the question, Jen?
Well, I'll try to remember the question first. It was basically, do you have your author page on Amazon or on Lulu, wherever you have your author page for your books where they sell, linked to your blog and your other social media? Do you have that all under one umbrella, or are you just scattered here and there and interconnected only here and there?
Okay, that definitely clears up. That is what I was hoping you were asking. Everything is accumulated in one spot, but everywhere. On my website, I have everything in one spot. On my email, and this is huge, everything is there. I don't know if you've noticed, whenever I send anything through on the fairgrounds or in a bulletin, I have my letter, but underneath it, I have now Warmest Wishes, Angela B. Chrysler, and then I have everything, and there's my social media buttons. And that is how everything is everywhere I go. The connect links, I cannot emphasize this enough. It's not that I'm expecting one person to follow me on every platform. It's one person might come into the website and go, well, I have a Twitter account, let me follow them there. Or, hey, I have a Google Plus only account, let me follow them there. The only one that does really stand out is my Instagram account, because that actually focuses on my hobbies, gardening and cats and coffee and Daryl Dixon, and that's about it. So it's interesting.
I just want to say sorry, Joe, if I'm bogarting or stealing the thing, but the next question that I feel our listeners probably will want to know is when you start doing your tags on your pages, and this is something that we're going through on this chat here, and you start doing your tags for your blogs, please remember that you can't just tag the whole world under the sky. I used to do this when I first released my fantasies, where I would just tag Amazon, Amazon Reader, Amazon Kindle, Amazon, 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 and that's not going to help you. You have to be more specific with your tags. You have to be more specific with what you're talking about. And this also goes with what you write when you write in your content. If you have a blog and you're writing political views, yes, that's fine. And I write political views here and there. I go through rants here and there. But when you write something and you want to link your book to it, you want to make it genre specific to your book. But you also want to make sure that you're not just sitting there going, here's my book, buy, here's my book. You want to write something that people want to read. I know that when I posted, and sorry, I'm going to go a little bit long here, Timothy, and I'll let you go on after that. When I posted on WordPress, my blog, people were shocked that I could get blog posts that are 3,000 words. And it's not that hard. When you post good content and it's not spamming people with buy, and you can get a nice intro into the topic and then an excerpt of your book followed by your links. And that's something that you need to be able to learn to do, as well as tagging throughout your blog. Go ahead, Tim.
I found one of the things, talking about targeting your tagging and being specific, I found one of the things that works for me. It's some advice I got from Twitter, basically. Choose 2 or 3 tags that really fit with the topic you're writing about. I think, I'd be honest with me, when I put my blog posts together, I tend to have too many tags. But when I put the tweet together for that particular blog entry, my hashtags are 2, maybe 3 at most, and I have to do that because obviously with the limit on characters for one thing, but also I find it drills down a lot on the content.
Jen, what you were talking.
Go ahead, Connie.
What you were talking about is keyword stuffing. And basically, yeah, you don't want to be identified with other people or other corporations. And there was something else I wanted to say. Yeah, hashtags. Yeah, hashtags you always want to do 1 or 2, because if you get that long string, nobody's going to really care. There was a third point, but I forgot it, so I'll come back later.
Jen, what I wanted to ask you, this is my bane. I really struggle with hashtags. I use them, I do what I can with them, but I feel like I am way too broad, and I struggle so badly because when you type in fantasy, I don't know if I need to be vague with like fantasy or if I need to narrow them down like Norse mythology with elves, and that's really where I struggle. So I'll throw them in there, but I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what I am doing.
The cool thing about hashtags is you don't really have to narrow it down that much in the beginning. You want to get it down as close as you possibly can. Then when you start to see the kind of hashtags and you start to see the groups joining in, then you're going to start to be able to narrow down even better. When I was tweeting about 3 years ago, when I was tweeting my fantasy book when it was still mine, I was tweeting with the hashtag dark fantasy, druidic, because I use druid styles mythology in there, and even Arthurian legend, because I was using that kind of mythology in my fantasy. And then I found that it's not really going into that sense because it was too classical. Then you start to add in hashtags. And for you, I would suggest go, because starting with what your overall goal of your fantasy is and using that as a hashtag, and then bringing, and always, and this is for everybody, you should always include a hashtag of where your book is sold. If you want people to buy it on Kindle or Kindle Unlimited, that should be one of your hashtags. That's why when you guys were saying I only use 3, I only use 2, I tend to use 4 maximum, and one of them is Kindle or one of them is Kindle Unlimited. That way you're gonna get put into that search where you get the buyers who want Kindle Unlimited books or who want Kindle books, or if you're somewhere else. Sorry, go ahead.
Two things.
Wait.
I'm sorry. Was there
I have
somebody
more
else?
to add to that.
Yep.
There's on the left-hand side of everybody's Twitter, there's trending now topics as well, and those all are topics that have thousands and thousands of retweets and tweets. And if you find one that you can use to your advantage, I definitely recommend putting that in there. But also, if you're looking for what works in terms of your specific, genre or what you're looking for, Arthinian knowledge or whatever, at the top of Twitter, there's a search box. If you put hashtag and whatever hashtag you want to put in there and search it, you can find how many people have tweeted that, retweeted it, and you can find, and what that does is if you put that in there and you look and search, it'll pull up what is like that and give you the hashtags that are working. And you can use those to your advantage as well.
That's interesting. I did know about the hashtags on Twitter. Now, what I do have a question for Jen. I'm going to step aside just for the convention for a moment. Cover Wars is back up, and we have over on Facebook Readers Fantasyland going on with Tabitha Barrett. Please give that a quick jump in. It's absolutely phenomenal material. Back to the hashtags and marketing. My book is Broken. We are talking a very vague title. So what I would like to know is, would that be too vague of a term? Jen mentioned you tag love or romance into your hashtags. So Dollar and Shadow is very, very narrowed down. There's only one. Like, you type Dollar, and aside from getting a lot of Spanish content, you're going to find my book. But Broken is, I don't know which one to use.
Well, see, I got lucky with Love because Netflix just released a romance drama called Love. So it's trending. And it's something that I could bounce off of Netflix and Love. And in a way, they kind of stole my idea of my romance. In a way, I'm hoping that someone at Netflix read my book, but no, using that to bounce off. With your book Broken is way too vague if you just put Broken as a tag. The reason being that you have people broken legs, epic fails, broken stuff like that. You might want to go through with maybe the theme of your book, Broken, or maybe even better, a specific quote from your book. Tim? Oh, I'm sorry, Joe?
Hi, Angela. The broader you are, the better. I mean, if you have something that's very common, it's gonna be more tweeted than anything that's not. Dollar and Shadow doesn't have any commonalities with anybody, so it's not gonna get as much impressions. But Broken, maybe somebody threw a rock through a window and it was broken, and they hashtagged Broken, and you'll get all of those tagged on to you because it's as broad as you can get.
I seem to use more hashtags to do with the content of what the book's about rather than the title. Stone Cold, for instance, is about supernatural, paranormal, Scotland, archaeological site, dig. Instead of using Stone Cold for the hashtags, to actually use what's the content of the book. And I think for Angela with Broken, I think there are quite a few themes she can use as hashtags for that.
What I was going to say is there's two websites that actually help. One of them's called RiteTag. That's RITE tag.com/hashtag-search. I put it in the comments in the site, and basically what that one does is you put a hashtag in there, and it will tell you how it's ranking. And then if you're looking for inspiration for hashtags, like let's say you want to look up Broken, and you want to see what other ones are there that relate to it. You do hashtagify me. That's HASHTAGIFY.me, and those are two sites I use to when I'm stuck.
Yeah, Annie just said what I was gonna say next, and which is wonderful. It's really wonderful that we're getting on this same wavelength where we're actually seeing, how we can get to help each other. A good thing about the second one you stated, where you search hashtags and how it's trending, it's really good because you also see the times that it's trending. For example, romance, the actual tag for romance in the USA trends best in the evening between 7 and 9. That's when it trends best. I don't know why. I can guess why, but so finding out that information is very, very useful. And for me, when it's trending best, I'm at work, so I can just pump it out and on my tweet deck and have it trending when I post it out. That being said, the next part for your tweeting, you should have an image. There's no choice in today's market. An image that catches the suspense of the reader, or that just makes them want to open it up, because this is something that people don't seem to get, no matter how much you tell them, is the more people spend looking at your tweet, the more they're going to click whatever you have. It's the same thing when you go into the store. There's a reason why they put the snacks next to the register, because while you're waiting to pay, you're just looking at those snacks, and by the time you get ready to pay, you're going to be pulling something off of there, and you're going to buy it. It's called an impulse buy. And when you get somebody who's into romance, and for me, and they're looking at this post, they're more likely to click on my link. And my issue before was that my blurb was too full, and the one before that, the cover really sucked. Now I'm getting all that zoned in. I'm expecting to try to get more sales in. That being said, my next question is free promotions, as in if you use Amazon or if you use Lulu, they always offer you a way to give a promotional thing for your book. Which one do you use, and how do you see it helping you out?
Bueller, anybody?
Anyone?
I use for free promotions. I mean, it's not really a free promotion. It's more like a Twitter engine. It's co-promote, but it's been very, very helpful, especially with my video stuff. But you can promote Twitter, YouTube, Tumblr. So anything that you post, you can post one thing. It boosts your post based on what you do in reposting or retweeting something. So the more you retweet, the more reach you'll get, and the more reach you get, the more people will tweet your stuff or promote your stuff. And that's been effective for me in terms of getting the right Twitter that I'm posting, that I'm directly marketing for, out there, because if you're tweeting a lot like I do, or retweeting a lot, that destroys your timeline and your what people see. And of course everybody knows that Twitter goes really, really fast on the timeline. So it helps that, because that goes directly to that person's Twitter right at the top and continues on and on.
So back on Twitter and using it for advertising and things. My question then, because a tweet goes by so fast, like you were saying, Joe, and you're talking about not destroying timelines. My question would be basically, what's the best advice for someone who wants to hit the different time zones and things with basically the same content on a tweet, asking to let people know things are going on, but to not look like they're spamming their timeline?
At one point, it's going to be hard to not look like you're spamming. It is. Unless you're posting one tweet a day, it's going to look very hard. Joe has a very good comment where getting other people to retweet you gets you more visibility. A good thing to look where it looks like you don't look like you're spamming is if you yourself are actually retweeting as well. And this is something that Joe stated as well. The more you retweet, the more people retweet you, and the more it doesn't look like you're spamming. When I use TweetDeck, I set up my tweets exactly 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, with a window. And in that window, during that 4 hours, I'll jump on Twitter and here's a romance book, retweet. Here's a romance comment, retweet. Here's a pretty picture, retweet. Here's something beautiful, retweet. And this will not only give an impression that I'm not spamming, but it's also stuff that I find connects with me. I don't retweet, for example, I will never retweet, oh, come buy this car, come buy this new magazine. I will retweet stuff that's good for me, that I would find myself reading, because it's what I want to read, so it might be interesting for other people. One thing, and I'll shut up after this and let Karina jump in here. One thing that I will always retweet, though, and this doesn't matter of genre, is if there's another author asking for a retweet, I will definitely retweet them, no matter if they're erotica, horror, any genre. I don't care, because authors retweeting you is something that you also want. So go ahead, Karina. Then Annie.
Okay. Right, what I was going to say, first thing is this, I don't know if anyone's heard of Missing Letter, and the letter is spelled lettr.com. This is a free program, and you can also pay for it as well, but I use the free, of course. And what it does, it takes from your blog, and it will make a campaign to last the whole year of tweeting these different tweets over the year from your blog. It's free. Take a look at it. It might. I mean, I use it. Sometimes the campaigns, for me, sometimes the campaign will be out of date by the time it gets to the end of the year. You know, it's sort of like your book's not a new release anymore. But it depends on what you blog. So this goes on. You don't have to worry about it. That's it. It's done. It's all automatic. And it's called missingletter.com, and letter is L-E-T-T-R. Now, what I've noticed, and it's only just started really working for me with Twitter because I nearly gave up on it, is that I add as many different types of business, many different types of people, their hobbies. I still add authors, but not as many as I did. Anyone can be your reader. Everyone says, oh, find your marketplace. The problem is, anyone could be your reader. A dustman, a mother, a nurse, someone who's got a marketing company. I mean, they still read books. So it's good to add people from all different backgrounds. Then you have such a big variety, and if you tweet theirs, they will tweet yours. And okay, it does go fast, and maybe your tweet never gets seen, but if you're tweeting 10 different people of different varieties, and they're tweeting yours to theirs, I mean, we're talking such a big reach. So the more people you add, the better, and the more variety. And I think there was just one more thing, and I've just got to buffer.com. That's a really good program to use. Crowdfire, as we know. Just going back to tags at the moment, there's a software called Woodbox. That's WOOBOX, and this will find you Facebook tags. I shall leave you now.
I'm going to have to go back and replay this particular conversation because I'm very eager to hear what's going on. Joe, just a quick, we have Marie Phillips who is looking to join. If you could please send her very quickly the link to the conversation. And
I've done it 3 times.
Okay. Could you send it to me? Maybe I have a different email address. Yeah, and I can probably send it to her through Goodreads. I'm trying to think here. I think that's all I have to say, so anyone want the floor?
I'm going to take it for a second because there's a good book called Twitter for Authors by Renee Hall. I think it's R-A-Y-N-E Hall. And also, to answer your question, Timothy, about posting in multiple timelines, if you space your tweets out like 3 days or a week, it doesn't look like you're spamming, and then what you do is you choose like a different hour. So like one day you might do it at 10 a.m., the next day you might do it at 1 p.m. There you catch the people in Pacific at 10, and you might catch the Eastern people at 1. So that's basically the advice I've heard. And basically social media is just not about preaching, it's about building community. It's about going in and letting people be I saw that reaction, Angela. It's about being interactive and letting people see what you're doing and what you're knowing, what you're, who you are. I mean, that's why this has been so great, is because these videos have been so great because you are letting people know. You are letting people see who you are. You're out there. That's why I joined in, even though I'm a camera shy person. It's about community. Social media is about community. It's not cramming things down people's throat, because basically you have 2 seconds. You have 2 seconds in this world to make a good impression. And if you don't make a good impression, you got some impression building to do. Go ahead, Angela.
I'm so excited about this topic here. My brother is he is the IT guy at Cornell University in the chemistry department. Love my brother. And I will say again, IT. So he works a lot with me with my website and a lot of my tech knowledge. Whenever I'm stuck, I do okay, help me out. And he's always there to jump on and do whatever he needs to help me out. So he gave me a crash course in building websites and how it works to begin with. And one of the things that he dropped when we were talking just floored me. It is a basic, when you start web design, one of the first things they teach you is the 3-second rule. We live in this wonderful age with technology, and that really has taken a massive hit to our attention span. I remember hearing Lamb Chop's creator speak about it one day. She was explaining that when she started Lamb Chop Show 30 years ago, and Joe will probably know exactly what this is, our attention span was much wider, and she remembers having to shorten her skits because of our attention span decreasing. Web surfers are really, love you all, but our attention span with web surfing is very limited, 3 seconds. So whenever anyone lands on a website, actually the moment we click on a link, it has 3 seconds to pop up, react, and load. And if we're not entertained in 3 seconds, we're gone. So something to keep in mind. Joe, go.
First off, Angela, Mr. Harrell's looking for you. He keeps messaging me, you need to go see him or go talk to him on Facebook. He's looking for you. I wanted to mention also, I don't know if people do this, but on your blog posts, do you guys create a Twitter that people can tweet at the end of your blog? If you write a blog and you write out a little tweet at the bottom on WordPress, you can create that as a tweet, and people can tweet that and retweet it every time you write a blog and say it's connected to your blog post that you just posted, but you can do that, and I found that pretty effective. People retweet that a lot. So, and I'm not talking about putting the Twitter thing there that says tweet or retweet. I'm talking about actually creating a Twitter. That you go onto WordPress. There's a one of the I'm trying to think of the name of the conventions, but you can go there and download the software, and the software creates the Twitter for you, puts it at the end of the blog post, and then everybody can use that to tweet. All they have to do is click on it, and then they can tweet it.
It's called a plugin, Joe, and that would work for the WordPress.org sites. It wouldn't work for the WordPress.com sites. Because WordPress.com is hosted versus self-hosted.
Okay, I've just remembered the thing that I wanted to say and I forgot earlier. I have a rule of thumb when it comes to tweeting. I call them my twits. I shouldn't really. Is that you do one post for your book and then 4 not about your book. And then you post about your book and then 4 not about your book. Because, I mean, I've heard people saying, oh, I'm hard sell, I'm going to tweet all the time about my book, and I do it every 10 minutes, and yeah, I get sales. Okay, great for you, you get sales. But if I was the person seeing all those tweets all that time, just the same thing, I mean, are you going to stay with that? You're going to keep following them? So it's, for me, rule of thumb is 1 for your book and 4 without.
Two things. Many people don't understand that part. Very good, Karina, to explain it to us. And the other part, yeah, Annie's right on the ball there. The .org, where you host yourself and you pay money to host yourself, it comes with so many more options than the .com does. The .com, which is what I use, what you can do is it will tweet. It'll send a link of your tweet out, and what you can do is when you write your blog post is to get it picked up even better is to actually instead of having it tweeted for you or even letting it tweet it for you, what you can also do is because you can get a shortened link from it. And you take the shortened link right over, copy it, put it right over onto TweetDeck or whatever you use, and make your own blog post right there. This is something else that I really want to stress to everybody, especially the ones that are out there. When you write your blog, you should really dedicate it to once a week, at most twice. And the reason why you should do this is because, A, if you're focusing so much on marketing, you're not going to get any writing done. And that's going to affect you in the longer run actually more negatively. If you want to be a blog writer and you want to be a vlogger and that's your main goal, then yeah, you're looking for a daily thing. But if you're looking at helping your marketing once a week on your blog, and setting up your tweeter to 2 or 3 days in advance, then you'll pretty much have that time to write. And the more you write, and I know this has been said, and after this I'm going to shut up and let Tim speak. The more you write and the more you put out there, the more fresh stuff you have to tweet about and to blog about. That gives you more presence in the writing world. Yes, the more books you have, we met this girl named Shirley, and she had 45 books, and you hear this from made authors who go, yeah, I'm on my 8th book and I'm now a bestseller. Yeah, the more books you have, the more credibility you're going to have. That's possibly true. Not always, depending on what kind of books you're writing. But the more you do write, the more you're going to be able to say, this is new content, this is new content, this is new content. And that is what's going to keep you fresh. Go ahead, Tim.
What I'm actually using my blog for, I actually very rarely do much advertising on my blog about my own work. What I actually use it for is the social side. And a lot of people here have probably seen that I do the author spotlights, book spotlights. I do my weekly midweek mumbles, which is basically just a random ramble or rant about whatever's going on. Sometimes it's just something I saw that I really enjoyed. But one thing that's been proven really popular is I do a Saturday morning one that goes out, and it's a poster I do. It's someone else's words. And I just pick a quote from the I saw from the week. I pick a picture. I put it together in a poster using Canva, and then I pop that out every Saturday. And I think that's one of the things I get followed for the most right now. That and the book spotlights. So it comes back to, again, not oversaturating with your own material. But the nice thing about the way I've approached it is the book spotlights, the author spotlights, and everything. Each of them takes me maybe 10 to 20 minutes to put together, and most of the material for it is actually provided by the authors I'm working with.
That's a very good point, Tim. And it is. It's when you start asking other people to come in, or you're asking, or someone asks you, can I write a post for your blog, and you say yes, you're actually building your audience. When you start thinking of it, it's too much work for me. No, you're actually killing your audience, and you're shrinking that. One other thing that when Tim was speaking that popped into my head is, yeah, you'll find more when you do blog posts that don't just revolve around your book. When I released my book, there were, when I release any book, or when I talk about my book, yes, I include an excerpt. But also I include an excerpt or a short quote about my book, even though I'm talking about, for example, my last 2 blog posts involved tweeting and online social marketing, and basically trying to break that stereotype where it's a shotgun effect that won't work. Actually, online marketing and social networking is more relevant in today's world than trying to do hard sales, because we are so connected. Everybody's connected with something. So they're more likely to see you or hear you if you're on a social media rather than you're not. So go ahead, Annie.
We actually had a question from an unpublished author named Jade. And she said, I have a question. As an unpublished author, I was reading that sales usually don't take off until the 3rd book for most writers. Is that true? I would have to say yes, just because it's name recognition and the volume of material that's out there. So what do the rest of you guys think? Go ahead, Katrina.
Okay, it's this damn button. Okay, I make books in now. I never got any sales with my first. I didn't get any sales with my second, or my third, or my fourth, or my fifth. I'm pushing. I'm still pushing. It's I don't know. It's competitive now. It's more competitive than it was, and it depends what kind of book and what genre you're writing in. For me, I do everything from young adult to fantasy to motorcycle thrillers, So, but I don't agree with that. No, I think I wish her all the best of luck with her book, and I hope that she gets lots of sales on her first book, and I hope that inspires her to write more and to get more sales. But it's all marketing. It's all marketing, promoting. Go ahead.
Personally, I think a lot of it depends on how you approach the publishing and marketing. I actually have 3 books out. I haven't sold much except in the local area, but I've worked very closely with local bookstores, and I've sold out 2 book signings in the local area. So it depends on how you're going to define success. I mean, do you want local sales? Do you want international sales? International selling is so much harder than selling to people in the local area, because a lot of bookstores will support local authors and have specific shelves just for their work. They are a huge resource in terms of getting the local information out. Local radio stations and places like that will often support local writers. So a lot of it really is going to be dependent on, are you self-publishing, are you traditional publishing? Because a traditional publisher won't always do the advertising work. A lot of them are now actually asking the authors to get on board and do that themselves. And that doesn't always work. I've had very few real sales out of the 2 anthologies that I've been pushing, but I would say I've been successful in terms of getting my name known locally. And part of that is probably because I work in the local community and I'm seen there by a lot of the people I work with. So a lot of them have been supporting the book, but they've been getting word out for me. And I think really it's how do you want to define success? That's the big question here. I'm happy selling to friends. I'm happy selling to customers who know that I'm a writer, and I'm happy selling to the local area. But I want to expand that out, and that's one of the reasons why I'm going to start self-publishing very shortly. On that note, I wanted to say all that before I bow out for a little while. I've got some chores that need to get done.
Honeydew list.
Yeah, my wife says the honeydew list. I'm going to pop this up here where people hopefully can read. That's my website addresses and where you can find me online. My books are Across the Carmen Line and Moon Shadows. By all means, I will pop these into the comments and someone can grab them from there if possible. I'm going to say goodbye for the moment, let you guys carry on the chat, and wish you all the best of luck.
I want to say thank you for Timothy. Thank you for joining us and being here. And that's very true. You did many great comments there. One thing that I do want to mention is that some of us don't have the option of going to a bookstore or being in our local community and doing A, B, C, or D to get ourselves on a radio station. And I'll give you a really good example to the extent that I went through. There's a YouTube show that I watch called Game Grumps. It's basically a playthrough show where they do a lot of comedic stuff like that. And I've been watching them for the past 3 years, and I've been a loyal fan, and they're very funny, and they always give shout outs to people who send them stuff, send them games or send them something, and they love Japan. So what I did was I filled up a box with snacks, and I threw my books in the box as well, and I said, if you don't mind, give me a shout out if it's not too much of a deal. If it is, don't worry about it. And I sent my box away. And it cost me some money to send it away, everything, right? But nothing came out of it. Am I bitter about it? No, I'm not. And the reason why I'm not is because at least I tried something. If it would have worked out, I would have gotten a great boost. If it doesn't work out, I'm out a little bit of money. I did the same thing with my book. I loved George Takei before he became extremely political. Recently, he became too political for me, where he's actually trying to tell people who to vote for, and I don't really like that. I sent him a free copy of my book, signed, and telling him how much I appreciate his work and how much I love his work. The problem is that when you try to make these contacts with these big names, it's usually not them. It's usually someone on their staff who's getting it and shoving it to the side. And you got to be able to accept that. Now, to the other side, when we have nothing else but these social medias to go by, and we can't get on a radio station, we can't get our books onto the market, we need to be able to sell our books, and this is the question that that Annie picked up here. Yeah, some authors take 3 books to take off. Some authors take off in the very first book. It's different for everybody depending on how your writing is accepted. Something that I'm facing here, I am a male who writes romance, and it's gonna be harder for me. It might take me 10 books. It might take me my entire lifetime before my book ever takes off, if it ever does. No matter how good my writing is, no matter how interesting my story is, it's a stigma that I'm carrying with me. You can actually go back even farther and say, well, it's the patriarchy and people saying, well, he's a male trying to usurp women's right to romance, and you can even go that way, and people will always find a reason to not want to buy your book. You gotta sit there and go, well, that's fine. I will find my audience, and it might take you 2 books. It might take you 3. It might take you 20. It might take you 100, or it might take you on your very first book. The problem is, though, are you writing your books to make a big paycheck? If you are, and you're thinking that you're going to make a lucrative career out of this, and you're going to be the next bestseller, and that doesn't really happen for 99% of the writers out there. The people who do become instant overnight bestsellers, there's 2 types. And it's sorry to say, but there's 2 types. There's the ones that are legitimate overnight successes, and then there's the ones that paid, like that guy that got caught that paid for something like 500 reviews on his book, and he made it big, and then he was caught. Yes, he made his millions, but now he's got this stigma on his name, and for a little bit that stigma rubs off onto us. So if you're just thinking about the money and when you're going to become a bestseller, you're going to find out that it's a harder road, and it might actually cause you to stop writing. If you're going to be into saying, well, I want to be read by everybody and find my audience, and after this I'll shut up, Annie, so you can speak. If you're looking at yourself saying, well, I want to be the next good author, and I want my book to be read and loved by people and get good reviews, then you might be able to stick it out longer, like we have, where we've gotten there. And yeah, for reference point, before I gave away my fantasy that I just got back, I had, let me count here, 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 5 books out, published, and still I was not getting the sales that were promised at 5 books. When I closed down my fantasy section and tried to get that published through a traditional publisher, who ended up crashing in on itself, and finally getting back my rights to my book, I'm still where I stand, where I'm not really a successful author yet. Someday I might be. I hope to be. I dream to be, and that's what keeps me writing. Not that I'm going to be the next overnight success, but I'm going to be the next success in my eyes. Go ahead, Annie.
I just want to continue what you were saying, Jen, in the fact that you have to have the passion. You have to have the, hey, I'm just going to do this. Because if you don't have the passion, if you don't have the, if you don't have your heart in it, people are going to know. They're going to see it in your words. They're going to feel that you don't really care. All you're doing it is for the money. And it has to, the passion has to be there, because that's why you get all these books where people are just copying and pasting. They're just, throwing stuff up there just to throw and see if it sticks. That isn't a true writer. A true writer, sweats, eats, sweats, and, is obsessed with their book. And people will see that obsession and see the quality through that.
I have a question. For everybody regarding your blogs and how you approach mailing lists. How do you get subscribers on your mailing list? What's an effective way?
Okay.
Um,
I've only just
let me-
started my Jim.
if you don't mind, just let me say mine really, really quick, and then I'll let you go. Basically, I canceled my mailing list because I found that I'm not a mailing list kind of person. Sorry, go ahead, Karina.
That's it. You cancelled it because you're not a mailing list person. Okay. I've only just started my mailing list. My actual first newsletter goes out tomorrow. Yay! And I've got, how many have I got? 65 subscribers. And the only reason I had these people is that they were on a blog hop and they had to land on my page. And instead of liking the page, which I had enough likes, I said, subscribe to my newsletter. And so they did. So I've got my subscribers. Whether or not they stay with me, we'll see. But my first newsletter goes out tomorrow, so we'll see. But it's my first. But I didn't go with MailChimp like some people. I did a Google form, and then on all my pages and my Google Plus and all my other social media platforms, I then leave the link for the Google form. If you would like to sign up for the newsletter, I'll give you a free gift. Of course, you need to do that to get more incentive for people to sign. And just fill in this form. And then they fill in the form, and my first newsletter goes off tomorrow.
I'm a little jaded about, I have to admit, I have a little block on my main Stars of Heroes site for the newsletter, and I'm actually, because I work in the IT industry, I'm a little jaded about newsletters because I've seen them go wrong. I've seen people try to buy cheap lists. Never buy a cheap list. If somebody sells you a list of emails, then they say, okay, I'm going to give you 5,000 emails for $5. Run the other way, because the thing about emails these days is you have to be opted in. You have to, because there's a federal trade regulation out there. People don't like spam. So ISPs will actually, be more in favor and more protective of their users than they will of, the marketing people coming in. I mean, you get on Comcast's bad list, and that's it. It doesn't matter how much you clean up your list, how much you do everything. If you've gotten on Comcast's list, bad lists, you basically are locked out for the rest of your life. And the other, you can work with, if you do marketing, if you do, lists, and you start seeing that, you're failing, you're bouncing, and you're doing everything, you can go, each provider usually has a place you can go and say, hey, it wasn't me, or it wasn't, I didn't do this. Because what you have to be careful with, it's always good. I recommend that you go through MailChimp, Constant Contact, Aweber, or something like this for two reasons. One, if you try to do your mailing list through your website, your IP, the little number that nobody ever sees, but every computer knows about, will get blocked. If you've gotten too many blocks, then your website doesn't show up. Second, if you go through the companies that I mentioned, they will actually look at your lists, and they will say, hey, you're getting too many bounces, what's going on? So they actually enforce the fact that you've got to do the opt-in and have a legitimate sources for your lists. So there's just basically, it gets back to the community thing. You want to build community, not just being a preacher.
See, and when I said, I'm not a mailing list kind of guy, and it's because I'm not, and I view it from my point of view as almost like when you get the tons of mail that you didn't expect in in the States. And yeah, I'm like, even when I opt in for something, I don't even use my email address that I have here with you guys. When I opt in for stuff and mailing this myself, and I use a specific email that I created for that, because I don't want the spam and I don't want the constant updates, but I just want the free gift. And knowing that that's the thing, I don't want to put my own followers through it. I did try MailChimp, I did, and I got one subscriber, um, and I put out a couple of newsletters, but then I started getting direct messages from people saying, "Oh, I will sign up. Where do I sign up? Where do I sign up?" And I had the link right there, and then they never did. Um, Getting people who PM me, and that being said, I'm not the kind of person who, and this is only for me. I'm not saying it's bad. This is only for me. I'm not the kind of person who wants to always be putting out a newsletter, because again, I'm the kind of person who I like to have the efficiency of everything organized and enough time to write what I'm writing. Um, if I know myself, I know that eventually I'll start doing only the newsletter and only my blog, and I won't get any writing done, just because of the personality that I am. I can't see myself doing that. That's why I said I'm not a newsletter kind of guy. Um,
Awesome. Awesome. I have a Twitter question. Somebody from Twitter asked me, how do you effectively post on Facebook? Do you use Facebook to post ads, and how is the hashtags the same for Facebook as they are Twitter?
I post on Facebook, but not. I mean, I will take something that's relevant more than actually my stuff on more than cramming my book, because it's more about building community around the book. And no, hashtags really don't work the same on Facebook as they do Twitter. At least I've never seen a hashtag be as effective on Facebook as it is on Twitter. I've also noticed that Facebook kind of controls who sees what, which is not really fun. I mean, you have to get something that's like really popular already, or something that something would be associated with. Like I posted 3 pictures of my covers. I have 2 pictures of my covers and then a banner, and I got 199 views of it, and it really wasn't anything but just the pictures. Versus like a very good important post about the Biolog tour, I've only gotten 2 people. So it really, I don't know. I don't trust Facebook as much because of all the algorithms. We don't know what it's thinking as to why. Yes, they say yes, it's free, but it seems like more and more, if you want to get anywhere, you have to pay for stuff. So that's just my feeling about Facebook. It's like a hit or miss thing. Great if I get noticed. If I don't, great. I mean, I'd rather go to Facebook myself and have conversations with people and get my name out there that way than just rely on stuff that I'm already posting.
I use the author page on Facebook about my books, and then my private one is private. I post now and again about my books, but most of it's about my day and about family. Facebook, as far as I'm concerned, Facebook wouldn't be as popular and as big as it is now if it weren't for us indie authors. We are such a large community on Facebook, and yet we seem to be getting one block after another now by Facebook, that some authors feel like they're being pushed out. You were saying about, I have, 2,500 likes on my page. I do a post, I could get 9 people, 25 people. It's like, how come no one's seeing my post? They're all liking my page. Some of them have subscribed. Why are they not seeing it? Okay, go, Jin.
All right. As you all know, I just realized that there was an author page in a couple of weeks ago, so my author page is new. That's how much I don't use Facebook for promoting my stuff. But I do know how the algorithms work in Facebook, and I can clear this up right now so that you guys can get more views and you guys can get more likes because you have an audience, and if you are in contact with them, then it'll work. If you're not in contact with them, it will not work, and this is why. Last year, Facebook updated their algorithm, and the year before that, they upgraded the algorithm, and every time they've done this, they've moved it towards your audience has to opt in now to see your views. So, and if you didn't send them out a message, direct message or PM, they will not be seeing what you want to see. My family had to opt in to start seeing my posts. I had to opt in to start seeing their posts, and this is between family. So it's a way that it's Facebook tried to improve their filtering system so that people will only get what they wanted to get. And instead of saying, well, you're going to get to opt in, they just opted everybody out. And then people just don't know how to opt back in to be able to see stuff. And the way they opt back in is they have to go to your place and they have to say following, but then they also have to click on get notifications. So when they go, they can't just click like, they have to accept the fact that they're going to be getting notifications. That's the step that needs to be done. But even with that step done, and this is the hard part to believe, even when everyone has opted to see your stuff, Facebook will still filter out depending on race, income, names, and this was made most recently. It was proven to be more relevant that Facebook does this by filtering out by race, because when the movie came out about the NWA movie, white audiences were shown a completely different trailer than African American or Hispanic, and it was done because the Facebook algorithm works so weird in separating people into classes and races, which is one of the reasons why I don't promote my stuff on Facebook, and why I just figured out there was an author page. But even there, I don't even touch my author page that much, except for I posted about this convention. I posted about my new release. What I use is I use my WordPress to feed into my Facebook, and if it gets noticed by people, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. For me, Facebook has become a place where I contact with my family in the States. Yes, there are authors who have made it work. There are authors who have paid money for boosts. But if you're not already set, I view Facebook as more of like the big five. If you're not already set with a large enough audience, Facebook is not going to push your stuff. And that's what I gotta say.
Anybody else have any questions? Want to talk about?
That begs.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So that begs the question: is okay if we don't have Facebook and we don't have Twitter, where else do people post? I mean, where else do we get noticed? I've used a little bit of Google Plus. I've used a little bit of Tumblr, but maybe I should make those more of a priority than Facebook.
Well, see, that's where Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Karina.
This is what I've been saying to all my clients, that it's now time to try and get away slowly from Facebook, because it's not working for us. It's saturated with us, and it's not working. So you've got to look at other social media platforms, and there are many. There is StumbleUpon, there's Tumblr, there's Bing, there's Reddit, What else am I on? Instagram, Uplike. All of these are social media networks that could work, but it means starting from the beginning and getting your community and starting from scratch. But at least you've got a chance of it working somewhere else. I mean, I started off with MySpace. That's how long ago social media was for me. I mean, Facebook, who knew Facebook? MySpace. That's still going, but I don't think that's a really good platform for authors. Yes, Jen?
I'm just going to jump in really quickly here. The answer to this is simple. It's Brain to Books Cyber Convention. I'm done.
Yeah, it is, and what I want to say is, like, we're not done with Twitter. Twitter is actually a better platform for marketing than Facebook is. And the reason is because Facebook has become so selective and so anti promotion of people who don't pay. And the ones that do pay, the ones that do fork over money, you realize that a lot of the likes, and this was a story that was broken a couple years ago, a lot of the likes that are out there are false likes, where Facebook actually outsourced their view into India, where they were just people just liking, and there's nothing to do with your audience, and you're getting all these great likes, and you're all happy, but it's just bullshit. With Twitter, you're actually doing if you don't pay for tweets, and you can pay for tweets, but that's again worthless thing to do. If you're building your audience by retweeting and tweeting and doing this whole thing, you're going to get a much fuller response from your audience, and you might see more sales. And yes, this is the point that really is hard for people to understand, that it's not about, oh, I'm going to do this social media and I'm going to succeed, or I'm not going to do this social media and I'm going to succeed. It's not about that. It's about understanding how the mind of the consumer works. And yeah, 3 seconds time is what you get. But also, something that was taught to me that I really, really believe, and I've seen it work, is that you have to get your material at the minimum 7 times in front of your reader before they even click on your stuff. So if you're looking at it that way, then you're thinking, okay, so at least 7 times it must be placed in front of them. Then you really have to focus on building up that audience where you can get the reading done, you can get the views in. And to do that, the only way to do is by making it a community rather than a tool. And to do that, Twitter is our best bet. And Twitter is our best bet because we tweet and other people retweet, and then you retweet them, and you grow your network. That's what I gotta say.
Good to see you got your camera fixed, Joe. I was worried about you being yellow last night.
Yes. I think I don't know what happened there. It's the same lights. The same lights are on. I think there's more daylight that's helped. But yeah, I don't know what was going on there. That was weird. You know.
Okay. Has anyone heard of?
How effective is Pinterest? Oh, Karina wants to say something. I'm sorry, Karina. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, has anyone heard of Nibbler? Nibbler. This is it tests the website to show how I can't explain it now. My words aren't coming now tonight. How good it is, how good the titles are, how good your content is, how much you're going to be attracting people. So that's Nibbler. That's Silk Tide, but if you put Nibbler into the search, it should come up. So this one actually it gives you a percentage out of 100. Mine, I think the first time I did it, I got something like 30 or 40%. So not great. And there's another one that actually tests the titles of your blogs, which apparently is very, very important. The more unusual and the more keywords you put into the titles of your blog, the more you're going to have people actually click on it and to read on it. And while I try and find that, oh, there it is, yeah, that's with CoSchedule. That's coschedule.com. You need to join for that. And then you'll find a headline, which is the one that actually tests your blog titles to see how good they are. And again, that's out of 100. What you were saying about Pinterest, Joe, I've just started using it. I thought Pinterest was to put all about your hobbies and your favourite band and your favourite film stars or what have you. And then I spoke to this author that's actually using it for her books, but in a way that doesn't look like she's actually hard selling. And what she's doing is she's making a board of costumes and food and places, all to do with what's inside her book, to then say, oh, well, this is what Tracy would wear to the ball on Halloween, and this is what their wedding cake was like. And so that's how she's doing it, and that's what I've started doing. You should have a board for every one of your books, and instead of just putting one teaser over and over again and your cover, and you can put excerpts or whatever, try and make it more variety by posting pictures and images to do with the content and the story and the plot of your book. If that helps anyone.
All right, Mr. Jin. He would like to read something and then bow out. He's staying up pretty late for us, so I want to get him on and get him doing his thing. And you have the floor, sir.
All right. Yeah, it is now 4 in the a.m. where I am, and that rhymes. I didn't mean it to, but that does. First of all, I'd like to let everyone know jinokubo.com, jinokubo.com. My Facebook page is m@facebook.com, Jin Okubo author, and then it has this weird long number on it, but Jin Okubo author, that's my author page. And my 2 books are the new release is Kaoru in Love's Shadow. Kaoru in Love's Shadow, and the original story is Love. And I don't know if you can see it, but it says, yes, a man writes romance. And I think it's all backwards. It looks backwards to me. But I want to read an excerpt, a very short one, from Kaoru in Love's Shadow. And I will show you the picture of the book first, and then so you can see this beautiful cover that I made. And by the way, the woman on the cover is my wife's sister. She was kind enough to pose for my cover. It's a very simple cover that I chose. Here you go. So, and I hope you can understand the double entendre of what shadow means. I know we're all authors, but I'm a little bit tired, so please pardon the rudeness there. So I'm going to be reading from Kaoru in Love's Shadow, and I want to read a section that I feel, when I wrote this, I felt that it was my best writing that I have ever done in my life, just because the way that I worded it, it was something that I wanted to say in such a way that it became the epitome or the true representation of what I wanted to say about love. and about romance. And I hope that you guys can enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it. This is from the book Kaoru in Love's Shadow, my new release. It's the chapter called Love Shines Through. Love Shines Through is the title of the chapter. The sun broke through the trees of a neighbor's yard, reflecting off a glass porch table trimmed in mahogany. A clear blue sky filled the view, giving the scene the perfect summer view, no matter the season. The aged wood of the deck on which the table and matching chairs sat on did little to belie the facts of it being oak, of it being roughly constructed, of it being made with the loving care of someone wanting the home to have a more personal touch. A small picturesque window allowed for a view from the kitchen into the backyard, the deck, and an herb garden under the shade of a small row of pines. The pine trees, freshly planted within the past 5 years, swayed in the soft wind, matching them in perfect rhythm with large brown almond eyes. The same eyes, turning away from the trees, found Robert stepping out into the sun in all his majesty, frail, determined, withered body, yet for the first time since meeting him, full of life. Carrying in his left hand a small novel, tattered, torn, well read, with the title Moby Dick, weathered but still holding on to its classical luster. Sliding the window open, Kaoru greeted her love. "The tea is almost ready. Can you dust off my chair, please?" A song in her voice. She could not remember a brighter time in her relationship with Robert that was as joyous. "Okay." Robert, pulling out a chair with his left hand, placed his book on the glass with his right. "Can you put a slice of lemon in my tea?" A face that had just remembered how thoughtful Kaoru could be gave the look of understanding, for such a request was not needed. Kaoru had never gotten his tea wrong. In fact, it was rather a knack of hers to know what Robert wanted, even before he knew it himself. "Oh, my Robert," Kaoru beamed. "It shall be perfect. I'm coming right now." Kaoru slid the window closed. As she stepped away from the window, Robert saw her vanish, only to appear a few seconds later at the door. A flowery apron wrapped around her waist, she was holding a tea tray in her hands. Kaoru walked to the table, so much warmth and love in her heart that she practically flew to the table, her own mind imagining her floating with each and every step. Soft, gentle hands placed the tray on the table with the slightest of ease. Taking the seat opposite of Robert, she poured his tea. Each cup was different. Truth be known, there was not a matching set of cups in the house. Yet for Kaoru, every cup matched, as each one was supposed to match the drinker. Robert's cup, a deep purple-blue British teacup, gilded trim, brought up images of royalty sitting in front of her as he drank. Twice before, she had teased him that he could pass off as royalty if he wanted to. He could, after all, speak the language. Kaoru's cup was white, porcelain white. Not a single trace of a pattern could be found anywhere on the cup. Pure white perfect, Robert remarked every time that Kaoru would bring it out. "Perfection, my love." Robert's piercing gaze seemed to run her through, caressing her heart, flicking her soul. "Me or the cup?" Kaoru mused, completely expecting his usual answer. "You, my love." Robert spoke with the full force of his heart. "I have come to the realization that there will be no more second opinions. We will take the time that we have together and be happy. You may have already guessed it, as you know me so well, but I met with Greg and Miriam today. I had them come over, which is funny as well, because you said that you bought a painting. I talked to them, and well, I bought you a museum. Well, not bought, but rather I cashed out my savings, and well, it will be funded long after I'm gone. It is for you. It will open you to 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can come visit me there. It is for our love that I got it. And as for everything else, well, I quit my job. All I want is to spend these days with you. And don't worry, We will go to your great uncle's party. It is of no concern of me. It is of no concern to me where I am, as long as I am with you. Robert had never been so open with Kaoru. Kaoru stopped mid-step. A quivering hand released pressure, slowly, softly, as if the world had slowed. A solitary tear fell, matching her teacup. As the cup shattered on the deck, her tear followed suit, shattering on her still upheld hand. Oh, my dear Robert, my beautiful Robert, my precious Robert, you see what you do to me? So much happiness is brought into my life when you are here. And now you are sacrificing so much to ensure my happiness and your company until the end of time. I would not, could not, should not allow you to give up so much for me. You crazy, crazy man. I love you. I need you. How I wish that I could go with you. What can I say? What can I do? Her thoughts raced as pain-filled joy shot across her face. Robert, I, my Kaoru, the woman with the IQ, the woman with all the answers, the woman who held the keys to all the games, the woman who had started this adventure, now found herself without the language, without the proper words to accept praise and give thanks for such a gift. Still her love for this dying man would not let her go quiet. Clearing her throat, she continued, I seem to have broken my cup. Robert had already moved to pick up the broken pieces when he felt a soft hand stop him. Kaoru fell to her knees. Pain, suffering, selfishness, sin were all replaced by love. She knew what it was to love, and as her legs bled from where a shard of a cup had cut into her skin, she held him at bay, but in full embrace. I love you, Robert. Do not mind the cup. What you have given me is more than I could ever ask for. It is more than I deserve. What is it about me that warrants such a gift? I, who did not know love until you came into my life. I, who tested your love with foolishness. I, who am not worthy of a man such as you. What did I do? Why do I deserve this happiness? You want to be with me. You want to love me. I love you, my Robert. I love you with every fiber of my soul, of my being. I love you. I was at the park. I cried. A man told me the tears were needed. It was the painting, Robert. You have to know about the painting. Someone captured us, captured our love, two solemn figures. One kneeling, one hovering, taking the light from the scene whilst the other gave of its own light. The wood frame. The frame, Robert. It's okay, Kaoru. Robert picked her up. Even with his illness, he still managed to carry her back inside, leaving the tea on the table, the shattered cup in the place where it had lain, his cup at the spot where his book had been, his book pressing against his back as Kaoru had absent-mindedly picked it up to ensure that it came with them. It was, after all, their book. That is the scene that I consider my best writing to date. It is from Kaoru in Love's Shadow. It is the sequel and the closing of Love. Love is the first romance book that I truly wrote as a romance. I am a man who writes romance. You can find me at ginokubo.com, and I wish I would have written that in backwards so it would show up correctly. I'm not sure if it is showing up correctly or not. And again, you can find me at my booth at Brain 2 Books Cyber Convention. It's called Relationship Romance. I write relationship romance. I will now open up to this panel to ask me a couple of questions if they want before I bow out.
It was showing straight. You're good, Jin. And I'll post it too, so don't worry about that. I love the cover, man. That's a beautiful cover. I was really impressed by it. Is it following the same characters? Because it seems like it's the same temperament.
It is exactly the same characters. It is the closing to their story. So what I did with Love and what I did with Kaoru in Love's Shadow is I split the characters. Love is his version of what happened, and Kaoru in Love's Shadow is her version and his version intermingled, but more of her side, and you get to see what she went through, versus in Love you get to see what he goes through. And I have heard this before, that people hate my characters until they read both sides. Any other question or opinions?
It was good. It's very similar to the first reading you did, and I think it was it's a little tighter. You know, I think the first one you had a lot more exposition, and this one you tightened it down, and you've been very specific with the things that you're symbolizing and trying to get across, and it was very visual. I could see exactly what you were talking about in this version. It was good.
I really want to hear what Angela has to say.
Oh yeah, I have much to say. I was unable to listen to the full excerpt because I had to work on the convention. But I will say this: I love the few bits that I've gotten from you. Just in general, like I said, I'm very, very almost okay. I'm gonna just say it. I'm a very snobbish reader. I know exactly what I like. I know exactly what I want, and it's actually part of the reason why I became a writer, is because I'm just not finding what I am wanting in story. And I am wanting romances where they are geared towards men. I love the concept of Princess Bride. There's a lot of that in there. I've already added all your books to my to-be-read list. All of you. Just all of you! So, Jin, seriously, after, probably next month I will be diving into your pieces, all of them, because, and this is going to be absolutely, this isn't for story. I want to analyze what you've done. I really want to sit down and just tear it apart. Like, you just gave me like this massive chunk of here, and I'm just thinking, oh, I haven't done this yet. It's, for me, you have literally created a new genre, and you currently are the only author in it. And I am just dying to delve in and see what you've done with it, because I want to see how it is with the vision that I've got over here. And, and the other authors who are men that I know, their stories are very much on the same path of all the other romance novels out there, to the point where most of their fans don't even know, none of their fans know that they're men. So, and I don't think that's going to be the case with you. I really don't. And so I am just eager to see what you've done with this genre. I'm hoping, I have high hopes for you, no pressure.
Karina or Annie?
To be honest with you, I'm not really into romance or soap operas, but yeah, I heard, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's I couldn't get into it because as I said, I'm not into romance and stuff. But what I could see everything that was going on. I could see the platform. I could see the purple in the cup. I could see the golden. I could see the different things. It's not a reflection on you. It's just my attitude towards soap operas and romance. That's all I can say.
I thought it was pure. That's the only word I can use for that. It was pure. As you said, you were that was, as far as you're concerned, the best writing that you've done. And it came out, it was just pure. And I think it also showed the culture as well, that from the dialogue and the actions, that it's not your usual romance. And I wish you all the best with it, Jin, and it's been amazing meeting you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been amazing too. I will be popping back in if you guys are still awake in about another see, I think it's 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6 hours later, and I'll be popping in for like an hour or so. If you guys are still running, the reason is because I will get a little bit of sleep, and then I will drive my son to school, and then I will come back, and then I'll be able to jump on for a little bit before work. Um, and yeah, I wanted to comment towards Annie's comment that you're not a romance reader, and that's fine. Which is interesting enough because I don't, and I've been thinking about this since me and Angela started talking, and I've been thinking about this entire weekend. And just like there are anti-heroes, I think I'm the anti-romance. I'm that whole outlier that's not your typical heroic thing. I'm more of the mutt on the side who takes everything that you're not supposed to like about a romance and twists it around. And I'll let you speak in a minute, but when I read from my first novel, Love, Joe made a great comment that said he's not a romance reader, but it's just the way it's written, it kind of attracted him. Um, Go ahead, Annie.
And that's what's the beauty of the indie movement is we're meeting people or people are around that wouldn't normally be doing conventional. I applaud you, Jen. I mean, I'm like, whoa, hey, a guy doing romance? That is something we've needed for 20 years. We've needed it for 30 years. We've needed fresh blood, and you are the fresh blood. And I really applaud what you're doing, and I really like what you're doing. I mean, that's the whole thing about the indie movement. It's just, I mean, who would put horses in science fiction? You know, so it gives people a better chance to see things than they would normally be exposed to if everything was run through the Big Five.
You're an outlaw, man. You're an outlaw. A pioneer.
Thank you very much. Please look at, I posted a little chat on the side. Please email me for an author spotlight because I really want to put you all onto my blog. And I am reading Joe's book, and most likely after I'm done with Joe's book, I'm probably going to buy Angela's book, and then I'm probably going to jump around to your other books here and there because I try to read everything. And it's one of those things where, I really want to expand my audience's thinking that it's not just me, but also it's a way of helping other people, and that helps me because it makes me feel good to help other people. That being said, I do need to get some sleep. Please continue this conversation. And Joe, sorry that I ran away with the marketing conversation and started it, but I figured I might as well do something. And yeah, Annie, I just read that right there. Email me, and I actually have a file ready for anyone who wants to do a spotlight. I have a file ready with an excerpt, my links where you can buy my books, and a couple of little things here and there. If you want more questions answered, please go ahead and include some questions in your email, and I will answer them. And for me, when you email me, I will send you what I need from you. One of the good things is that someone that's on my blog spot right now, if you look at my post at ginokubo.com and you see my author spotlight page, you will see the author that I have right now, and I have her set up everything. But she also included what she called a press release, and that's at the bottom. And I think the press release is way more than enough that you need. If you want to include more, you can. I let you basically run with everything you want. If you want specific questions, I will ask you specific questions. The blog spot is your spot, so you present yourself as well as you want. Email me what you want to do. I don't guarantee that you'll be on next because I do have a list of 2 people that are ahead of you. And as I get these emails, that's how the order that's going to be. My blog spots last for 2 weeks, and then you get moved into my blog. That means 2 weeks on a static page, and then the rest of your life is in my blog, which I tend to get really decent views. I get about, I would say, 3,000 to 4,000 views on my blog per month. That's decent, I think, for someone like me who doesn't do mailing lists and stuff like that. And yes, it does get tweeted into my Twitter universe where I get 42,000 impressions per month. You guys all have a good night, or good morning, or good afternoon. I will see you in about 5 hours or so, and if I'm not dead, you guys have a good night. Bye-bye.
Jen, I do want to say thank you so much. It has been absolutely wonderful meeting you and speaking to you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Well, my friend.
Bye.
Good night.
So here we are. Joe, I did just send you an email for Heidi Angel, who is looking to jump in.
Awesome. Fantastic. Let me get her in here.
And I'm trying to bring in other people too, so I'm poking at them.
While we're just having a pause, I'm going to plug some books. This is because these, I don't know if you can see them. Let's have a look. See, try and do it without the light. There we go. Times of Violence, Huntress, Lawless Justice, and Road Rage. These are the 4 motorcycle thrillers in the series Outlaw. These are gritty. They are true to life. They are violent. Some sexual violence in them towards in the end. So it starts off tame and then goes in. They are not sequels. They're not. They're in a series because they are about outlaw motorcycle clubs, but they are not running in a sequel. They're all standalone books which can be read. The reason I'm showing you this is because these are the covers of the Amazon Kindle books, and these ones you've got Huntress, Road Rage, and In Times of Violence, and Lawless Justice. These are the covers for the paperbacks. So these are the ones you will see on Amazon. In Times of Violence and Huntress is on special at the moment for 99 cents. So get on there, Karina Gantus. Get on there, have a read. Let me know what you think. And the others are only $2.99 anyway. But think of Sons of Anarchy. Think of all the other books that are out there without erotica. And as I say, it's true to life, it's dark, it's gritty, and if you like a good thriller and a bit of violence mixed with some romance, then take a look at my books. Thanks.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I don't know. I'm exhausted, ladies. So if you want to start something, please.
No, you okay. You look really tired. You can see it's been a few hours.
You know, we're having good conversations with these marketing things. So if you have some things to add, I would love to hear it. So please feel free.
I could go on for hours on SEO and marketing and all that stuff, just because being a web developer and a web designer and an author at the same time, it gives me a unique perspective on both sides. But yeah, Joe, you definitely look like you're ready to go. What? Isn't this thing ending about 6 o'clock Eastern though? Or are we gonna?
It's ending at 6. Yeah, I'll make it.
Oh, good.
I don't know how, but I will.
All right. Well, I guess since everybody's promoting their book, I'll promote mine. I actually have Spirit of the Lone Horse right there, and I'm coming out with a second book called Do You Believe in Legend? And basically, it's a science fiction series called Stars of Heroes, and it's covers from the 21st century to the 26th century and beyond. And it's what I wanted to write. It's what I never found in the bookstore. I mean, it covers everything from horses and, you know, just regular standard horse competition, all the way to starships and, you know, shape-changing horses and even werewolves. I am, I mean, people are going to eventually be surprised by the werewolves, but it all ties in. It all ties in together. There's a 42 planned books. I say that's ambitious. I don't know if I'll definitely make the 14 of the core series, and then I'll hopefully make the 14 of the the parallel series called Origin Worlds, and Origin Worlds is basically the series that does the stories that can't be told in the core series because it would just disrupt things. It would be like too many flashbacks or things like that. And then there's the third series, or third part of the series, called Time's Puzzle, which is going to be an alternate reality series. So that kind of has to wait until the other two series are written, because I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to do actual events or I'm going to do parallels of the books that have been already written. And later, if you want, I'll read an excerpt from The Spirit. But, for now, I see we have another person, or I should say another victim. So you should probably introduce yourself.
I like to think of myself more as a person than a victim. Yeah, Heidi Angel. I was just dropping in to see how you guys were doing and heard about the live coverage, and I wanted to come in and see what's up.
What do you write, Heidi?
I write a lot of stuff. I have 3 different series. The first is The Hunters, which is a urban fantasy series for those who believe that vampires should be killed and not kissed. And the sequel to that is coming out this summer. I also have the Clear Angel Chronicles, which is a paranormal detective series that follows a psychic and her partnership with a reluctant detective in solving murders. And then the first book in a 4-part series called Hell School series, which is a YA literary fiction based on my experience being stalked through high school.
Awesome. Well, welcome.
Thank
We've
you.
been discussing marketing mostly this morning. Do you have anything that's worked for you? Any tips that you can offer people out there?
Yeah, absolutely. My experience is that... Oh, we have somebody else waving. She wants to share.
Yeah, I should mention...
No,
anytime anybody puts their
going.
book up, that's when they get to talk. So.
Yeah, sorry. I was just coming to say goodbye. It's late here, and I've got to retire. And
Okay,
it's been an absolute pleasure, Joe,
Thank you so
being
much.
here on these live feeds. It's been absolutely wonderful. I've met some lovely people, and I've put voices and faces to the names that I know. And hopefully people will go out and buy my books, 8 of them. Look on Amazon, Karina Gantus. Find me on Facebook, Karina Gantus. Any authors there that were looking for book trailers or short narrated excerpts, come and find me again, Karina Gantus, Author Assist. So I'm going to bow out, say good night. Thank you, everybody.
Bye,
And
Karina.
good
Thank you,
Thank you so
Karina.
much.
Wonderful meeting you, and thank you so much for attending.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Joe, I'm jumping off. I'm going to head over to sci-fi discussion panels with Aurelia, so I'll be back.
Okay.
Have fun.
Bye.
I'm sorry, Heidi, you were...
Oh, yeah. So with marketing, one of the things that I found that is most helpful is to not always be saying, buy my book. Doing things for other authors, partnering with other authors, and showcasing them is a great way to get your book in front of their audiences without having to say, buy my book. So conventions like this, I've gotten great responses. I haven't tracked my sales yet, but I have tons of new people that have signed up for my newsletters. I've got tons of new people that are joining me on Facebook and Twitter and joining all of the stuff that I've done. I've done very little at this convention that was about buying my book. It's all been about getting to talk with other authors and hanging out with them.
I hate to leave, guys, but I have to do the sci-fi thing too, so I'll be back.
All right. Ann.
Have
No
fun!
problem. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
That's awesome. I agree with you completely. I think that that's very important. As a community, we only grow together if we're together, and moving people together and having support one another is the best way for all of us to grow. My 1,000 followers, your 1,000 followers, that leads into another 1,000 followers, and so on and so forth. And everybody has unique followings. You know, we all have friends and family that you don't know, that I don't know of you, and everybody comes together and it celebrates all of us. And I think in the end, that's a better marketing plan than spamming and trying to force feed people an idea that, you know, maybe they're not ready for, or maybe it's too much.
Right, absolutely. One of the other things that I have found helpful also is not coming at it from the perspective of, I want people to buy my book, but coming at it from the perspective of, as a reader, what do I like? And so I've had a really great time in creating merchandise for my books. I have over here a happy little steak that I carved for the hunters.
That's cool.
And I designed a pendant for the Claire Angel Chronicles, and it's a psychic eye, because I love knickknacks. They're fun. And I have lots of knickknacks, and finding what I can create and then have out there for people. And it's not a buy this now, but finding ways to, you know, display it to make them interested. I also love doing infographics. Well, I shouldn't say infographics because they're not, but they're pictures with the quotes, because I love reading those, and other people love reading those. And I'll put a link at the bottom of it to my book, but it's not buy my book now. It's like, hey, that's really cool. Oh, there's a link. I'll click on that. And if they click, they click. And if not, if they just think it's cool and share it, that's even better, you know, because it's fun. And finding what you like as a reader and then creating that for your fans is going to be far more effective than throwing up a bunch of Twitter ads. Or I can't stand when I get ads from Facebook for authors, because it's always marketing to me as an author, not to me as a reader. And I am a reader too, but targeting people based on what they write, I very rarely read in my genres. I read across lots of multiple genres. And then having it, buy my book and I'll do a review for your review. Now, that just feels really disingenuous. I review authors all the time, and I get a lot of free books for it, but it's never a trade. It's my perspective as a reader. And coming at me as an author and saying, hey, I'll do this if you'll do this for me, that's a quick way to not have me want to be interested in working with you.
Yeah, I think I was saying that earlier, actually, that's how I started, was, you know, getting on these sites that ask for people to review, you know, to go ahead and post your book for review. But in order to do so, you have to review theirs first. And, you know, as a new author, I tried it out and it didn't ever work out in my favor. So, yeah. But I think that if you're doing it that way, you're not doing it for the right reasons. You're doing it to, you know, you're trying to force feed again and not just let it happen naturally and organically. And I think there's something to be said for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As far as getting reviews, one of the things that I have found really helpful with that, because that's probably one of the hardest things as an author. Mm-hmm. You don't want to spam your friends. You don't want to spam your friends, especially as a new author starting out. Goodreads. I think every group that I'm a part of on Goodreads that focus on authors, my best experience by far has been with the Paranormal Lovers Association, or Paranormal Lovers Group. They do Lovers of Paranormal. That's what it is. I was going to get it eventually. LOP. Anyway, they're a great group and they love paranormal stuff. And they have a program that's called Read for Review. And authors can come in and talk with the moderators, moderate it beautifully. And they're really strict about, you know, if a reader comes in and says, yeah, I'll review this, they have 2 weeks to do the review. And if they don't do the review, they can't get other authors' books. So they really hold them tight to that, because they understand that, yeah, it's just an ebook, so it doesn't cost the author anything but all that time and energy and worry. So they are really great about staying on top of that. But in situations like that, I think it's a great way to get reviews from readers. You're not doing a trade, so you don't have to feel like there's this,
Mm-hmm.
you know, anxiety behind whether or not it'll be a legitimate review. Excuse me. And they're really great about posting, you know, like with the Lovers of Paranormal, you'll see their reviews all over Amazon, and they say, I was given this book free for review as a member of the Lovers of the Paranormal group. This in no way affected my review. Straightforward, upfront for the readers too, and for the other people that are looking for reviews. And then the other is to find bloggers before your book launches. Once your book launches, it gets harder to get in front of bloggers because they're looking for what's that hot new thing that they can get behind. But I start my planning for my book launch 2 or 3 weeks before I plan my launch to start. And then I usually have my launch go 6 weeks. And I have a different book reviewer on each day or a different event. I kind of do a cross thing. But if you get them far enough in advance that they have time to plan it, they're more likely to do a review. And even if they don't have time to do a review, because it's a launch, if you provide something for them to post, that'll get in front of their audiences. And those audiences will come in and do reviews. And it's a great way to get those reviews before your book ever launches.
Now, do you use promos at all? And have you used them in the past? And how effective have you found those?
I did Facebook ads and I did Google display ads a couple different times because I'm always trying to find, because I grew up, my background is in marketing and advertising, and trying to figure out advertising is hard, and I have a degree in it. Marketing is a lot easier because it's a long-term game. It's not looking for immediate results, and you're putting more time than you are money into marketing. Advertising is paying somebody to put your stuff up. I have not found the sales in promo advertising, especially on Facebook and Google's stuff. Now, I have been following, what is his name? He's a British guy that writes detective mysteries. And I might give Facebook another try after I finish his newsletter course. But I feel like everybody's gauging the clicks. And when you're putting money, when you're paying for those clicks aren't enough. And they're confusing, they're mixing advertising and marketing together. And when you're marketing, clicks are what you measure because you're not going to get immediate sales. It's a long haul game. But when you're paying 50 cents for each click and you're not even getting 1 out of 24 buying, that's giving your money to Facebook. And I'm sorry, I kind of feel like Facebook's screwed authors enough. I don't have to give them my money as well. And yeah, I every once in a while I'll try again, but generally speaking, I found that the grassroots method, that getting on podcasts and getting on those things, they take me a lot of time, but they don't cost me a penny, and I get far better results from those experiences, even in the sales respect, than anything else I've tried so far.
Makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Have you done any festivals or in-person marketing yourself?
Yes. So I moved to Salt Lake City right before they had their first Comic-Con, which was awesome. And I have had booths at Comic-Con twice now. Absolutely loved it. I want to do more stuff like that, but it's expensive. I think that in the future, we're going to plan not so much to do booths, but to get on more panels and to do things from that perspective, so it's not as expensive for us, and then just to hand out stuff as attendees. Because the booths are really expensive. I never made my money back in the booths. Even when I shared it with other authors, There's just too many people, especially when you get to big ones. Now, I've heard several people having a lot of success at like smaller conventions because it's not so overcrowded, but Comic-Con's more fun to go and have fun at than it is to go and try and sell at.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you miss out on all the activities.
Everything, all the panels, and meeting famous people that you love. And yeah, it was sad for me.
Have you been around? I know you're pretty avid and around, and you're a good presence here. So, what has impressed you so much about this convention so far?
Oh, I love the convenience of being able to go and do everything and not. I mean, I kind of felt like the first day because this is my first online convention, and I'm so excited. I can't wait to do it again next year. But I felt I'm always torn because I am as much of a geek as I am trying to promote. And I would rather be going to all the different booths than sitting on all the different panels. And I did a bunch of the panels with Aurelia Friday and yesterday too. And I was like, oh, I missed out doing this and I missed out doing that. And I missed out. Oh, no, I didn't, because it's all on replay. I can watch it all, the stuff that I missed. And some of the stuff I did, like the cover wars, I didn't get my stuff out in time for people to vote. And so I got knocked out of that early, but I got to keep voting. So that was fun. And then,
you did my lip sync, which was fantastic.
That was so much fun. I still have to send out that to all my people to go vote. But yes, that was a lot of fun. And being able to, I would never be able to do this much participation at a traditional con. Not just on the marketing side, but also as a guest. Being able to go in and see all of the different authors. I was up until unreasonable hours last night going through and meeting all these new wonderful authors and picking up my to be read list is just insane now. So it's been amazing. I love it.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes, I've been up quite a bit.
24 hours.
No, I've gotten some sleep, but yeah, it's been pretty cool. I am amazed at the talent that I'm running across and people that are here that are very versatile. And you learn. The cool thing about these things, in my opinion, is that you're never above not learning something new and getting a trick or two from it. And I think what happens is that if you start to engage people, it becomes this thing where we feel comfortable with one another and we want to share and this place is a very loving and sharing environment. And I think that's something that I think is missing from the physical conventions that I've been to and the book festivals I've been to, because you're kind of stuck in your own booth and you don't get to interact with people and talk to people. And here you can move around, even if you have a booth, you don't have to be stuck to it. You can go back to it every once in a while or if you're on Facebook, you can go to Facebook for a few minutes and then come here and, talk to me or whatever you need to do, and I think that's really cool. And I think that you pick so many things, little things up and it motivates you and recharges you a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And having that opportunity to make great new friends, especially because the author's life is a lonely life, and a lot of times things like going to conventions, it's not necessarily in your budget or it's not in your work, because a lot of us don't just write. We have a full-time job too. And then God forbid we have that and family. And making time to, Comic-Con, I would take 6 weeks before Comic-Con. I didn't do anything with my free time except getting all of this stuff together and ready and prepared and making sure that I was going to have people to man the booth when I was at work, because it always starts on Thursday. And I couldn't afford to take off Thursday and Friday from work and go and do it Saturday. And, just all of the stress and headache. And at the end of the day, once the thing started, I was just exhausted before I even started. And I didn't want to go and do stuff. And then when it was my turn to get to go and do stuff, I was like, I just want to take a nap in the bathroom. So yeah, have not had that problem with this. This has been awesome. And I feel better about the fact that even if I don't get to see everything by when we end today at 9, 8 something,
Uh,
I'll still have the opportunity to go and see all that cool stuff. So there's not this pressure and stress to run from this to that to the other to the other to that to get it all in before the weekend's over, because it'll still be there after the weekend is over.
that's the other cool thing. Yeah, it's prosperity. Everything that I've done this weekend is now recorded and live, and I'll do some fancy editing to make it easier for people to go through content. But everything on Goodreads is going to be there all year long, and really forever. I mean, last year's convention's still there if people wanted to go and compare last year's to this year's and everything like that. So, I mean, that's the cool thing about the web and what we're doing here is that it's going to be there.
Yep, absolutely. And I have to say, I spend a lot more of my time with online marketing for that very reason. I've done a couple of book signings, and they're fun and everything, but then when it's over, even with like my husband and I, when we were planning our 5-year marketing plan this year, we talked about, whatever physical events we decide to do, we're going to make sure that we record them so that we have that after the fact, because you can replay. I mean, I can turn around and take the videos of all the fun stuff that I've done this weekend, and I can repost it 2, 3, 4 months from now. And
Absolutely.
Fans that weren't my fans at this time get to watch it, and they're like, oh, yeah, she really is fun. Or, oh, wow, she's such an idiot. Whatever, oh, she made me laugh. Whatever. But it's there, and it's new, and it's fresh for the new person coming across it.
I love that you have no fear. It's fantastic.
I have no fear. I am okay as long as you pay attention to me. You can love me. You can hate me. You can want to be my best friend. All of those are perfectly okay as long as you know who I am.
We were talking yesterday too about reviews, and that's one of the things that we were talking about is that we're not afraid of 1-star or 2-star reviews, but just tell us why. Give us a reason. I mean, if you're just going to go, this sucked, and put 1 star, that doesn't help anybody. And that's what's more frustrating than getting the 1 star.
Well, I've been fortunate, I guess, to this point to have not gotten any 1 or 2-star reviews. But I laugh at some of the 5-star reviews that I get, because I'm like, did you read the same book that I wrote? I don't have a character by that name in my book. Oh, you meant this person. Oh, okay. So, one of the things I read every review, and I know a lot of people will say that you shouldn't do that. I personally think that if you're a new author, you should be careful with it, because you need to figure out how you'll respond.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is that, especially if you're an indie author, you don't have the benefit, I guess, of a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Except for the readers. So you have no way of gauging how well you're doing or not doing without the reviews.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, the readers are the best gatekeepers, because that's who we write for. And I love traditional publishers. I don't mean this in any way against them, but they're a bunch of people who they're too into the marketing side of it and the promotional side of it and making things fit in boxes. And I think that the success that indie writer, not even just indie writers, indie people in general across multiple industries, the success that we're seeing is because buyers are finally getting to have their say.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying, hey, you know what? We don't fit in these boxes. We've just bought in these boxes because we didn't really have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then when a reader gives you responses back and tells you what they liked and what they didn't like, and when you see a pattern building across those reviews, it allows you to grow and shape your writing. Now, do you have to take everything that they say to heart? No. I mean, sometimes you get some interesting ideas that don't fit with you. That's a nice way of putting it.
Yes.
Very,
very nice.
And sometimes the responses you get, even from your beta readers, I love beta readers. I think that every author should have at least 3 beta readers, preferably people that read in your genre, especially if you write across multiple genres like I do, because that helps you stay in tune, not just with the story that's in your head, but with the story that will appeal to people that prefer that genre. And when you find the collective across the people that are reading your work telling you, okay, this is a bad idea. Okay, maybe you should change that idea. And being open to that criticism is what makes an author a professional and not just a hobbyist. And so that's why I think it's so important that an author should at least get to the point where they can read those reviews.
I agree totally. It's, you know, especially if you're going the traditional route, you hear no a lot. So,
Oh yeah.
You know, developing a thick skin, you have to take, like you said, you have to learn how to craft your own, you know, ego, and kind of stop, you know, worrying about what one person said, and you know, take everything to heart, but take it the way that it's intended for you, you know, not for anybody else. You're the one still absorbing it. You're the one still writing it. And in the end of the day, you're the one that's only affected, not them.
Right.
You know? And if you let it bother you, or you let it get to you, it's gonna just roll downhill, and you'll never be able to recover. I mean, even good things said, you know, you have to tailor that too. You have to kind of bring yourself down a little bit and say,
Don't let it blow your head up. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, next thing you know, you think you could write anything, and you get a little arrogant, and people will call you out very, very fast, because
Absolutely.
they smell that more than they would, you know, good writing or anything like that. They'll come at you really hard, and then you went from one extreme to the other. You know, you got to learn how to stay in the middle and stay even keeled about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I found, I respond to every review, whether I like it or agree with it or anything, with a thank you.
Yeah.
And that I have found has made a big difference. One of the reviewers that reviewed my health school series, I think she had reviewed one of my other books. Anyway, and when she posted the review, the health school series is very different. One, because, and this is one of those situations where I'm not going to learn a lot from my reviewers, because the story has to be told the way it has to be told. And I know that, and I knew that it wouldn't strike people as well as it should. There's a reason I classified it as contemporary and literary. And everybody's like, oh, it's about a stalker. It's going to be a thriller, right? But it's not, at least not in the first 2 books. Because I wanted to portray the very real experience that I went through being stalked. And it didn't start out scary. It didn't start out intense. It never does. That's not how stalking starts. And in my case, because my stalker was very new to stalking, because he was a teenage boy as well, it didn't ramp up quickly. And it doesn't when they're new. Those cases where an individual who's stalked and it ramps up quickly, the guy's been doing it a while. You're not his first victim. I was my stalker's first victim. And the way that people reacted to my gut told me that this wasn't okay. And then when I had adults and people saying, oh no, you're overreacting, and well, maybe he just doesn't know how to tell you that he likes you, and maybe if he had tried it this way, you wouldn't have felt so bad about it. And they basically told me my gut was wrong, and I allowed this behavior to continue because I felt like the adults who were supposed to know were telling me that I was overreacting. And it wasn't until the end of my sophomore year, 2 of my really good guy friends, they were like, listen, this is not okay. This isn't how guys think. It's not okay. This is not normal. And the fact that he doesn't understand that just because he's thinking this, turning around and saying this to you is not okay. There's something off with his filters. And when they started standing up for me, and when I started standing up against this guy, it made him angry. And that's when it got scary. And so for my readers, just warning anybody who wants to read it, book 1 and 2 are more about learning about Heidi, or sorry, Sam. It's not me. She's a fictional character. And building that world and understanding, you know, what she's going through. It's not about the scariness of the stalker, because he didn't start out scary. He was just annoying and a little creepy and awkward. And then in book 2, it's fighting against the establishment and being frustrated with establishment, because still his behavior wasn't scary yet. It was just uncomfortable, and it was constant, and it was wearing me down. And the frustration in book 2 is that nobody who was in a position of power, who should have been there to help me, did anything constructive.
Yeah.
And it's not until you get to book 3 and book 4 where you're going to go, oh, it's a thriller. Oh, okay. And I understand that that's going to turn a lot of people off. I'm not writing that story for those people. I'm writing it for people who, I mean, I can't believe how many people on the tour said, oh my gosh, I have a stalker. I didn't know I have a stalker. Because the behavior's just annoying.
They didn't know this. They didn't know the signals, right?
Right. It's just annoying. It's not scary. And they don't understand that, you know, the reason that anti-stalking legislation is in place, and it wasn't when I went through my experience, the reason that it has become a norm to have anti-stalking, anti-harassment laws across the country is because forensic pathologists have seen that stalking always ends one way. It starts out harmless and innocent. It ramps up depending on how many times this person's been through the cycle, and it always ends in some form of violence, whether that be sexual assault, whether that be attempted murder, whether that be slashing your tires. It always ends in violence. And each time that person goes through that cycle, the violence increases dramatically. And if they don't end up getting arrested before it ends in murder, it'll end in murder. And catching them earlier on in their cycles is protecting hundreds of women and men. Men get stalked too, not as frequently, or at least they don't report it as frequently. But, you know, it's a cross-gender issue.
That's pretty awesome that you had 2 people that were there for you, though. I mean, that probably is was a saving grace, and that's amazing.
And the fact that my mom taught me how to be safe is really a key thing, that even though the authorities weren't doing anything, I was able to take precautions and keep myself safe. And there were a couple of instances that stand out where just listening to my gut is really what saved me. My stalker was crazy. When he first started stalking me, I used to park in a parking lot away from school so I wouldn't get stuck in traffic. And so I would walk over to that parking lot to get my car. And one day I was walking to my car. I left school a little bit later, and he came around the corner and he pulled into the parking lot. And I had to walk right past him to get to my car. I didn't. I turned around and went back to the school, because in my gut, I knew that if I did that, something bad was going to happen. And there was no reason for me to think that. I mean, he got out of his car. He acted like there was something wrong with it, you know, and it was an old beat up truck. So it totally could have been breaking down. But there was just something in my gut that said, if I walk past there, I'm not going to get past there.
Was this early on? Was this early on in the cycle, or was this later?
No, this was my junior year.
Okay.
When I was driving. And
so you already had that inkling inside of you.
Oh, yeah. Because at this point, nobody had said, I mean, other than my 2 friends who had said, yeah, that's not normal. But nobody had said, hey, this guy might kill you. Or, hey, you have to worry that he might, try to hurt you. And at that point, he hadn't done anything for me to think that. He was just always there everywhere I went. He would skip class and sit outside my classroom and stare at me through the window. Later in my junior year, he was calling in fire drills because he'd basically been told by several teachers, if I catch you outside of my classroom, you're going to be sent to the office. You're skipping class, you're going to get suspended or expelled. So he started calling in fire drills or fire bomb threats, so that we would end up spending a couple of hours outside, I'd say 3 or 4 times a week.
Oh my gosh.
And he would watch me and he would stalk me. And I couldn't get away from it because you can't leave. You have to stay with your group. But he wasn't staying with his group. But one of my friends pointed out to me that this is what was happening. And we didn't know that he was the one calling in the threats until later on. But you know, that he was stalking me and he was watching me during all of that. And so I had another friend who was the only guy I knew that was even remotely as large as this individual. As far as heights, you know, South Carolina guys can be short. And my stalker was 6'4" and probably 270 pounds.
Yeah,
So he's a big dude. And it would take a big dude to be, because I'm 6'2". And I'm not small framed at all. So it would take a big dude to make me nervous. But I was very aware of the fact that if he came at me, I might not be able to overpower him. And so this other friend who he was 6'2". And I was like, will you just pretend today to be my boyfriend? And he was like, okay, sure. That's awkward, but okay, sure. So we were just holding hands and, you know, joking and goofing off. And he had his arms around my waist and stuff like that. And when our stalker saw us, or my stalker saw us, he got really angry. And the friend that pointed out to me that he was stalking me, when he went back, when he was walking by to run an errand, he slammed my friend into the wall and held him by his throat and wanted him to tell him everything about this guy that I was with and how long have they been together and what kind of relationship are they in and blah, 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 blah. And I tried to get that friend to go to the school and tell them what had happened. And he's like, no, I can't. He'll kill me. And I was like, you don't understand. If you don't, he's probably going to kill me. It was horrifying to have to live through that. And I missed out on so much from high school because the people who were in power didn't do anything. And part of it was that their hands were tied. I know there was one coach whose daughter talked to him about what was happening to me. And he called the guy in and I'm pretty sure threatened his life.
Wow.
And so he backed off, but he never stopped. And he stalked me all the way through high school. And when I went away to college, nobody, not even my closest friends, knew where I was going to college because I couldn't risk him getting that information from them. And in the middle of my freshman year of college, my best friend called me and she said, Heidi, did you get the paper? And I said, no, I don't ever read the paper in Aiken. Why would I? She's like, you need to get the paper. And he had been arrested because he was stalking another girl that he started stalking right after I left. And her boyfriend intervened and he killed her boyfriend. And that could have been me, you know? So it's a very personal book for me.
I can see why you have to write it the way you have to write it.
Because so many people are going through and don't even know what they're going through.
Yeah, that's scary. And they're so persistent and determined, right? I mean, they won't stop until somebody stops them.
Oh yeah. And it's terrifying to see young people online posting, you know, they think they're being cutesy, but they're like, I wish somebody would Facebook stalk me. And I'm just like, you don't want to be stalked. You don't even know. I mean, words have power. And when you take away their power, it's hurting the victim, not the victimizers.
Wow.
And
thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, things like it just drives me nuts. That's part of what inspired me or forced me to share the story. Was just this attitude that stalking is a joke. And that, you know, his behavior is so stalkerish. That's not funny. And they're referring to those little things that happen early on that I knew there was something wrong, but the school and the teachers and the administrators were all like, oh, well, it's just because he doesn't know. And it wasn't. It was because there was something wrong with the way he processed things, and he thought that that was okay. And to treat those behaviors like they're okay. And it's not just Facebook memes and things like that. I mean, we see it in our music culture. There's this prevailing attitude that stalking behavior is okay. And when teenagers with hormones are fed the belief that that behavior is okay, they don't realize the path that they're putting themselves on.
Right.
And putting themselves in danger with, oh, he's just Facebook stalking me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it starts so innocently too. I mean, that's you know, and that could be the trigger, and if you don't recognize it right off the bat, like you said, it escalates and escalates and gets worse and worse.
Yep.
Because I mean, psychologically, physiology-wise, they've been predetermined to have these kind of psychotic behaviors.
There's no mental treatment for a stalker.
Yeah.
There's no I mean, there's classes, there's behavioral modification. Hey, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, and if you break these things, then you're in danger of going back to jail. But there isn't any mental retraining for them. They will constantly feed on the idea of stalking. And so there has to be a physical limitation of what they can and cannot do, because they don't understand, hey, maybe this behavior is not okay.
Right.
Even when they're told, they don't understand that.
Yeah. So let's go to happier subjects.
Lighter topics. Yay.
You mentioned that you have some nerddom.
I'm a huge nerd.
So at this Comic-Con that you went to, what were you hoping to talk about or see panel?
Oh, yeah. So my greatest disappointments that I missed out on at Comic-Con were that I didn't get to meet Nathan Fillion. And I didn't get to meet Norman Reedus.
Okay.
And
so
that
you're a big Serenity and Firefly guy.
Oh, yes, I love Firefly. We'll rewatch it all the time, over and over and over. And one of the things I love about Firefly is that Joss Whedon has an amazing ability to create strong women that are strong in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And he really celebrates the diversity of strength in women. And that is just beautiful to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's, I mean, he did a little with Buffy, but really, really sold it with Firefly because he has those 5 unique perspectives.
And not only that, but those women are have that human quality where they're discovering that they have this strength that they didn't know they have. I mean, so often you either give them full strength or you give them no strength. With Whedon, he seems to develop that,
Mm-hmm.
and through Mal, he uses a lot of that because Mal already sees it. Mal is the intuitive one of the group. He knows what he's got. That's why he carries these guys around, and that's why he's surrounded himself with these people, because he's a general. He understands how to command it, get an army that's going to work and be effective for what he needs to be done,
Right.
And I think he picked these women because he knows that they have. I mean, his love interest, she even has strength that she didn't know she had. And
Inara, she's actually a very, very strong character.
Yeah.
And I think she's probably my favorite in the way that she comes across as the weak female.
Uh-huh.
And everybody sees her as
the princess.
Yeah. And she's like, well, that's because that's how you need to see me. Yeah. And that whole scene with her and Saffron, when Saffron's trying to seduce her, she's like, oh, you're good. And she's like, so are you. And I was like, see, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's not some delicate little flower that's goofing off. And it gets reinforced with the scene with in Janetown, when the way she handles the father and manipulates the whole situation so that she can get them free with the son. And, you're like, oh, she is so much smarter than people give her credit for. She is really amazing. So.
Yeah, that's a great. I love the movie too. The movie really, I mean, it's too bad that the corporate America destroyed that series because I mean, if Fox had given them a chance, this thing probably would still be going. I mean,
it's still going. They still go to Comic-Con all the time.
Yeah.
And the fans are just as rabid, and new fans. I mean, my kids, hopefully next year we get to introduce them because there's some stuff with Inara that I'm not sure my 14-year-old's ready for. So, yeah, dipping in easy, but they already know. I mean, we quote Firefly all the time. They quote Firefly to their friends, and their friends are like, oh, have you seen that? And they're like, no, my parents are mean. So, but yeah, we love Firefly.
Awesome. Did you like what Joss did with the Avengers too? Are you a comic book person or?
Yes, I am. And I'm. Well, let's see. How do we describe this? I'm a huge comic book fan, and so it's hard sometimes to separate the comics from the movies. But then I have my husband there to help ground me because he's a gaming nerd. So his introduction to a wider geekdom has been fun for me. He's a huge fan of the Avengers series, and my boys too. They absolutely love the Avengers series, and so they help me appreciate the awesome things that were done and not get stuck in that geekdom of like, oh, that's wrong. Why did they do it that way? And blah 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 blah.
Right.
So yeah, but yeah, we watch this. My son just had his 12th birthday last night, and they were watching Age of Ultron. So I had to sneak in there and do that while I was looking at booths on our events. So yeah, proud to raise geeks. And honestly, I can't think of anything that Joss Whedon has done that I don't love.
Yeah, it's tough. I can't either. I mean, I loved Cabin in the Woods. I loved Much to Do About Nothing. Right? Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sleep deprived.
No, you're fine. Yeah. There's not really anything that I can think of that he's done.
I'm a huge Shakespeare guy, and I think that Much to Do About Nothing was a really nice rendition. I like how he implanted modern technology and things of our era into that storyline, and it made it universal and made it relatable, for millennials, I guess. I mean, I just thought it was neat and funny, but there's a scene where they're supposed to do a dance, and he uses the iPod to do the dance on
to play the music. Yeah, yeah, I do. I've enjoyed everything that he has done. So if it has Joss Whedon on it, I'll probably watch it. It's kind of one of those givens. But yeah, and
he said that he's not gonna helm any more Avengers stuff.
Yeah, I kind of see that series coming to an end.
Yeah, I think all of those guys are kind of tired of being typecast.
Yeah, well, and there's the contracts are coming up for Captain America and Thor, and they didn't take the opportunity to develop. See, I'm from childhood in the Avengers series. I was a Hawkeye fan.
Okay.
And so I was really upset that they didn't do a Hawkeye movie. And I love Jeremy Renner as Hawkeye. I think he did a phenomenal job. And I was kind of upset with the way he was portrayed in the first couple of Avenger movies. Because my kids were just like, oh, well, he's not that cool. I was like, yes, he is. You don't understand how cool he is. You're wrong. And then they kind of tried to fix it with Age of Ultron. And, with the whole, I'm a superhero that isn't super. I'm just a guy. And I have to hold you guys together. And I'm this weak, pitiful creature next to you guys. And I'm like, no, that's not what Hawkeye is. He's the glue that holds them together. Get right. And but that was the first time my kids really went, oh, Hawkeye's actually really cool. So I guess they did it right, but it still made me mad. But yeah, the fact that he and Black Widow never got their own story really upset me, because they're probably two of the coolest because they're not superheroes. They're just heroes fighting with superheroes.
I had heard at some point they were going to do a Black Widow, but I think that probably has gone past now.
Yeah, yeah. They ended up lumping her story into Age of Ultron with those really amazing scenes at the beginning, but it's still, she has such depth that they barely even touched,
Yeah.
you know? And they
What do you
tried
think
a
of
little,
Scarlett
but
Johansson doing the role?
I love Scarlett Johansson. She's another one of those that I really can't think of anything that she's done that I don't like. If there is, I blocked it out. But she is a very versatile, very in touch with who she is actress. And she has no problem not being the beautiful girl. And she's going to make sure that when they do play her as the beautiful girl, that she puts that depth into her character. And so, yeah, mad props. I love her as Black Widow.
Is there any casting you haven't agreed with?
I'm gonna get in trouble for this.
Well,
I don't want to. I don't want to say.
You don't want to say it. That's
fine. No. I wasn't particularly fond of. I'm drawing a blank. The guy that they had play Hulk.
Oh, you talking about Mark Ruffalo?
Yes, and it's sad because I love Mark Ruffalo. I love him as an actor.
Did you see Ed Norton doing it?
Him as Banner.
Yeah.
Or Banner.
No.
Yeah. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people. My husband thought it was perfect. I personally, and I know they couldn't get Eric Bana to do it, but I thought he was the best in the last 10 years as the Hulk. I really enjoyed, I think he would have been the best to interact with the Avengers, although I guess maybe at this stage he's probably too old. But as far as that Hulk, now I loved Edward Norton as the Hulk, but I agreed with him not coming back for the Avengers because he's too much like the guy that plays Iron Man. Oh my gosh.
Robert Downey Jr.
Thank you. I'm so bad at names. Too tired. But he's got too much of that extra angsty. And I think that they would have just been fighting for the screen. And so it wouldn't have gone well for the series. It's hard enough with him and Thor as is. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, but, yeah.
Ed Norton was smart because he knew, he mentioned this in an interview, that he knew that if he was going to be attached to this, that he'd be attached to this for quite a long time. And that's just not what he wanted to do. He thought that he did the Hulk simply as a favor. And he thought, he knew that if he went all out on it, that he would be in that role. And he didn't want people to think of him as the Hulk or in that role,
Right.
Right. I mean, and Ed Norton is such a bigger name now that he doesn't need that. So,
yeah.
I mean, Robert Downey Jr. and all them don't need it anymore either. But, you could see them tiring of doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing about it because there's so many stories to tell with these characters. And, they're probably going to end up rebooting it in 5 years because Marvel makes so much money on this.
I know. I hope not. But there's so many other great stories that they can tell too. Yeah. And I hope there's been some indication that that's kind of where they're going with, introducing Ant-Man and bringing in Jaguar and some of the other
Deadpool.
Characters that are, I loved Deadpool. My kids are like, Mom, when we see it? I was like, when you're 18, dang it. Maybe before, we'll see. It's so hard to be a parent when there's such cool stuff, We broke down this year and finally let them watch The Matrix. And there's still a part of me that's like, were they really ready for that? But
did they get the subtext?
We talked about it. Yeah, we're really big about and that's part of why we had to wait because we knew that they wouldn't. And we don't promote violence or sexual promiscuity. We're kind of, I don't know, not strict, but we're trying to raise respectful boys.
Well, especially with the first one, there's not that. It's not the violence that's really caveat in that movie.
Right, absolutely. And the first one wasn't the issue. We were ready for them to watch that when they were like 10, 11, 12.
But then they would want to see the other two.
But then, they have to.
Yeah.
And so we were like, we need to wait until they're emotionally ready for understanding the subtext and everything behind it. So, and they did. I was really pleased how well they did with understanding the whole internal, external conflicts and the extra messages and relating it to our world.
Kids are so darn smart these days.
Yeah, some of them are.
They're super smart.
Some of them are not, but some of them are really, the whole perspective of my children's generation being the stupid lazy ones. It really bothers me because I've seen, especially on YouTube, those stupid lazy ones, but at the same time, are they really that lazy? Because they're making millions of dollars
right
being stupid. That's pretty darn smart. And I wasn't doing anything as entrepreneurial as that when I was that age. I was writing stories, but I wasn't showing them to anybody. They were locked in a drawer in my room. And, my 14-year-old, he's like, Mom, I want to publish a book. I was like, okay, well, the first step is to write a story. And he's like, would it be bad for me to set up a blog and have people pay per chapter? And he's already monetizing this stuff. And I'm just like, I should have done that. Oh, I didn't even think about that, And he's just, and then the stories that they come up with, because they were exposed to so much more diversity in ideas, and I think that's one of the reasons that the indie market is doing so well, is because I have a lot of great ideas because I read across a lot of different genres, and I do the same thing with movies, but they're still sanitized ideas.
How so?
Well, because when you look at, and it's not as bad now, but growing up, and particularly, because everything, if you go back and look at the stuff that was popular or the stuff that was mainstream and easy access for, especially in the 80s and 90s, it went through marketers, it went through promoters, it went through a production team, it went through an editing team, it went through this, that, and stuff that probably should have been in stories wasn't in stories. And they were like, okay, this book sold really well in this genre, so we need to figure out how we can tweak and adjust the story to fit more with this, because we'll know that it'll be liked. And they did it with movies, and they did it with, and you're getting some of that. They get some of that even still, the rehash of summer blockbusters that makes me want to weep. We very rarely go to the movies in the summer, because it's just depressing. Anyway, especially my childhood. They're ruining my childhood. They need to stop remaking movies from my childhood.
It's so funny you say that. That was my topic of discontent yesterday. Was I really believe that Hollywood stole my IMDb like page, and just one by one they're checking off everything that I love, and doing, okay, well, Joe liked this one, so we got to remake it and kill it.
And a lot of them they're doing it badly. Like I wasn't terribly upset with the X-Men reboot.
Okay.
For the movies.
The First Class, you mean?
Yeah, I wasn't terribly upset with that.
In some respects, the casting got a little better.
Yeah, it did in some respects, especially the not the main characters.
Yeah.
The characters that they weren't thinking, oh, people are going to care about these people when they did it last time. And Marvel, they're more in touch with their audience base, so they know who people care about. So that's cool. But when they rebooted the Disney cartoon, so my kids, not that my husband would ever download anything that he shouldn't, but they got to watch the original X-Men series that was on cable TV back in the 90s. And I loved the X-Men. I think that they were probably my favorite of all of them. I followed them everywhere. I read the comic books. I watched the cartoons. Everywhere. My friends and I used to pretend to be X-Men. It was bad. It was really bad. And so I knew that was going to be one of the first things. My oldest was 6 when we started watching the original X-Men. And I thought it was important because it's one of the first places where I learned cultural diversity was a good thing. When you look at the X-Men, you've got a Canadian, you've got a woman from Africa, you've got a guy who is the all-American hero, you've got
Yeah, the reluctant all-American hero.
Yeah, a little bit. But and then you've got you've got Cajun, and these people come from all that. You've got the Southern girl. You've got these people from all these different, very different, not only cultural backgrounds, but walks of life and experiences. And then on top of that, they've all got these incredible powers that have become very limiting to their ability to function in the world.
Yeah.
And then you put this group of misfits together, and they become the saviors of the world. And to see how that cultural diversity worked well together and to build on that. And I wanted my kids to have that experience, especially because as my children were growing up, that's when the discontent between cultures kind of started embroiling again.
Uh-huh.
And it was hard for me because I grew up in a multicultural community in the South, and my best friend was Black. My first boyfriend was Black. One of the girls that I grew up with was Native American. And so I had a lot of that cultural mixture that was fed and encouraged by, not by the society around me, but by things like X-Men. And we were all geeks and we were all outcasts, and we could come together and be great. And I wanted my kids to have that similar experience. And my youngest is, so we're a diverse multicultural family. My husband is 1/32 Native American.
Okay.
And it's funny because our oldest came out, my husband's 1/32 Native American, and then he's got a lot of Irish and slop bucket Dutch is what they call it. I don't know what that means, but and
sounds interesting.
Yeah. And our oldest came out pasty pale, bright blue eyes, really blonde hair that has little orange highlights in it, really, really white looking. And then on my side of the family, I am a mutt. I have everything. I have Native American. I have dark Spanish, which is what it's referred to in our family flowcharts. I'm not sure what that means. It could be, it could be Black Spanish. It could be South American Spanish. I don't know. But there's a lot of mixed mutt stuff going on in our family. And my sisters and I, we all look so incredibly different. You wouldn't think that we came from the same parents because there's so much going on in our DNA mix. And then my youngest comes out, and he's got this beautiful dark bronze skin, and he's got this wild, crazy, curly, dark hair, and people are looking at our family and they're like, "Did you guys adopt? Because none of you look like each other." And we're just like, "Thanks, appreciate that." But and unfortunately, because of the neighborhood that we lived in, my youngest was very welcomed and very accepted, because to the kids in their age group, he looked like he was mulatto mixed. So he fit in because they hadn't seen Native American, because it was in the South and there aren't that many there anymore because they were chased out to the West to die. But when my little super pale white boy hung out with those same kids, he was horribly bullied because they saw him as the power oppressors, and they didn't see how he fit in with them. And yet he's just like his brother, just pale. And unfortunately, our oldest, he had a hard time he hated Black people because of his experience. And it's been a hard challenge for us as parents to teach him that it's not okay what they did to you, but this is why that happened. And you purporting that same anger and taking on that same attitude isn't what's going to make society better. You understanding why they're purporting the anger that their parents felt because of how they were treated. And instead of you carrying on and teaching your children it's okay to be racist because you were bullied horribly as a child, taking that step and trying to be the bigger person, that's going to be what makes the change, not continuing the anger. And unfortunately, that's not what I see happening in society. And it makes me sad.
Yeah, definitely.
We need more X-Men.
Yeah. And the other thing about the X-Men, the other dichotomy that I always found interesting about X-Men was that the good guys and bad guys were friends. They're not bitter enemies. That they see things differently, but they have a same goal or a same. They have a commonality, and especially with the two mains, Magneto and Professor X. They were best of buddies forever, and
they're still
together
pretty
from
good
time to
friends.
time.
I mean, they have a healthy respect for each other.
Yeah.
And yeah, the choice of which, and that was one of the things that I really loved about the original X-Men, was that it's not that Magneto's a villain.
Right.
He's just choosing a different path, and how justifying making that choice of, well, they did this to me, so it's okay for me to do this to them. Right. And they deserve this because they started it.
Yeah.
And versus the much harder path. And at the end of the day, you're still sometimes left with, well, I mean, yeah, Xavier's the good guy, but is that really, I mean, what if they did it Magneto's way? Would they end the suffering faster, maybe? Yeah, they'd go through a lot of suffering, but they're still going through a lot of suffering.
Right.
And so there's that whole play out that they did that I really liked too. Definitely.
Yeah, he's just holding in this anger that's festering, and he's exactly what you were talking about in our culture, whereas if you're angry and you hold it and you let it fester, it becomes this manifesting evil inside of you, instead of learning and accepting the diversity of people, and learning that it's not okay what happened to you, and them not accepting you is not okay. But at the same time, if you accept that you are who you are, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks about it,
Right. And showing them that you are who you are, not who they think you are.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Big thing.
I mean, yeah, it's cool. That's the cool thing about the X-Men. I always thought was different, because I mean, all the other comics have foils, and some of them, like Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus, and have relationships, and Green Goblin, son and Spider-Man have relationships, but they turned simply because one had to be evil, one had to be good. That's not the case with the X-Men. The X-Men's a little bit more gray on that front, because there's another enemy, and that's the humans, or
is it the enemy? Yeah, the perceived enemy, for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
that's that conflict that they go back and forth on. Is humanity the enemy, or is humanity just, they're like children that need to be taught?
Yeah. Is it something that we can reverse? Is it something that we can change?
Right. Exactly.
It's teaching us a very valuable lesson at our most important time right now.
Oh, yeah.
We're at a crossroads where if we don't start respecting something, we don't like the earth, we don't start respecting the earth's going to end up revolting against us and hurting us, something like that effect, I don't want to get too political or preachy here. But,
yeah, no, but I totally agree. I think one of the struggles that we have as a society right now is that everything happens so fast.
Yeah.
We've lost patience.
Yeah. Our attention spans wane very easily.
Yeah. And I think we've always had that kind of ADHD-like quality. But the patient part is probably what's hurting us the most, because before, we were ADHD and we bounced from thing to thing, but it took time to bounce from thing to thing. And so we had to be patient, and we had to learn. I remember as a kid, I never got frustrated with dial-up because the fact that I could connect with someone who lived millions of miles away and didn't have to wait 5 days for a letter was amazing. And it's funny because now, if there's lag, I get mad. I get unreasonably angry.
Yeah.
And I'm an adult, and recognizing that in myself, that change that's happened. How do kids that are growing up in a world where everything is instant access, how do they even hope to develop the patience that it takes? And I see it a little bit in my kids. They get frustrated really easy. And they don't, oh, well, this is just stupid, I don't want to do it. Well, that's not how life works. Yeah, you do a lot of stupid stuff in life, and you just have to do it.
Yeah.
And so I think that frustration is getting reflected on our children as them being lazy. But I don't think it is. I think it's our fault as parents for not teaching them patience, and society's fault in general, because we've bred that impatience into our culture.
Yeah, and or ignored it, and just
Mhm.
concentrated on technology helping us try and fix those problems, or finding a solution that's quick and easy that people can use, and that's never ever going to be the permanent solution to what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because it takes patience and time and building building a bridge in order to cross a river, instead of trying to wade through the river or use one board to try and get across the river or something to that effect. I mean, it's yeah, it's really, I mean, I can't imagine 10 years from now or 12 years from now that things are going to be even more accelerated.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but at the same time, you see things happening
Yeah,
that make you go, "Oh, wow, I can see where this is going." You
yeah.
know, um,
Yeah, and I think we're starting to awaken as a society too. There's a lot more movement now than there was probably 15, and I think that's because we're getting older. Our generation's, getting. I don't know. You're probably what, 30, somewhere around there.
oh, you're so sweet. Sure, I'm 30, somewhere around there. 35.
Uh, yeah,
35.
I'm
Well, in
43.
May, I'll be 35.
Okay, so I'm 43, and so we're close. We're in the same vicinity as far as generation goes. And I think our generation's tired of feeling like we're not being heard and we're not caring enough, and we're starting to have kids and we're starting to have responsibilities that are weighing us down and hurting us because of the generation before us and the generation after us are not kind of leaving us in the middle.
Yeah.
And we become the middle child and we want to be seen and heard, and I think it's starting to affect the world a little bit because we're a bigger population than most people give us credit for.
Yes, I just read an interesting article because it's part of my geekiness. Well, I shouldn't say it's really not my geekiness. I love learning other people's perspectives.
Haha.
And I credit my mom for it, but I credit Xavier for reinforcing it. Yeah, see, going back to the X-Men. I love the X-Men. Anyway, but I don't really dismiss other people's views without doing research and trying to get into their perspective.
Sure.
And my husband's a huge conspiracy theorist nut. I mean, he doesn't believe most of them, but he really likes listening to them. And so I'll listen with him, and I'm like, but you have to keep in mind this side of the argument, and blah, blah. Anyway, but there was one, I wish I could remember who it was because that's his thing, not mine. But this guy wrote an article and he talked about the entertainment in the 80s and the 90s was the way that it was because it's this big global conspiracy. But the generation before us recognized that we had the power in numbers, and so they had to keep us as thoughtless sheep following the entertainment so that we wouldn't take the power from their hands. And that's why politics is such a mess today, because we've been these hopeless sheep all this time. And I was just like, that's a really interesting idea. I wish he would have put some citation behind it, given some examples to put that in place, because I can't speak for everybody who grew up in the 80s and 90s, but I and the kids around me, and I lived in Montana for part of it. I lived in Kentucky for part of it. I lived in South Carolina for a good part of it. And in all of these different places, we were being exposed to the idea that cultural harmony was a good thing, that we had to work together as a society. I mean, come on, we had a cartoon called Captain Planet about saving the world. That's right. What it was about. And we were taught to care about our planet. And it kills me now with my kids, because I remember recycling when I was like 6 years old. I brought recycling to my home. And my mom loved it, and she still recycles to this day. And we moved out to Utah about 3 years ago. And in one community, we got the recycle bins, and it was no big deal. And then in the next community that we lived in, because we were kind of trying to find our happy place where we fit. In that first community, we didn't really fit. They were very cookie cutter and kind of judgmental. We don't like them. And then we moved into another community, and we had to pay for our recycle bins. But we were okay with that because, you know, we believe in recycling and it's important. And then we moved about 6 months ago to this new area, and we love the area. It's a great area, but they don't have recycling at all. And it just crushes my soul every time I have to throw something away that could be recycled. And my kids are like, well, Mom, you know that recycling doesn't matter anyway, right? Because, you know, all that global warming crap is just crap. And I was like, what? You're not my child. Where did you get this? And my 14-year-old is going through this in science. They were talking about it. And he was like, well, yeah, I have done the research. And he started pulling all this stuff up. And I was like, okay, I get what you're saying. Yes, we've always had periods of warming and cooling and warming and cooling. But look at the temperature ranges that we've gone through as far as we can track back. I said, you need to go study some geology because you're wrong in that, yes, it's cooler this year than it was last year here. But it's hotter in other places. Places that weren't deserts are becoming deserts now. And, you know, and then we got into this huge, and it was like 3 weeks long. And he was like,
ice caps in the northern hemispheres, you know, that they've melted so much over time, you know, and, you know, yes, that's time doing its thing, but it's also accelerating. I mean,
right, exactly. And that's the thing that
it doesn't add up how fast it accelerated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get that, you know, we don't know, we can't know for sure.
Yeah.
But that's when you say, you know what? I don't know for sure that if I drink this much alcohol, it's going to kill me.
Right.
But should I really test the theory and see what happens?
Right.
And that's exactly how I laid it out to my son. And he was like, no, you shouldn't drink it all. I was like, oh, they touched that at least. There's that, you know, whatever. But, you know, and I think one of the struggles for my son's generation is that we don't have good programming to teach as much as we did when I was a kid. Yeah, I was a latchkey kid. My mom was a single mom, and she was there for me as much as she could be, but I grew up a lot of the stuff that I learned was from television.
Right.
And in our new society, I mean, my kids hardly ever watch TV unless we're watching it together as a family. But they come home from stuff that they've been watching on YouTube.
Yeah.
And like my 14-year-old wants to be the next PewDiePie. But I don't even know. I watched 3 episodes and I wanted to kill him. But you know, and
I don't even know what that is.
oh, he's this YouTuber that is like a huge success. He makes millions of dollars a month on YouTube. And he was one of the first ones that started out. And it was funny because when I was listening to the article, I was like, are you sure this guy was from our generation? I'm thinking he's from this generation. Right. Because he was talking about all of the banality. And I'm like, you know, our kids are, and it's not just on the internet and they can find all stupidity. And you know, I think people will gravitate to what their core values have been taught, I hope. Otherwise, my oldest might be doomed. But I'm hoping that, you know, as he gets older and gets through this awkward phase, that he'll gravitate back towards those things that we try to teach them. But if both parents are working outside the home and can't teach that, and what they're accessing online isn't teaching that, and I mean, even with the programming, we stopped paying for cable years ago because there was just nothing on it. Because the programs that were entertaining, our kids found boring. I mean, once they got past Dora the Explorer age, and they did that pretty early, like 3 or 4, you know, the options for entertainment. I remember we had great programs that taught values and taught.
Well, not only that, but then from the cartoons, we raised our level with like shows like Saved by the Bell and you know, they kind of, the TV programming kind of catered to us and us growing up, you know. It got more sophisticated as we grew up.
And even as they did that, but there was still those programs, they had depth and they had stuff that you learn. And, you know, I was excited for my kids to watch Disney and see the new Disney program. And I just went, what lessons are they learning from this?
Right.
I mean, you know, how to be stupid. Okay. That it's okay to judge people because they look different from you. What? No. that, you know, bullying is not okay, but it's something you have to live with. I mean, those were the lessons my kids were getting from Disney programming. And I went, what happened to, you know, the Disney I grew up with, where it was all about multiculturalism is cool and embracing people's differences and, you know, and embracing people's different cultures. And now it's, how do you blend in? And if you don't blend in, then you're the one with the problem. And how can you fix that? And I was just like, yeah, no, we're done paying for Disney. But the only programs that you get anymore that teach children anything, I wouldn't watch them. They're boring. You know, I love PBS. Don't get me wrong. I loved PBS growing up as a kid. I enjoyed watching PBS as a kid. And their programs are just boring now.
Yeah.
And it's sad. You know, I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up with Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider was awesome. And you learned great writing skills, and you learned how to be friends. And yeah, it was a little cheesy, but not as cheesy as, you know, some stuff people were watching. But, you know, it was entertaining.
Yeah.
And now the educational programs that they have, it's like, I feel like I'm in school. Why am I watching this? There's no connection to the characters because it's all about learning. And
not only that, but it's drab and doesn't move. It has no fluidity to it. It's very cookie cutter and very
yep.
stagnant and stiff.
Yep. And if you have a choice between that or some stupid idiot online who's willing to shock himself with a shock collar every time he cusses just to see what happens. Yeah, there's a reason. I mean, my son loves PewDiePie. He watches everything PewDiePie makes over and over and over again. And he quotes PewDiePie, and I want to punch him in the face. And that's coming from a geek who loves geeks. But, you know, we all have different geeky hoods.
Have you tried to turn him on to some of the stuff that we know of? That's on YouTube?
Yeah. Not so much on YouTube. Yes, no, that's not true. I introduced him to Nega Hega. I love Nega Hega. Because he does fun, stupid things that appeal to my teenage boys in a good way. Yeah. You know, where, you know, he's not lighting his farts on fire, stupid crap like that. That's going to get him killed. And he shows that it's okay to be fun and it's okay to be geeky, but at the same time, you need to be smart. And when he sometimes crosses that line, like when he decided that he was going to be a real ninja fighter and got hit in the head with a watermelon and cut his face, he showed you, hey, look, this was kind of stupid. I should have done that. So, you know, and there's a couple. I don't do a whole lot with YouTube. We watch some stuff. I don't know. I watch some stuff with YouTube, but we do a lot of Netflixing. And we find programs that teach them stuff, but you still can't help what they end up watching at school or when they're with their friends. And that's when you just hope that the stuff you taught them is good, and then make content that hopefully will be made into good stuff that they'll appreciate.
Yeah. How about reading? Do they do a lot of reading?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. My kids are as much of a book nerd as I am. And they read across multiple genres too, which I think is awesome because I don't know. It's weird to me that there are people that only read in specific genres.
Yes.
And I didn't really understand that before I started promoting my books.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a multi-genre household. But when you have 6 siblings and they all read,
yeah,
and you know, and we didn't have a lot of money, so we had to share. And so
not only that, but your fascination for knowledge, you know, you can't ever expand if you don't read other things. You know?
Right. I agree, absolutely. And yeah, we don't have enough room for all the books, and it's hard. Because my kids get really upset because they want new books. Like I need to get them the new Magnus Chase because they're really excited about that. But yeah, we get books for every holiday. Everybody gets books. Christmas, birthdays, Easter. If I have an excuse to buy a book, they're going to get a book, and they love them and they read them, and they struggle with libraries because the idea that they can't have a book to read over and over. So we've stopped doing public libraries because I got tired of paying fines. But they still do the school library. And every once in a while, we end up in trouble at the end of the year because I have to go and buy like 4 books that they decided to keep and never returned. So, and they're just as bad as their mom. When we were moving, my husband joked about the fact that one day I was going to die, and my obit would read "died buried under her books," because a bookshelf is going to fall and kill me, and it's probably true. We have more books than anything else in our house, so
That's cool, and they're all physical copies.
Yeah, my kids aren't great with electronics, and so I make sure that they have those physical books. And honestly,
Well, that's such an enriching experience to hold it in your hand and flip the pages and
and
get
smell
that
it
smell and see the fonts, and I mean all of that stuff
yeah.
is an experience, an ethereal experience that you can't get from the Kindle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do a lot of reading on, just because I have so many indie authors, and I'm not going to ask them to send me paperbacks. That's expensive, I know.
Right.
But there are a lot of indie books that, particularly if they're for my kids, if they're appropriate for my kids, I'll turn around, even though they gave me the copy for free, I'll go and buy the paperback so that my kids can read it. Because I don't want them, I worry about them getting too addicted to internet stuff. And so, yeah, I restrict. There's some things that should just not be done online. Yeah.
Are you? Do you make them aware of what an indie author does and what the differences are between the traditional and the indies? And have you introduced them to some indie stuff?
To the first question, no, I don't teach them that there's a difference between indie authors and traditional published authors.
Okay.
Because I think that the reason that a lot of indie authors are able to have the success they have is because most readers don't know and don't care. Unless you tell them that you're indie published, that, I am an avid reader, huge reader. I never looked. I never knew. I never cared. As long as you've got a paperback, if it looks interesting and I open it up, and I'll be honest, I've seen, everybody's like, oh, well, the big difference between indie and traditional is the gatekeepers. And so the editing is better and blah, 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 blah. I can't name a single book that I've read where, and this is traditional as well as indie, where there isn't an error.
Yeah.
I can't name a single one. They don't exist.
You make me feel better.
And no, it's absolutely true. And some of the issues I've learned as I've done more research into editing and stuff, some of them are things that are colloquialisms, and some of them are things that are, the differences between different countries, and some of them are just, there's lots of different things that feed into it. But the reality is that Harry Potter, wildly successful. I can find spelling errors in Harry Potter. And it's not the difference between gray and gray or favorite and favorite. It's not the cultural differences. There's literally actually spelling errors in Harry Potter. Did I care when I was reading it? It just vaguely annoyed me a little bit when I found it. That's it. And, if the answer to being a gatekeeper is the only thing that makes you say, well, this is better than that, then that's not really an answer, because gatekeepers aren't the end all be all, and they make mistakes too. Right. And especially as more indie authors have stepped up their game and been more patient with their publications, I think we kind of got a bad reputation early on. Yeah. Because we were so quick to hit publish. And it was all about, you have to create content, you have to create it fast, you have to get it out there, you have to get it out there now. But I read, I would say 90% of what I read is indie. And when I find a good indie book, I buy it and get it for my kids. And I shouldn't even say that. There's a lot of really great indie books that I've read that I haven't bought a paperback because my husband would kill me. Because we literally have no room. But if it's especially something that I feel is a good book for my kids, I'll buy the paperback. And I will frequently, I'm not one of those that, like, I've run into a couple of reviewers that they're like, oh, is your series done yet? Well, if you'll send me all of the books, I'll review all of the books. If I read an indie book that's really great, like this Magnus von Chase is great author. I love him. Anyway, I'm reading his second book, and he gave me the first one for free. I bought the second one because it was worth it. John Harrison is another great fantasy writer. The hope for those. Right. And that's and it's respecting the indie author, because I'm an indie author and I know how hard it is.
Yeah, but as a reader, that's not it. As you
They don't even
mentioned.
think about that.
Yeah. But it's the way that he presented it to you as a reader. You enjoyed it so much that you had to get the next book because he wasn't going to give you the second one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And readers do the same thing. I mean, you know, and I try to respect that, and it frustrates me when some people are like, "Oh, I really loved your stuff. Can I get the next one for free?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, I really loved that meal that you made me the other night. Can you make me another meal for free?"
Yeah.
No, it's kind of expensive, huh? You're gonna cook for me every day for free? That's cool. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. My husband does. Never mind. But no, he gets paid in other ways. But you know, it is. I think that it's important, and I do teach my kids. They're always like, "Hey, Mom, I found this free book," and I was like, "No, we're not just gonna get a bunch of free books. You need to. Is it a story that interests you? Is it something that you would want to read?" And look at the first couple pages, and you know, does it look like it's a good story? All right, let's pay for it. We're not just going to take free books. But I don't teach them about the difference. Now they do understand that I'm an indie author, and that there's a lot that goes into, but they don't understand that indie means self-published. I've never used that term.
That's probably a good thing. I mean, it really doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, it really doesn't, because my book goes through several editors. It's just as professionally published as a traditional book. I just didn't have to get approval. And I put the money into it instead of other people. So, but yeah, they know all about promotion and everything. And my 14-year-old, when he was asking me, you know, how to go about getting published, I was explaining to him a little bit about, you know, how you submit to a traditional publisher if you wanted to do that and blah, blah. And he's like, well, can't I just do it on a blog? And, you know, that creative idea that he had. And I was like, yeah, you can. He said, but you know what? I would recommend that you map out how your story is going to go and you have a good idea. And then once you get the chapter that you want to have put up, I'll take a look at it and I'll see if I can get you some beta readers and test it. And so even though he's already kind of unaware of the indie route, but kind of going that way himself, I'm teaching him to have that patience to make sure that what he publishes is good.
Absolutely.
And you know, the fact that at 14 he can publish a book and start building his career, I wish I'd had that when I was 14. That would have been amazing.
Yeah. Are you worried that when he starts getting feedback, what he's gonna be affected by?
No, his mom's a pretty harsh critic. He's used to it. As long as it's constructive criticism. As long as it's constructive. And that's true. But you know, he has a YouTube channel that he's been doing since he was 11. I didn't even know about it at first. Dangerous. But you know, he has an idea of like trolls and how some people are just, you know, he's a very
so cool.
He's not arrogant, but he's incredibly self-confident.
Sure.
And he's very comfortable with, you know, both of my kids, we raised them as geeks because we're both geeks. And I love that geek is chic now. And that it's cool, you know, to be a geek, because it wasn't like that when I was growing up. But it's funny when you see in certain communities where it's cool to be a geek if you're this kind of a geek, or if you're that kind of a geek, or, you know, like my husband gets frustrated because he wants me to get into gaming. And I was like, no, I don't like gaming. I really don't. And he's like, but you know, it'd be so cool for you to be a gamer girl. And I was like, no, because I've seen what happens to gamer girls and I don't want to be treated like that because I can't punch them through the screen. And, you know,
is he one of those guys that, pays to watch people play games and stuff like that, sits and watches them play?
He will. My husband does sit and watch people. And he and my brother, and I think there's like 6 or 7 of them, they have a Twitch channel. And so they game so other people can watch them too. And they've had a lot of fun.
That always fascinates me. I don't understand it.
Well, see, and I love watching them play. I'll sit and watch them play all the time because the interaction it's not about the game. It's about the guys that are playing together. I think. Now I know my husband.
People watching.
Yeah, and well, but they really don't. And it was my fault that they actually started doing it, because I would sit and watch my husband play at night while I was reading. We're really good at parallel play. He plays video games while I read books. We're both happy, and neither of us feel neglected because we're right there together. And we share stories and, you know, whatever. But I would just bust out laughing while they were gaming because they would just say stupid stuff. Anyway, it was funny stuff. And, you know, they were their commentaries were just hysterical. And I was like, this is seriously entertaining. This should be like a thing. And then when my brother found Twitch, he's like, hey, guess what? We're making videos now. You should come and watch. And I was like, that is awesome. But I don't understand some of, like, my brother or my husband likes to watch, what is his name? He does, I don't even remember. He does Your Movie Sucks, YMS. He's a YouTuber. And he does movie reviews. And I love his movie reviews. His movie reviews are really fun. But he also has a gaming channel, and he plays video games by himself. And it's about watching him, beat the level, watching him figure out how it works and everything. And I don't understand that aspect. That confuses me desperately. And I watch it, and I'm just like, this is so. I'm gonna wander off now, but I don't watch people play video games for the games. I watch people play video games for the storyline or for them. And so,
Do you teach your husband say, someday I'm gonna put you in a book?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Hi, Ani.
Hey.
How was your panel?
Oh, it was wonderful. I had to drop out for 5 minutes when my camera went stupid because of the sunshine. But yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, there were some great people on there, and we ended with the question of let's see, what question we ended with? What science fiction influenced us and why? And just really, it's just really
whopper.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to see the whole thing. I'll send you the link.
You don't have to. She's gonna give it to me. So post it.
Probably. Yeah. I'm sorry I missed yours, Heidi. I was watching you on one of my monitors. I didn't have it on, obviously, because I was having my mic on. But yeah, I'm sorry.
You went a whole hour by yourself. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I can talk forever.
I was so happy because she's great, and I was just like, yes, thank you. This is exactly what I needed to wake up.
Thank you.
Well, and that's why I came back, because I figured you needed somebody to help you close out.
Keep it going.
Keep you going for the last 50 minutes, Joe. You only have 40 minutes.
Spoiler alert. What was your answer to the question?
My answer to the question was Isaac Asimov, iRobot and Foundation, Arthur C. Clarke, all 3 books. Yeah. In fact, I said that iRobot really influenced me into being the web designer, web developer. But now that I've seen the bad side of it, I'm a little bit more jaded because I've seen the bad side of web development. I'm kind of worried about AIs and us going on and building technology we don't completely understand, but we think it's fascinating.
We were talking about that earlier too.
Yeah. So it's that's what it was iRobot Foundation series of Isaac Asimov.
Anybody say Bradbury?
I never got into Bradbury. I should have gotten into Bradbury. I was more into Prez Anthony.
He's a little bit more contemporary mainstream for that kind of group, I would imagine.
I love Orson Scott Card.
Oh yeah, Ender.
I mean, all of those. Yeah, all of those other authors that you mentioned, absolutely. But
there was another.
And then the Pearl series by C.S. Lewis was an awesome sci-fi too.
And then we can't forget 1984. There was a couple others. There was a couple others I've read that I forget the names of the authors, but they were even more. Or Gibson. There was one by Gibson. There was one. There was actually a fictional one about a hack attack that I read, where the cover is actually an old style, CD. I think old style because of the DVDs now. But it's not really old style. It still exists. But that's just a reflection of how the technology has moved so fast that we think something that still exists is old when it's not.
Yeah.
So, and we were talking about cell phones and tablets. One of the other questions was, not really a question, but it got into the discussion of how it predicts technology. Of course, I had to bring up cell phones and tablets from Star Trek.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm ready for the scanning medical machines. They need that already. Not just to tell you what's wrong. We've got that. That's cool. But the ones that actually heal you.
Yeah.
But we're not going to, and that brought us into a different debate. And yes, I'm giving you more spoilers. I probably should let everybody watch the video. Is the fact that you've got the $1 million that people spend on medicine versus the $1,000 of the nanobots. I mean, until we get past the money and greed and money and power thing, we're not going to have the perfection we want. We're not going to have these instant tools. I mean, I've heard stories of technology actually being suppressed.
Right.
Because
it doesn't benefit.
It doesn't benefit the company. Mm-hmm. It might benefit all of humanity, but it doesn't benefit the company. And that, I don't know. You could get me started for hours on that.
Where I live, I live where they're building the newest building for Apple. I literally live like 2 miles from this monstrosity that they've created, that they've completely destroyed a whole city block for.
Oh goodness!
And it's crazy. It's the biggest thing I've ever seen. And when it was first starting, there was a guy who took a drone and flew it, because they have these big green walls. They don't want anybody knowing anything of what's going on there. Right. Now more and more has been revealed, but they have. So this guy had a drone fly over there, and I kid you not, it looked like the beginning of the Death Star. It had like a little pattern in it.
I kind of enjoy the link that you made there.
Now it doesn't look like that, but at the very beginning it did. It was very funny.
Yeah.
But that's the scary thing right there, is they're starting to take over all of this. They literally the city that they moved into was very good though, because they put their foot down. They said, you're not going to build here if you're going to, because they wanted to originally knock out all the trees and move and move, different like artificial grass or something in there. They didn't want to put real stuff in there. They didn't want to have anything growing. And the city told them no. They said they would fine them for every tree that they knocked down.
Nice. Oh, good.
And so, but the city caved at some point because they threw money at it. But they said what they ended up doing is they moved it to one or two little areas. So they moved all the trees into one spot, and then they periodically planted trees, and then they agreed to plant real grass, which they've done. So.
Yeah, real grass is a lot of maintenance, but it's just my husband wants us to put in.
It.
Well, yeah, but it's still a lot of maintenance. And you have to pay people, and why empty your bottom line? But, my husband wants to put in artificial grass because he's allergic. Well, we're both allergic. Whenever we mow, our eyes get all puffy and gross. But I am willing to do it because I love the feel of real grass. So.
Well, and also, too, people think that it's easier to maintain. And for allergies, I can understand. But then they forget about, look at the deforestation in Amazon. They forget about, we need green plants to survive. If we kill off all the green plants, we might as well write our own death sentence because of the recycling of we don't have the technology. We don't have reverse osmosis for the air yet. We have it for the water, but we don't have it for the air. And until we get a way to give us oxygen and give the ozone layer the carbon dioxide or whatever it needs, we are basically going to screw ourselves if we continue the path we're continuing of let's make it convenient and forget the green trees. But as I said, allergies are an exception. But
But even then, I think part of the reason that people have allergies is because of they're not getting the exposure that they need. And I know for me, my allergies, I didn't have allergies when I was growing up in Montana. Mm-hmm. It wasn't until I moved to Kentucky and then I moved to South Carolina where I was exposed to different grasses and different things that I developed allergies. But I think that as we take those things out of people's environments, more and more kids are allergic to so many things now. And part of it is an overexposure of certain things, Like I
Right.
have skin sensitivities out the wazoo that I didn't have as a child, but
Right.
that I've developed because of all the stuff that's in everything. But a
Right.
lot of the environmental allergies, I think it's because they're not exposed, and so their body hasn't built up a protection system. My sister was like a total germaphobe, and her kids catch every single cold ever because
Right.
they were never exposed to germs. I'm clean, but I'm not a germaphobe. And then on top of that, I can't use like antibacterial stuff because the smell gives me headaches and those turn into migraines. So my kids weren't raised dipped in antibiotics, and my kids never, ever get sick. Ever. Never.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's very rare.
I've got a sensitive body that will react to anything, and literally anything. One ball of beer puts me asleep for 2 hours.
Oh wow.
I mean, that's how sensitive I am sometimes, and I had a double reaction to an organic substance. And I remember flying down to Southern California in December of 2011, enjoying my time at Disneyland, but coming back up here, I got a cold because I wasn't used to the Southern California germs. And I lived in Southern California for the first 13 years of my life. So it really does affect you. I mean, environment does affect you. And until people learn that, we're going to have more and more problems.
Yeah.
And I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a tree hugger. I'm just a practical person who puts 2 and 2 together and comes out with 4.
I'm a tree hugger. I'll admit it. I'm okay with this. Now, I'm not extreme, but, I like my running water, and I'm not going to, take a shorter shower just to appease the environment. But at the same time, I'm not going to dump oil down a sewage drain because I know we can do a certain amount of reprocessing. And I hate throwing away papers and books because those trees died for that, and it takes so much longer for those trees to grow than it takes to recycle that paper. So, yeah. I'm a reasonable hippie.
You're a practical one.
I'm a practical one, yes. That's the right way to go.
And that's what we need more of in this world, is practicality, not extremism. We just kind of need to mellow out. We need to find the middle ground so we're not all going, I'm right, no, I'm right, no, I'm right, no, I'm right. No, we're all right in one way or another. We just have to accept it.
And that's the thing, is there is middle ground. There is middle ground.
Yeah, there is middle ground.
There's not one right answer or one wrong answer. Everything is gray. You can find the commonality in everything and come together. Yeah. That's what frustrates me especially about American politics. That's what frustrates me, is that it's one extreme or the other. There's nobody in the middle.
Right.
And
there are, you just don't see them.
You're right. Yeah,
right,
we're not
because states make you.
Their voice is suppressed.
States make you choose a side, or you can't vote.
Yeah.
And that's not
in
right.
The primaries. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah.
Hi, Angela.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, we're bouncing all over the place, having fun.
Fine, that's fine. I put my husband on the science fiction panel because that is not my forte. And he got to sit down with Aurelia and Massimo, and I do not recall the other person. Was it you, Ani?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I was one of them. Yes, and there was another person. There was, I forget, I think it was Kelly or somebody.
Yes, Kelly. Okay, yes. And
your husband was supposed to give you virtual hugs and high fives from all of us.
Okay. I will have. I'm sorry.
Because of such a wonderful job you've been doing. I mean, Angela, you have blessed all of us. You have blessed all of us with the opportunity to be, to show the world ourselves. I mean, you asked me to go take a photograph of myself, and I duck. I hide behind people. I've been one of Joe's regulars for this whole time.
Yeah. How does it feel coming out in front of the camera?
I love it. I absolutely love it.
And I'll tell you what it is. I will tell you what it is, because I did this whole thing. I used to be a shut-in, and I mean, like, I'm barely a year out of being a shut-in. I should say I started my therapy a year ago. I've actually just come out of my bedroom like a year ago, or 6 months ago.
Wow.
So I've spent my entire life as a wannabe hermit, shut in. Like, it was bad. I was at one point where we have
I can never picture that. Never.
Oh yeah, no you can't. No you can't. No,
I can't picture that. No.
No, I am an absolute introvert. I have like a basement, attic, and then 2 floors, and I was turning my bedroom into literally a den. Psychologists call it nesting. And we have a bathroom right outside my bedroom, and it was to the point where I barely came. I mean, I would go to the bathroom, of course, but to go downstairs, even in the kitchen, I was struggling, and it's a long journey. And I'll tell you, when I started coming out and touching base with people online, there was this massive amount of loneliness. Because we're naturally introverts, I think, writers are, and we really touch into that introvert side of us. We are starved for this massive, I really wish I could reach out. And I think that's why the internet really, really calls to writers. So if we finally get to that point where we can branch out into something other than what's here, and we suddenly go, wow, I have friends, and there's people, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, to me, Ani, I get that. I absolutely get it. Stepping into that and finally going, oh, and yeah, that's part of my enthusiasm, and constantly, every time I see somebody new, I'm like, hi!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I've been on the internet for a while, but it's different. It's different when you're dealing just with words. You're not seeing people interact. I mean, this is, as I said, my really first good YouTube experience. I mean, and it's been wonderful. It's been amazing. I hope it somehow continues. I don't know how it will, but I hope it somehow continues.
We do have, I mean, Aurelia and I were talking with Charlene Jones, and I am definitely wanting to start up a podcast, probably like once a month or something. And I was calling it Angela's Unexpected Guests or something. And I don't like podcasts or events where you talk about just a thing. And especially with writers, we span such a vast genre and collective group that you can't really contain it to one. I think we've talked children, families, psychology, philosophy, existentialism, science fiction, zombie.
Iron Man versus Batman.
Batman versus Iron Man, and Iron Man is better.
Web development, SEO. I mean, we've talked.
The Squatty
Potty. And the wider spectrum of intelligence that you bring into a group, and the more, like in our span, we have such a large span of it, that we are just at a point where, we can't really limit it to one thing.
No. I mean, I'm excited for next year. I'm already excited for next year, and if you need a minion, let me know.
Annie, to continue your reaching out, one of the things you can do is that there are a lot of podcasts that you can go on to promote your book. They're always looking for guests.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I think it's been a real challenge just finding them. So hard to find them. And like I said, I've gotten some feedback from people, and I've heard, well, I'm not seeing any sales with the convention. I'm not seeing a lot of people, and it's frustrating, and one part of me is going, oh, well, let me see what I can do for you. And I've been giving shout outs. Please head over to the Facebook events. We have Tabitha Barrett's Fantasyland, Paranormal Romance, and Fantasy going on till tonight. We also have the takeover events over on Facebook. We did Blast Your Own Hour, and by all means, just hit up the Facebook events, hit up the Goodreads Fairgrounds, and people, like 10 o'clock last night, it was really slow. We had probably 2 people in a Facebook event total, and one of the things I love doing.
I was visiting the booth. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. No, you're fine. And you might not see sales this year. You might see that there is no traffic, but at the end of the day, even no matter what, we've networked, and we have tightened this thing.
For that, because I had. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. One of the things that I had an author stop by at my booth, and she basically said the same thing. I've seen you all over the place. You seem like a marketing whiz. I'd love to know what your take is, because I haven't seen a lot of response. And I said, well, one of the things I would say is if you're tracking your response based on sales, you're doing it wrong.
Thank
because
you.
This is not advertising.
No.
This is marketing. And I have a background in marketing. I mean, I studied marketing in school. And there is a huge difference between marketing and advertising. And I think authors have a hard time separating the two. And one of the things that I tell a lot of the indie authors that I work with is this is how you should gauge things. If what you're doing is costing you money, then you should be looking at sales. Because you can't afford to do that thing if you're not getting sales immediately in return.
Right.
If the thing you're doing is taking time, then you have to expect that it's going to take time to see those sales.
Yeah.
And so you have to find something else to measure it by. So like with this conference that we were doing, the big thing that I have been focusing on is looking for comments on the podcasts that we've done. And that's something that, I mean, I think that a lot of the views that we're going to get are going to be the next 6 months. That's a long-term tracking.
Yeah,
but I've
it
already
is.
gotten several of my personal followers on social media that are like, that was such a cool event. That was so cool. I love that. That was awesome. And tracking that, and then also all of the people who put my book on there to be read.
Yeah.
I've been tracking the TBRs, and then the friends requests that I've been getting. And those are the big things. And again, those are things that you can't expect to see all of those results in 24 hours and 48 hours. And I think this feeds back into we were talking about the impatience of society today.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that is huge. There really is this massive, okay, so we did the convention. It's been going for 12 hours. Where's my sales?
Right.
No.
Right.
No.
You didn't give them enough time to get to know you.
No.
You didn't give them enough time to like you. Why should they buy your book?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're giving away a freebie?
Yeah.
You know how much it's worth to them? It's free. They don't really care.
Yeah. Well, now, what I did, I went over to Facebook, and I was 20 minutes late because I was caught up in conversation here, and also had I thought my schedule was done. I'm like, okay, I think everything's done for the day. And I forgot that I had a 2 o'clock appointment, so Matt came in. He's like, where are you? And I'm like, all right. So I jump over there, and the first thing I did, like, I was not prepared. I said, you know what? I want to know who's here. And it's best way to do it. I said, you respond, and you get a free book. Tell me which book you want. And I got over 30 people going, I'm here. That's it. And it got them involved. From there, then Matt sent me a look what they did to me. It was very private. Matt has no shame. I think that's the word for it. So he sent me scruples, beautiful. He sent me this picture of him, his face, pasted into a nun. And somebody did that to him, and I cracked up. I'm like, this is perfect. So I grabbed it, and I posted it in Facebook, and I said, caption this. And again, it really kept the energy going. It really kept everything moving. And I think it's I tell you, there's an art form to bringing readers and people out of their shell.
Yeah.
And
I think the other thing that authors struggle with, and I don't know why it's so hard, but because we're all readers.
Yeah.
Don't talk to them about why you want them to buy your book. They don't care. You don't care. You don't buy readers' book or buy authors' books because of that. What do you like as a reader?
Yeah.
That's how you need to market to your people.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, this is something that just hits me all the time. I've had so many people going, I just don't understand it. Do you get readers or writers? And I'm like, I get readers. And they're like, yeah, but how do you do it? And I pulled up my website, and I'll tell you how I did it. It's a lot of writers talk writing language to their readers, and they're getting a lot of writers' attention as a result. And even these conversations that we've been exchanging, a lot of them are writer-geared, but we also have a large audience here. I think the ones who are tuning in are writers. And I talked to Corey about it. I said, do you see readers or writers in your back porch writing group? And she said, actually, a good portion of both. And when you speak exclusively on how to write and the writing process, and this is not in Cora's case. She has such a large span that she does manage to get both in. Then you are going to exclude the readers from it, and you're not going to find a large readership.
Yeah.
Don't forget that your audience is a reader, and most of them don't care about writing. And I was guilty of this. I completely had to revamp my website, and I saw the change.
One of the things about that, I don't think that that's entirely true, that readers don't care about the writing process, but their interests aren't going to be the same as your interests as a writer. And that's one of the things, like I have a Meet the Author Monday on my blog post, where I invite new authors to come in and they do stuff. And the questions that I ask tend to be geared towards what a reader would be interested in, questions that readers have posed to me.
Yeah.
And I have a huge list of like 30 or 40 questions. And I say, okay, pick 5 questions that you'd like to answer, and then send that in to me. And then it amazes me how often they take things like, so what book are you here to talk about today? They all pick that one every time, every single time, which is fine, you know, because, you know, they are there, they're shelling out their books. But then they go into, you know, why it's about them. It's not about, I'm sharing this book with your readers today because this is an exciting and an adventurous story that they'll really enjoy. And then what's one of the other questions that almost always gets picked? But anyway, they do that. And then I'll have writers that want to guest post. And I say, okay, I'd love to have you guest post. These are the types of topics that my readers are interested in. And they're like, oh, well, I want to write about this. And I'm like, no, because that's something that writers would be interested in. Grammar, stuff like that. And I know this because I made that mistake with my blog the first 6 or 8 months of my blog. And I'll throw in, you know, marketing posts and things like that, like once a month maybe. And it's more from the, hey, readers, this is what I tried. Would this have appealed to you? Perspective than it is, you know, writers should be following me for my marketing advice. I would not recommend that at all. But even though so many of you think that I'm such a marketing genius, I'm flattered, but you're wrong. But, you know, but yeah, it's making sure that you keep things focused on the reader, not on your desperation to be read.
Oh, crap.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, I've got about 2 seconds to talk before my other panel.
Are you on the fantasy one?
Epic fantasy,
Oh, cool.
and I've been out all day. I just emailed Joe and said, oh well. You know, what can I say? Let me turn my volume up here a little. This is like really light.
Google Eyes. Let me see here.
Whoa, that's too loud. There we go.
Okay, so 30 minutes that one will be starting. Okay, and I know I'm in that one. I'm pretty certain I am.
Yeah, well, you were kind of shutting down at about 6 anyway, so I figured, oh, what can I do? I can just try, you know.
Heidi, I just added you to my Google Circles because I want to keep in contact.
Awesome. I will add you when I get around to my computer.
Okay.
I talked to you a couple of times today, Heidi, already. So hi.
Yeah.
Hi again.
So good to see you again.
Yeah. I hope I don't have any more electronic drama. I think the microphone actually died a couple of times last night.
Oh.
Oh, I hate when that happens. And that's what it is, Angie.
I didn't even know. I kept wondering why. Go ahead. I kept wondering why people.
I was just saying this whole thing has been about building community. Now I'll shut up.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I didn't even know that the microphone was off. I kept wondering why every time I tried to come into the panel and say something, nobody acted like they heard me. So anyway, third try, maybe the charm.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Thanks for asking.
No problem.
Hello, Mary. How are you?
Hi, this is Angela. I
Yes,
see
it
you over
is.
there.
Hi, how are you? It froze up, I think.
Oh, she glitched.
Yeah, she glitched.
Oh no, we
Oh,
lost her.
bummer.
Yeah, she's had a hard time with that. I was trying to help her yesterday before one of our panels, and she was trying to figure out how to get the Google plugin to work
Yeah.
so that she could get on. And it was so hard.
Well, what
Mhm.
it is people, I mean, you really need a headset with this. Because
Yeah.
if you do just speakers and microphone, that's what we had earlier going on. Somebody had muted themselves or turned down their volume, but we were still getting the feedback of the speakers,
Yeah.
of everybody else talking. And so you really need a headset because that does help minimize
Yeah.
the feedback, which makes Google a lot more happy because it doesn't have to deal with the double bandwidth then.
Right. So quick thought because we were talking about writer stuff, and I don't want to spend all of this talking about writers, but it might be cool to do something next year backstage.
Yeah.
That kind of gives suggestions and tips to writers on how to participate in stuff like this. To encourage them to be a part of it, because we're not all on the same page.
Yeah, I threw everything out here the way it's set up with the convention. We have the Getting Started, which is your basic how to build up a booth.
Right.
And then there's Getting Started. And the Getting Started walks basically, I did my best to explain you can be as involved or as pulled away from this as you're going to be, as you want to be. And of course, the more involved, the more advantage you're going to have.
Right.
Heidi, you have been everywhere. Annie,
I
have
know,
seen your
I've
face
loved
everywhere.
it.
Of course, Joe, yeah. And the more, and Mary, since you started, you came in yesterday and I noticed you around, so the more involved you get, the more people you're going to reach, the more relationships you're going to build. And again, if you're walking in expecting to see a massive boost in sales, this is a very slow, nurturing process. It's like a garden. And if you immediately dump seeds into the ground and then go, grow, grow, and then you wake up 12 hours later, why don't I have a tree? It's not going to work.
Oh, yeah, well, I know that. It's just I try a lot of things. And,
oh, yeah,
hey,
no, we
I'm
were
still
talking
an
about.
unknown.
Yeah, and we were talking about there were some other authors that were frustrated, but and I think that the way you laid everything out was great for, the different things that people can be participating in and everything, and that was wonderful. I was thinking more along lines of like a help center.
Yes. Yeah.
And I know you've got so much on your plate, and
no.
and if you would like somebody to help with that next year.
Okay, you just got recruited for next year. Thank you.
To make suggestions, because I hopped around a bunch of authors' booths when I first set up my booth, and I'm sure you probably didn't see it, but it was pretty sad because I had no idea. I'd never done an online convention before, and I looked at your booth and I was like, oh, that's really cool. I don't know how to do that thing where you add the pictures in or whatever. And then I looked at a couple of other people's, and I stole from other people's booths to build mine.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm a marketer and I know to do that.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of authors that they're not marketers. Nobody's taught them. And even with the traditionally published authors, they get pamphlets and they get guides and they get tips from their publishers. This is how to best utilize your publicist that we're going to assign to you, and then how much that author chooses to do with that. And I think a lot of indie authors, their frustration with marketing and promoting things is because they don't know what they don't know.
Yes.
And when you Google it, there's so much.
Oh, yes, there is. And that's right there. That is why I started up Brain to Books, is to organize that, to condense it. And then when you did find something that was actually worth looking into, it was, okay, well, now that I've pitched this awesome idea to you, I'm going to tell you now how to do it, which you'll find in my book, Spend $40. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
And then you know what? Half of them lied. Like John Locke, that book made me so angry. Because his sales were lies,
Yeah.
You get contradictory information too. I mean, you could look up marketing, or you look up, or they give you a great idea and they don't follow through. I mean, that's why I'm trying to think of building a niche for web design, web design company for authors, because everybody's supposed to be getting an author's platform, but they're not told how to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
And
this
is it. This is exactly how you do it. And that really, I mean, honestly, an author platform was the hardest part of all this to get my head wrapped around. And it's the key to all of this. You walk into a traditional publisher, you say, okay, I have this book. Well, great, but what, do you have a platform? Well, no. And you think, well, I'll get that after my book is sold. And they said, yeah, well, you call us when you've got a platform. So now you're stuck. You've got your book, not published. You have no platform. And you're like, okay, well, I'll build a platform. You build your platform, you take it back to them, and, okay, well, now I've got a platform. And they say to you, well, now we'll publish you. But here's the kicker. If you have a platform, you don't need them.
Right.
So we're at the end of the day, we're still going, how do you build a platform? And honestly, networking. It's not, you're not going to dump it into advertising. That's not going to get it what you need. What we're looking to do, I mean, really is this right here is it. We are all today, this weekend, building our platform. And we're going to be adding a little bit to it. You're not going to see a platform overnight.
Yeah, it takes time to build that platform.
I'm buying all of Jin's books. I spent so much time with him this weekend, and I loved so much about what he said. I went, yeah, okay. The psychological panel I was on going over memo writing, I am buying every one of those books, including yours, Heidi.
Oh, thank you.
I walked away from
I got a funny question.
Yeah.
What exactly is a platform? I mean, that's how far behind I am.
That's the magical question.
There are two kinds, and this is probably where things get a little sticky. A platform, when you're referring to social media, is a software program. That's Twitter, Facebook, Google+, Goodreads. Each one of those is called a social media platform. For writers, having just a platform yourself, it's actually a fan club. That's it.
It's your presence. It's your presence on the internet, basically.
A social reach.
A social reach. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So and the key to having a social reach isn't like I have an amazing platform according to publishers, but I have over 500 followers on Facebook on my professional page, and then I have another 400 followers on my author's page. I have 4,000 followers, almost 4,000 followers on Twitter, and I have 12,000 followers on Goodreads. And publishers, I've all of a sudden got these publishers that are following me, which makes me a little nervous.
I do have a question, Heidi. Do you have a subscribe list on your website?
I do, and the sad thing is I just started doing that.
Okay.
And I should have been doing it much earlier. But my website has only recently become a major focus. I mean, I've had a website, I had a blog on Blogger for years.
Yeah.
And loved it on Blogger because it was easy. And it saved me time. And my platform was solely relied on Facebook and Twitter and these outside things. It wasn't driving stuff back to my website. And you could do that 4 years, 5 years ago when I got started. And now, my platform doesn't mean anything unless I spend money to advertise to all of them. That's ridiculous. I can't do that. But if I went to a traditional publisher today and I said, I've got all of these followers, I'm far more likely to get published than somebody who's a brilliant writer. And I'll be honest, I'm not a brilliant writer. I write good stuff. It's fun. There's some depth if you want. But, I'm not Orson Scott Card by any means. But I would be able to get published over somebody who wrote eloquently and beautifully, and because I tell stories. I don't focus as much on the words as I probably should. But I'm being honest. I'm a mid-grade author. I'm not brilliant, and by mid-grade I don't mean for children. I mean I'm middle of the road. But when I was starting out and I didn't have that background, I actually, the Clear Angel Chronicles started out with an agent. And I was under contract for a year and a half. And when she was sending me proposals, from these publishing houses that were interested in me. It was all a bunch of indie presses that, you know, and I don't have a problem with, like one of the presses was a great press. It was Solstice Publishing, and they're a really good press. They've released some really great stuff, and they're easy to get into. But what frustrated me was that the contracts she was sending me, I didn't need an agent to get those contracts, and she wanted 25% of my publishing rights and stuff. And you know, I was young. I was not as experienced as I should have been, and but I was experienced enough to know that when I went to some of these websites that I was getting these contracts from, and there were spelling errors on the websites, and
that's the clue.
Yeah, and there was, you know, graphic design issues that I, as a limited graphic design artist, was going, really? And you want to keep 75% of my books, and then of the 25% that I'm going to get, I have to give her 25% of that?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, indie publishing sounded really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and then...
Well, I am curious. I would like to know why everyone here is an indie publisher. And Joe, and he's going, I've already told my story 4 times, Angela, and I know you were here the last time.
I can't wait. I can't wait to tell why.
But I'll tell you what it was with me. It was, well, I had wanted to do traditional, and that concept of, yes, having my book in Barnes & Noble, that was like the thing. And my
books are in Barnes & Noble.
Yes, yeah, I found out how to do that later. Yep. We're gonna talk, but I did find out that that an indie publisher can do that, and I was going through the process of it, trying to figure out which would be the best route, and afterwards I realized, okay, let's look more into indie publishing. I did that, and one person specifically said I submitted my book to an agent for 2 years, and after getting no bite for 2 years, I published, and now I'm making money instead of looking for somebody to publish my book for 2 years. And my response to that was, well, I've already spent 6 months, and even though I've gotten a lot of wonderful feedback and a lot of wonderful response, I had over 8 people asking, hey, I want to see the manuscript. And at the end of the day, they said no because I don't know how to market this. And I'm going, well, I do. So get out of my way. I'll just do it myself.
Yep.
So, Mary, why self-publishing, Mary?
Okay. Because I'm not going to live forever, and I'll be 68 in August, and I just couldn't really wait around and keep trying to get traditionally published. I tried 30 years ago. I tried 20 years ago. Then I finished raising my family and retired, and I said, let me do it this way. That's all.
You know,
I'm new but old. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mad props. I was saying, Mary, mad props at choosing to try and tackle all of this technology and jump into this game. Mad props.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It is, because I meet so many authors that, I mean, they're in your situation, and they want to make sure that their book gets out there before they feel like it's too late. They waited too long for their career. And not that you waited too long, because there's never a bad time to decide to pursue your dreams. But then they get there and they're like, well, I don't want to have to do all this stuff. I don't know how this works. I don't want to learn this stuff. And then they get frustrated because they're not getting any sales, but they don't know how to promote, and they're not willing to learn it. So good for you wanting to learn. That's awesome.
Well, hey, it's keeping me young. It's giving me something to do. It's the only thing on my bucket list, really. It made me to visit some of the places I write about.
Ani, why did you self-publish?
I didn't self-publish my first book. My first book is done through an indie publisher. Spirit is done through a small press. So I could be considered self-publishing. I've always been one to be a writer. I've been working on my series since 1986, when it was just a single horse story. In fact, Spirit is the original horse story. At the time, I wrote 3 books, and I was yelling at the world. I tried to get published, and I'm glad I didn't get published, because I was yelling at the world, and I needed to be, I needed to mature. And then I kind of put it on the back shelf, got stuck on editing a book for several years, and finally ran into this one publisher because they liked the graphic design on my website. I'm bad about this. I'm like the shoemaker and his kids. I'm a web designer, yet I don't take care of my own websites. That's not good, because I just leave them, because I get so busy on other people's, I forget about my own. So they found this picture, and we got talking, and through the process, I got Spirit published. Now I'm looking at, and not only that, I got inspired to, continue the series and continue writing the whole thing. And now suddenly I got 42 books on my hands that I'm thinking about.
Yes.
So for me, and I don't want to. I mean, I'd love to have a traditionally published, contract if I could get it, just because of the ease of it. But it's not really easy anymore, because they do make you market. They do make you do everything else. With indie publishing, I can put horses in science fiction and on starships and not give a damn.
Yeah, that's right.
I could create characters that don't fit the normal. I mean, that don't fit the normal genre, or don't fit the normal. They're real human beings, because I got one guy who suppresses his emotions so much he finally blows up. He finally goes off on this rage, but you understand why, because he had suppressed his emotion. He had put everybody else first. Or I've got this I've got this other character who's got a shadow writing in her head. I mean, so many things you can do in the indie world that you can't do in the traditional world, because they expect this nice little A plus B equals C minus D, formula. And writing, anything creative is not mathematical. It's not formulas. It's not putting things in a box. Yes, it might work for the first 20 million sequels, but after that, it's like people are going to go, I'm bored with this.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to fight the boredom.
I have spoken to so many people who said every traditionally published book is just starting to sound the same. Because they've cut it and they've shaped it into this formula so tightly now that it does sound like it's just churning out very similar stories, to the point where they're dry. They are very, very dry. And we've talked about this on and off, where with indie publishing, you do get into some aspects of it where, the author is looking for a fast buck. The author thinks this is the fastest way to be wealthy, instantly, like Rowling. And at the end of the day, this is an art form. And if you are not going to buckle down and really be committed to what this is, and I mean in quality, in editing, and in the marketing, you're not going to make it far. And if you're fine with that, if you're fine with just getting your books out there, great. But I've seen so many books where the person said, this will make me rich, and they scribble up something. It's a 50-page nightmare for grammar Nazis. They throw it out there expecting to get rich off of it, and then they get nasty when they get bad reviews. Yeah. And there are too many people who have done that. So now we have this it's like you can go to an art museum and there's too many crayon drawings up on the board expecting people to be happy about
exactly. That. Cut and paste jobs. Yes, I know Spirit has problems. I know Spirit has grammatical errors. I know there's a few things that I could improve, and I will eventually improve. It was my first book. It was my rookie book. It was me trying to do too much. I tried to do too much in that book, and I realize that now, because I was trying to make a statement. And with the second one, I'm a lot more comfortable. But you're right, there's a lot of crayon drawings in the New York City Museum. Yeah. And it makes it harder in a way for the people who want to paint like Picasso. Yeah. Or something like that. It's a battle. It makes it a. And I actually read an article once about how now that the gatekeepers are gone, people are going to have to go through the chaff, to find the wheat. All I ask of the audience is, do go through that chaff, because you will be rewarded with diamonds and gold once you find a good author. Once you find an author that speaks to you, you will find them. They are out there. You just have to get through the, the little turds.
Yeah. Well, listen, hate to do this, but I gotta run, guys. It was so much fun hanging out with y'all today.
Thank you for
And
hanging out
I will
with me
see
for a
you guys
while.
definitely at the after party, if not before.
Woohoo! And I'm running over to the Epic World panel. I got to hook up with, Epic Fantasy World with Aurelia, so I'm jumping over there now.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No
go in a
one's
couple.
gonna cancel us anyway because it's getting past 5 o'clock.
It's getting close, yeah. You sticking around?
For about 2 seconds. I think you had said something in the email about showing my book, but hey, I guess we ran out of time.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, okay. There it is. There, come on. Oh, get out. It's backwards. Isn't that nice?
No, it's
Not
not.
backwards.
You're good. I'm reading it. Voices in the Crystal.
That's book 1. And book 2, Going Forth by Day. And I guess the only thing I really had to say about that was it actually took me 2 full years to find out what genre that was, because it was I just wrote. I had stories in my head. I wrote. And I kept reclassifying what it was. I think I've settled on historical fantasy now. So that's where it's going. I've just finished writing the 3rd one and kind of trying to get it edited right now. I am not a grammar Nazi. In fact, grammar is really a weakness with me. So I'm actually, like what you were saying, what's your name? Annie? Or
Annie.
Yeah. Annie. What's the pronunciation on that one? Annie?
Think of the light switch. I'm always on.
Oh, Annie. Okay. Yeah. What you were saying about your book. Your book, Spirit. I'm going to be doing that with my first book because I realized that there are some head-hopping problems from point of view, things like that. I joined a writer's group after I finished book 1. Book 2 is much better. Book 3 is better yet. So I need to go back to book 1 and probably work on it some. That's how that goes. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to run now because they're going to think I'm not going to show up over at Epic Fantasy. But I really thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
And it was nice meeting you. And
nice
if
meeting you, Mary.
find you, I'm going to friend you on Goodreads. I think, okay.
Yeah.
So this is
that's
me.
fine. I'm going to add you to my Google Circles right now.
Oh, okay.
So you'll find me.
Thank you, and I will add you back. Anyway, I don't know exactly how you get out of one site and go to another yet, so I guess I just hang this up and then go out to another one?
That's all you got to do.
Okay, well,
That's all you got to do.
Nice seeing you all.
Bye.
Bye. Well, we're doing it again, Joe.
As it should end, you and me.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you hanging out with me all this time, Ani. You've been wonderful.
Well, I appreciate you having me. I really appreciate everything you've done. I mean, this has been totally awesome, dude. And Angela's right. This is going to take time. I mean, how many people have time to sit through a 4-hour video?
Right.
It's going to be. I mean, I've been looking at the counts. The counts haven't been there yet, but you know what? It doesn't matter. As I said, it's going to take people. They're going to have to actually sit down and do the block of 4 hours.
I've been pleasantly surprised with the views. I had lower expectations actually. So the viewing I've been watching afterwards. The thing that really is impressing me is the retention. You know, people have been staying on and watching it on an average of 10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I even recognize Skylar from last night.
Yeah.
You know, I think I don't know if it's a he or she. They were with us last night for that 4-hour marathon that we did. Yeah. You know, so we've had repeat customers, which I really appreciate. You know,
are you interested in doing this? I don't know if I'll do it on a weekly basis, maybe like a semi-weekly basis or a monthly basis, having a gathering like this. Maybe on a Friday or Thursday night or something.
Yeah, I love it. I would love to do it because I think more of this is needed because there are people like me who know the technology, who know how to set up stuff, but they don't have the time. They don't have the time to worry about the responsibility. I mean, I've got web development clients I work for. I've got I've got my own writing. I've got my I got everything. I could probably publish and market my own book because of everything I know. And I'm going to, and I'm, but I would rather turn it over to somebody else because I've got so many other things I want to do.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. But this is something that I love to do, so I'm really excited about. I was really happy to do this, and I'm really, I think this has turned out to be pretty cool. So.
It's going to be a tremendous boost for everybody. I really think that, as I said, as this makes the YouTube rounds, it's just going to, I mean, because if you look at the panel, I mean, you look at the panel this morning, we were talking SEO and web design. We were talking, we were talking marketing. Last night we were talking, making schedules, production schedules and stuff like that. So there's a lot of information in all these videos.
Yeah.
I mean, people just have to take the time and the patience to see it because yes, it's not a snazzy, here's all the graphics, here's all the, professional talking heads. It's real people talking about real stuff. So you're going to get the distractions of a microphone going off wrong or camera freezing or something. It's not going to be it's not going to be professional, but in the same, it's going to be more reality show than reality shows.
Yeah. Do you want to plug your book for me? You want to read something from it?
Sure, I'll read something from it, or I could read something.
Yeah, we're totally fine. I got another hour if you want to hang out. I'm not.
You got an hour? I thought you were closing at 5. Your email said 2 minutes to 6.
They're doing this fantasy panel now, and then after that, we'll do the closing.
Ah, okay, okay. So
I got an hour if you want to hang out.
Oh yeah, I'll hang out. I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I could I could read a part of Spirit, and I could even read a part of Legend.
Please. Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me look at something here for a second on Spirit. And I got to turn my light on because I can't read without my light.
No problem.
All right. Let's see. Go this way. Yeah. Okay. Good. Because I don't want to blow myself. Let's see. Does this give away too much? Let's see. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to the back of the book. Oh, that's combat woes. That's not a good one. That gives too many. Two souls, one heart. Okay, no, that gives away way too much. Let's see. I'm going through because I want to make sure that I don't give away too much of the book. Especially because it's the end of the book, so it's kind of let's see. Okay, that's a long chapter with him. Yeah. Okay, I don't give away too much. I don't give away too much if I start them by skipping the first 2 paragraphs of this last chapter. But this chapter right here is one of my favorite chapters because it fills out something that actually I can't because it's going to give two spoilers away. I can't do it. It's the chapter where they get to talk. Joe gets to talk to her horse, and it's just really. I mean, as a horse lover, I would have loved to talk to my animals. I'd love to be Mrs. Doolittle, okay? And it just really, when I wrote this scene, I was just like, oh, I am hearing this conversation. I am definitely hearing this conversation. So I will read a part of it. It is at the end of the book. It's chapter 63. It's called The Favor Asked. And let me just read some of it.
Yeah.
It just let me just read some of it. And yeah, maybe give some spoilers, but oh well. Tearing up, I wonder if he's in pain, like mine. no, excuse me, tearing up. I wonder if his pain, like mine, will ever go away. I should have returned with you from Montana, boy. You needed me more than I needed some stupid trophy. DH nuzzles my cheek. I scratch his chin. He stretches his head and neck, asking for more. I smile. At least he has one spot he can tolerate and enjoy. He knows you love him, Kisomek. He's healing because of it. He's also aware you had a job to do and does not think you abandoned him. That word again. This time I'm sure of its definition and intent. Spoken aloud and not in my head, the pronunciation is a musical trill, much like a horse's greeting neigh. I turn. Standing before me is a young man, no older than Jimmy, with a long, well-proportioned body and flowing black hair. His build and stance make him even more horse than human. Theo, I prompt. The young man nods. How did you know my name? How did you know it was me? Sorry, I'm mimicking here, ad-libbing here. Your brother met me as a horse. You were one of the voices I heard when I was on the ship. I state. I wasn't in a room big enough for a horse, was I? You weren't. What are you? I'm a human equine shape changer with some very powerful mental abilities, I'd say. Another one of your kind interrupted conversation I was having with Jim. That's how I learned about your encounter with him. My father, I heard him as well. Why am I so important to your people? You're important to many people. In my lineage, your name, in my language, sorry, not lineage, your name means giver of peace. In all the meaning of naming stuff I've ever looked up, my name translates to either God's gift or grace. So there are no clues there. Like Casper, I want to bring peace to the world, but not with his heavy-handed approach. It's a big job, and even backed by the resources I have, I don't see how I can. Nor do I see any way of asking Theo about my time on the ship and receiving a satisfactory answer. I stick with the safer topic of here. Hang on one second. I'm going to switch to the electronic version for a second because I'm having a hard time reading the printed version. That's because of my eyeballs. So let me just pull up the electronic version really quick, and I'll continue. Keep asking me questions while I'm switching. Joe? Joe?
I was muted, sorry.
That's okay. I just have to switch to the electronic version because it's easier on my eyeballs.
Right. No problem.
So,
no problem.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. So they're talking to one another. Is that the first time that they encounter one another?
That's the first time that Joe encounters Theo. There was an earlier encounter in the book with her twin brother. And as you said, he was a horse at the time.
Right.
Because he is one of the shape changers. He's one of the Arcronians, a shape changing horse. And really, what happens is because of an early event, they had to come back in and interfere in time, or time would have been screwed up. I'm not going to give it away completely because I don't want to spoil my own book for other people. That's why I'm really reluctant to read this part of it, but at the same time, it's my book. That's my fun chapter of this. Is that ending of that book? Is that hang on one second. Let me get to it. It's the It's my favorite part of the book. It's my it's my wish. It's my
Your hope.
yeah, my hope, my one thing that I really wanted to, talking to my dogs or talking to my cats, or not my cats, I don't have any cats, horses, when I had horses, where I could actually talk to them and see, have a response more than just a nuzzle, or more than just a
Auditory command.
Right. Yeah. More than just a sensory response.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is much better. Cool. I got my thing, and what I'll do is I'll look at the camera at the same time, so I'm actually going to be focused and not looking down, which helps a lot. I just have to cover your face, Joe. Sorry. Okay. So where was I? Okay. So I'll start with the Theo part. Theo, I prompt. The young man nods. How did you know it was me? Your brother met me as a horse. You were one of the voices I heard when I was on the ship, I state. I wasn't in a room big enough for a horse, was I? You weren't. What are you? I'm a human shape changer with some very powerful mental abilities, I'd say. Another one of your kind interrupted a conversation I was having with Jim. That's how I learned about your encounter with him. My father. I heard his voice as well. Why am I so important to your people? You're important to many people. In my language, your name means giver of peace. In all the meaning of name stuff I ever looked up, my name translates into either God's gift or grace. So there are no clues there. Like Casper, I want to bring peace to the world, but not with this heavy-handed approach. It's a big job, and even backed by the resources I have, I don't see how I can. Nor do I see any way of asking Theo about my time on the ship and receiving a satisfactory answer. I stick with the safer topic of, what is your ship still doing here? I thought after my rescue it would have returned to the proper time. We had to make sure you were yourself. You were okay. The extreme difference between you and the creature you became worried a few of us. If you still exist, then I'm okay, because your history hasn't changed. It's not that simple. Until we return home, we are traveling outside the timeline, so any changes to it will not affect us. We have seen so many variations of our history that we no longer trust our instruments, only ourselves. The moment on the ship when control snapped over to Honeywell flashes in my mind. A single thought echoes. You'll find your way back. For now, go hide and be safe. It wasn't only Jimmy who saved me, it was you. Yes, as you became Honeywell, I was able to reach into your mind and create the safe haven you need to survive the transformation. I couldn't anchor your awareness without something for you to hold on to, though. I wanted to protect your link with Jim, so I relied on your love for him and Jimmy. There was another person in the room when Honeywell came out. Did she hurt them? Theo shook his head. No, that one knew what to expect. Many questions passed through my mind. I speak none of them, but I'm sure Theo hears all of them. They involve things I only have vague memories of, like familiar voices in the gray, foggy world of the ship, or things I want to forget, like being Honeywell. Combining them in any sort of way, I keep coming to the impossible conclusion that my brothers, a few members of the Mason 7, and me are somehow involved in separating Jeff from his family. DH nudges me. Maybe Theo can't reveal anything about my role in the future, but he might be able to fulfill a wish of mine in the present. Can you help me talk to him? I ask. You already do so. He responds, does he not? Yes, but I'm not sure how I can explain horse-human relations to an alien equine. I want to hear him say he trusts me in his own words. It's been a few years since I've spoken the ancient language, but I remember enough of it to translate his thoughts and bring you peace. Will I hear your voice or his? Theo nods in DH's direction. Oh, by the way, DH is Dreamer's Hope. By now everybody knows he's Dreamer's Hope, so I keep forgetting. Nobody knows because this is in the back of the book. He will decide. I shake my head. Please, Captain, do not insult us, Theo snorts. Those that you are thinking of use their love to interpret what they think animals are saying to them. He bows to DH. Our bridge will be built upon the common bloodline we share. I yield to him as my elder. All right, so when do we begin? Theo stares at my horse. DH pricks his ears forward and nickers before glancing at me. His eyes draw me in. We know you. The words, which start slow, are spoken in a deep tone I've never heard before, either in my head or with my ears. Our heart is one with yours. DH? Yes, Kisomek. An ear twitches forward. If my understanding of the word is correct, its definition more than fits you. I'm not your lord or master, at least not by choice. I was, and still want to be your friend. You are. Nothing has changed in that respect. The word means much more than it implies. For a stallion is more than a protector and leader of his herd, is he not? I guess. I shrugged, not wanting to argue herd dynamics with a horse, when I only have an advanced human understanding of them. How can I help you? A long, shuddering sigh rattles DH's whole body. You already have. You were there as the darkness offered its infinite peace. Surrounded by you and your brothers, I found enough strength to make one last effort to stand. If I hadn't, he shakes his head. My tortured soul would have lived in hell forever, even as my broken body rotted in the ground. I draw in my breath. His voice sounds so real, I can't sense any of Theo's presence in it. That's because I need no one to give me a voice. DH rattles his lips. The young one is just helping me, helping it to be understood and heard. Brushing the soft velvet of his nose against my wet cheeks, he implores, please, no more tears. You have cried enough for both of us. Instead, celebrate that life has given you a second chance. He rests his head on my shoulder. Our friendship. Friends do not leave friends when they are in the state you were in. I should. As the young one said, you had a job to do. DH interrupts. Besides, I'm glad you didn't see me as I am now. I'm glad you see me as I am now, and not as the beast that I was. I hurt many during my journey back to normalcy. I'm grateful I did not add any more pain to your already heavy burden. I read every report on his recovery and the notations of hard bites, stomp feet, and wild kicks that had sent a few people to the hospital. I would have taken them all for a chance to be with him. What good would that have done? DH snorts. None. You were already too close to losing yourself. Then you know about the other within me. I have sensed her from the beginning of our time together. A whisper in the wind, there but not there. Also the fear caused by my father. I've always worried about the two combining and putting us both in danger. That's why I cried out when I saw her wanting to take your life. What do you sense now? Peace, but wariness and conflict. What troubles you? My nephew, Jimmy. Fury told me about the Colt and the many things he said to him both during and after the final event. Like you and me, both of them are on their own healing journey and will be fine. What about us? It's hard not knowing if we'll ever ride again. Am I selfish for wanting to? After what happened, you deserve to spend the rest of your years in a large pasture. I would enjoy the first moments of that, but grow tired of the sameness of it after a while. The old gelding Hobbs is right. I want to share your joy and pleasure in entertaining the crowds, as my grandfather once did. When we do, we will show them our kilastra. His voice broke. Theo cocks his head before stating, sorry, Captain. I wasn't sure if I was picking up on the right word. DH snorts. Theo huffs, rattling his lips. DH paws the straw. A laugh breaks out in my head. No, young one,
It's not quite that way. I chuckled. Guess he's having a hard time explaining horse and human relations to an alien equine, too. The young one is right, DH states. There is no exact translation for the bond between two horses, matched stride for stride, heart for heart. We share it with one another without hesitation, but only honor the special ones of other species with its... This time I need no explanation from either DH or Theo. My brother Jim and I share this connection, so I understand. What about the rest of my family and friends? How do you feel about them? They are your herd, and as such, part of mine. Other humans? I tolerate them. Given the chance, I would ignore them. I would ignore those I do not respect. Two-legged society has changed equine ways, though. We all know the bitter taste of fear, even if it's not our own. He tosses his head in the direction of Theo. This young one comes from a world I can only describe as paradise. Will I see this place? I hope you will. The young one has not said either way. DH speaks no further, but we continue sharing our thoughts. The stream ends after minutes that seem like hours. With one last rub against my arm, he retreats to the back of his stall. Thank you, Theo. I will always remember this. It was my honor to share in the love you have for one another, Kisomek. Theo bows his head. One question, if I may. What is Kielstra like? Whenever someone in my herd speaks that word, they do so with great reverence and honor. May I experience it with you? Have you ever been ridden in a horse form? No. Then I cannot. I say, pointing to the crutches leaning on the wall next to his stall door. Besides me being grounded, you're a green horse. As such, I'd have to work with you for weeks, developing the trust that is needed. I'll ask my human herd to help me understand that. Thank them for saving me. No need. Your continued existence as yourself is enough thanks. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
That is my favorite chapter of Spirit. That is my favorite chapter of Spirit.
I can see why you were worried about giving something away, but it's beautifully written.
Thank you. And actually, it doesn't really give as much as it gives clues. It gives clues, and I skipped the first two paragraphs, so it doesn't give everything away. There's two more paragraphs in that chapter. I went to the one that wouldn't hint so much. But yeah, I wrote that one. I wrote that chapter in a couple of hours, and then I revised it, of course. But it just, when I wrote it, it was just so. That's me. That chapter is me right there. I mean, yes, the whole book's me, but that is, I am Joe at that moment. I am Joe at that moment, and I am just. I mean, that's just.
You can tell because the passion is there. I mean, the way you describe the passion, what you're absorbing and what is being told to you is really, or being told to Joe is really, just, it's cathartic and almost cleansing and endearing, and that person is really feeling it and understanding it. And, the echoing in your head line is a great line, go and be safe and all of those things. That's, and then, the recognition of Theo being such a source for you and I'm sorry, I keep referring it to you.
DH, Dreamer's Hope. Dreamer's Hope. Not Theo. Theo's the alien.
Yeah. But I just think it was really interesting. It sets a tone for a deeper exploration that I think is where you're going.
Yeah, I am.
I already have a theory developing, so.
Yeah, I have a total. I mean, the Arquillians are throughout the whole series. I mean, there may be a couple books where they're not present, but they don't need to be present because they're not dealing with Joe. They're dealing with we're dealing with other. We're dealing with the history of the Centaurians, or we're dealing with other things where we're having them present would screw things up.
Right.
But anytime Joe's involved, at least one Arquillian's going to be involved.
because they have become a part of her. And there's a very good reason they have become a part of her, but no, I'm not telling. I'm not telling. That doesn't happen till probably, let's see, probably about the 11th book in the core series is when you find out. Well, you get hints all along, but the 11th or 12th book in the core series, because I think there's 2 more after the actually it's the 14th book you see the whole thing, but you start getting more and more clues. But the 14th book in the core series is where everything comes to a head, and where all the Argrillian stuff wraps up. At least the modern times of it, the 26th century. There is going to be one other book that's going to be completely dedicated, or 2 other books that are going to be completely dedicated to the Argrillians. One's called The Horse Mage, and I forgot to tell the other one, but the Horse Mage is basically going to be their transportation from Earth to Argrillian 7. And it's their whole origin story. So that's going to be part of Stars of Heroes, so Origin Worlds, when I start writing that part of the series. I don't remember what book it is in that series, because that series is really more episodic. So I could jump from like 20th century Earth, 1850 in one novel and be in the 21st century in the next one. I'm planning it that way because it's going to be the Origin series, or the Origin Worlds, is going to be more of a collection of stories versus the core series, which is going to be a sequence of events. I mean, I've got big plans for this thing, but I need to be a full-time writer to execute them. I really do, because with 42 books, who has time to write 42 books?
Right. It's an undertaking of an unbelievable amount. And this, what I equate what you're doing to, and the way you're writing it to, makes it even more apropos of this analogy, is that you have, you ever see those guys who make they have the dominoes that they stack along a long board, and when they knock them all over, it spells something or it creates a picture. And I think that's what you're doing. Each book has a little domino, a little landmine that you're planting, that when you knock it over or you blow it up, it's gonna start to cascade and create this big picture. Am I right?
Exactly. I mean, that's how I introduce Spirit. That's how I introduce if you read the back of Spirit, it says her decision, begins an adventure that weaves a tapestry through past mistakes, regrets, present circumstances and consequences, and future hopes and dreams. So really, not only is this an introduction for Spirit, it's an introduction for the whole series, because that's what it does. I mean, it deals with the past, present, and future.
So before that chapter, and I don't want you to give too much away, but so you're establishing these characters and their environment of where they were before they got to this point, correct?
Right. Yes, I am. That this happens after this is like the second. This is like there's 2 more chapters after this. So this was the last. This is the third to last chapter. I'm not used to saying second to last on things, but this is the third to last chapter. Before this, you're dealing with Joe, who was mauled by a horse, and has tried to overcome her fears, but has been dealing with the consequences of that for 9 years. And she finally meets the rogue stallion son, who's DH, Dreamer's Hope. And by meeting him, she makes a decision to go off and pursue her dreams. Well, you've got the guy, Casper, who basically wants to destroy her for something that happened like multi-generations ago between their great, I think, grandfathers 3 times removed. Nobody can figure out this mystery. Yes, they pulled guns on each other, shot at each other, but it was an injury that shouldn't have killed them, and it did. So ever since then, there's been this Nolan versus Mason rivalry building that finally comes to a head in this book. And so while she's trying to make her dreams come true, she's dealing with a madman trying to kill her. And
I'm not going to stop there because yes, if I say any more, I'm going to spoil the whole thing.
What's the second book called, Ani?
The second book is called Do You Believe in Legend?
Do you believe in that?
Do you believe in legend? And there's a story behind this. There is a big time story behind this.
Well, I'm writing it down for myself. That's why I'm asking.
Huh?
What
did you say, Joe? Yeah, you broke up.
I said I was writing it down for myself. That's why I was asking. I'm getting both of them from you.
Okay. Well, Do You Believe in Legend started out as a fan piece for me. It started out as something I wrote as fan fiction. And at the time, I was in an interesting relationship. Well, the relationship went south. The guy basically betrayed me and betrayed a friend of mine who was blind. And when I confronted him, he threatened to kill himself and he threatened to kill me. Mm-hmm. So I was working on the series. I still really, at that time, I was sort of playing with the idea of having a series, but not really. So, so I went into, I wanted to do something that was going to focus me. And writing has always been a cathartic for me. It's always been the way I can express myself when I can't express myself. And that's why when I first started writing, I was yelling at the world. And so I sit there and I start changing the book to match my series. And so I go to bed. I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with what's happened. I'm done with everything. I need to just go to bed, stop thinking, and do stuff. Try to get on with my life. That was a long journey itself. And so I get up in the morning, go in the bathroom, go take a shower. And as I'm in the shower, a voice pops in my head and goes, so, you made all these changes. Do you believe in legend? Now, not wanting to argue with myself, I say, yeah. And the voice comes back and says, good. Because believing in legend is the first step in making it a reality. And with that, I had the title and a quote in the book. I think I dropped that quote, but I'm not sure. But, so I started my journey as a writer from that point on. And as I say, I got stuck on that book for a while. I got stuck too many times. I got ideas popping outside my head, but, everything just, life happens. So, 20 years later, I run into the publisher, and basically because of running into this indie publisher that helped me with Spirit, I started really refocusing on my series. I started really taking my series seriously and, branching out, meeting people like you, meeting people like Angela, participating in last year's convention, and really thinking about, the series as a business. I haven't made the final step of, okay, I'm going to quit all my day jobs and do this full time because I still need the money. I'm still in the hours to dollars mentality because I have to be, because that's what I've been for the most of my life. It's scary for me to think that I'm not gonna. I'm not.
Well, you're an analytical mind, so you have an analytical problem, and you're solving it analytically.
Right. Exactly. And so that's why Legend is actually going to be so quick after Spirit, because it was already written. It's just being adjusted to the voice of Spirit and adjusted to what I've learned about writing since I wrote Spirit. So the next book, I'm still aiming for 2017, but I'm like, oh boy, it's going to be the book I don't want to work on. It's going to be the book I don't want to write, because when I wrote it, it's actually called A Dream to Share. And when I originally wrote it, I wrote about planes slamming into buildings, not knowing about not knowing about September 11th. And ever since September 11th happened, I'm like, I don't want to cheapen that event. I don't want to cheapen that event. So how do I do this without cheapening it? And I think my experience with Spirit and Legend is gonna, make me, huh?
Does it have to
It does, because it has to be buildings, because basically somebody was trying to destroy the base, so it has to be buildings.
Okay.
But given that I've got origin stories that I want to start, maybe I'll skip
Maybe I'll just release an origin story book first, where I tell the backstory of Spirit. I don't know yet. I want to get through Legend first, and then decide which book I'm going to write. Which book is going to, if people say, "Oh, this is interesting," you know, but Legend kind of does the same thing as Spirit and just goes flat, I might just say, "Oh, the hell with it," and I'll write the backstory of Spirit first before going to A Dream to Share. But if they say, "We want more, then I'll write A Dream to Stars. You know, A Dream to Share, because I want to continue that series. Because I want to continue that part of the series, because I want to get to the 26th century, because that's where I get to have the fun. That's where I get to have the fun with the shape changers, the birdmen, which are the Centaurians. I get to have fun with the, you know, I get to have fun. I get to actually not be constrained by all the crap that's going on in the 21st century. I can, you know, make my 26th century world as perfect or not so perfect as, you know, I want. And actually, in writing in the 26th century, my world is not pure utopian. I still have some of the problems that come in from the 21st century, and I did that deliberately. I did not want a perfect world. I did not want a perfect utopia, because I don't believe we'll ever have a perfect utopia. We'll get close, but there's so much human psychology that if we have a... Huh?
You really think we'll get close? Is that what you really believe?
I really believe if we get past our need to categorize people by what they are instead of who they are, and start trying to understand ourselves, then yes, we will get close. It won't be perfect, but we will get close. I mean, we almost have to, because if we don't, the alternative is no nuclear war and dystopia.
Yeah.
I mean,
or it won't be here. It just won't be here, you know?
Yeah. The planet will be brown. The planet will be black. And there'll be no life. Yeah. Because humanity made that choice. Yeah. And it's the wrong choice.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I know I have to consider all the religions and everything else that say, "Oh, yeah, we're doomed." But, I don't want to. I do not want to. I really think we are not. I really think we are meant to slip the slurly bonds of Earth and go for the stars. I really believe that we. I mean, why? Why else is there a plan? Why are we the only? Okay? Let's play devil's advocate here. Why is there such a big galaxy out there? I mean, if we were meant to be just existing on one little planet in, you know, one little space, then why not make it a little box in the space? Why is space out there? Why are there multiple planets and multiple stars?
Right.
I mean, why are we? I don't know. I mean, it just blows my mind. It blows my analytical mind that we are the only sentient being. Well, I mean, I know animals are sentient too, but we are the only race. We are the only people. Humans are the only intelligent life in the galaxy. I mean,
that's sadder than thinking there is no life. that we're the intelligent life.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, we are not. I mean, it's narrow-minded. It's narrow-minded and conceited to think that we are.
Yeah.
I mean, sure that sure there's the good aliens and the bad aliens.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when you hear some of the encounters, you're like, maybe we don't want to meet the aliens. Maybe we're only meeting the aliens that want to meet us. Maybe the rest of them are scared shitless of us, and don't want to introduce themselves to us, because, you know, they're scared that if they introduce themselves and their technology to us, all we're going to do is blow ourselves up. I don't think as a civilization we're old enough yet to be part of galactic civilization, because we haven't learned our lessons yet.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're relatively a young society too, if we're amongst other societies, and I just get that feeling, you know. But I mean, it's hard to say without proof of anything that we're not alone or anything. But you have to you have to have that vastness feeling around you, because it is vast. I mean,
Yeah.
you just look up at the sky and you go, how really close am I to touching the sky? I'm not. I mean, so that goes well beyond my reach and continues forward and continues and continues. And so there's gotta, I'm with you. I think it's silly to think that we're all alone. We may be all alone here, but where other life is and things like that, there's got to be something out there.
I mean, take the Earth itself as an example. I mean, for how long did Europe think? I mean, for how long did we think the world was flat?
Right.
For how long did the Greeks not live with not know about the Native Americans? Or how long did other civilizations not know about each other?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so fascinating. Then you get into the whole religious thing, and it kind of, that's hard, because we don't know what's right. I mean, we it's kind of hard. I don't want to get in religion and politics. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop there, because there's so many different things, many different things on that one. So I'm going to stop there because I want to keep it clean.
Yeah. I just going back to your point about 9/11 is a good example of, we were talking about, are we doomed? And 9/11 kind of showed our resolve, showed that when we're pressed and when we have something that really shakes us to a core and a challenges not just value but it challenges our sense of mortality and being, and we rise and we stand up, and so it can be done, but you can't wait forever. You can't be naive or take it for granted.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And I think as far as where you go with that story, I think if you did an origin story before you did the planes hitting the building story, you could establish the reasoning behind why the planes hit the building, and that might soften the blow a little bit.
Yeah. I would actually have to do two origin stories. Then I would have to do the one in 1850, which is where the event happens, and then I would do the one closer. Maybe I just do the one in 1850 then, and then start from there.
Yeah.
Because I really don't want to skip ahead to other stuff until I do the 1851.
Yeah, and maybe for your own peace of mind, more so for your peace of mind than the reader's peace of mind, maybe writing that story will be enough to allow you to do what you need to do to make the rest of it happen,
Right.
Because right now you're not struggling with the reader's perspective, you're struggling with your perspective in that regard.
Yeah, because I remember to this day waking up at, it's because the towers, I remember hearing on the news.
Yeah.
And it was just unbelievable. And then now hearing all the conspiracy theories behind it, that's even more unbelievable. I mean, it's just like, oh, what kind of world are we living in where truth has become an illusion? So that we only know what we know based on what we experience, not based on what we're told. I mean, that is scary, to think that we really don't know everything. I mean, even in my history class, they were saying, yeah, you've been told this thing, but really this happened. So it's like, what do we believe? What can we trust in this world?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, I don't want to get into the religious side of things.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, from a practical, logical standpoint, what do we believe? I mean, what is created to move things along, and what is actually real? I do believe whoever started it, I mean, 9/11 can't be ignored. 9/11 can't be ignored. The genocide of the Armenians can't be ignored, even though the Turkish government wants to. Genocide of the Jews can't be ignored. Every event that's happened in history, that's been major, that is recorded in history, can't be ignored because it did happen. Right. We just don't know all the circumstances behind it because we weren't actually there. I'd rather talk, I'd rather, I would want to talk to somebody who was right there, who may have seen something, that'd be a fascinating discussion. But at the same time, I don't want to hurt them because I don't want to bring back all those bad memories.
Right.
I mean, as a writer, we have a responsibility. I mean, as storytellers, we have a responsibility, and sometimes mass media ignores this just for the sake of the story, is we have a responsibility not only to understand the story or to get the story out there, but we have to understand the people involved. Because if you don't understand the people involved and don't respect the people involved, you're just doing the story for the sensationalism.
Those who don't understand and don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Amen. Amen.
And it gets worse every time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Two wars, if that's even a word.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing. That was beautiful. I think you did a great job with that.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I mean, this has been probably the most excited, most passionate, most everything I've been, even though, as I said, I'm usually ducking cameras, not being in front of cameras, because I just get, you went
through an interesting progression too, Ani, because from Friday night when you were lurking in the dark to Saturday when you got a little brighter, and today you are beaming off the screen. It just goes to show you how, you've even progressed in just 3 days.
Well, it's been amazing. It has been fun. It has been, I haven't had to be the book nerd. I have been the book writer. I have been the author. I have been, this is who I want people to see. I want to be able to walk down the street and not worry about the fact that my intense personality scares people.
Yeah.
I want to show it. But you see,
nice.
as I said, society has so many boxes they want to put people in. They want to put people in who look like me in the retarded category or the overweight, they don't give a damn category. I mean, they really want the females to be, and I'm not trying to be offensive here, folks. I'm just calling it as I see it. They want the hourglass bimbos. They don't want, they get scared, they get intimidated by the intelligent, passionate women, who are not doing passion for sex. They're doing passion because they believe in something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Amen. Amen. Yeah.
Oh.
I feel so free.
At the end, we get into religion.
Yeah. No, I don't want to. Because because I have a conflict with that myself. I have a conflict with that myself because I was raised Christian, but there's certain things about it that I do not like. I do not like the hypocrisy of it. But as I said, that's as far as I'm getting for religion.
All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna sign off here in a couple minutes just to say goodbye. And
okay. So did we waste your hour? Yeah, we got your hour.
Yeah, pretty close. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, no problem. I enjoyed this. This has been great. This has been, as I said, amazing. Totally amazing, and totally just giving me a new perspective and passion. And people weren't laughing at me, Joe. People weren't laughing at me when I was offering my opinion. And for somebody who was laughed at when they were a kid, that means a lot. That means a hell of a lot.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that.
Because it means I'm accepted. Try being bullied in school. It's not fun. It's not fun. I managed to survive, but it's not, and people told me one thing, and if I do want to say this to people who are being bullied, it's not you. It's not you. It's something's messing with the other guy's head. They are feeling their pain and they're putting it on you. It's not you. It's them. It's their choice. It's their means of lashing out when they can't lash out in any other way. Do not let it affect you. Keep true to your heart. Keep true to yourself, and know that you are important. If I have to say anything, if any message I get across tonight,
or today in the last 3 days, it's that message right there. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, stay true to your heart. You are important.
And you are important, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
We will talk soon.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'll just look for emails from me. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, those panels were great, and I really enjoyed them.
Awesome.
I mean, they were fun. I mean, they were challenging, and I was just tired by the end of them. And I actually crashed after last night's one. Yeah, after the 4 hours. But I met 2 people in Israel. I met a person in Japan.
Yeah.
I met a guy up in Alaska. I mean, technology is so wonderful. Technology is just, I mean, I cannot wait for Angela's dream next year. I really cannot wait for what happens next year, because I see this. What I see happening is, people didn't get sales. People, networked. And that was the important thing, is they networked. And as I said, this video might not be viewed 100 million times right now, but over the course of a year, as people start searching for stuff, or as people start, taking the moment, it's going to have its happenings.
Yeah.
And if it changes one life, great. If it doesn't, at least it made them think.
Yeah. As long as the family keeps growing, that's all that matters.
Yep, exactly.
All right, Ani, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, let me do my spiel.
Yeah, you did well. I really appreciate it. I'm super glad I met you, and I'm really thankful that you stayed around with me and hung out and really dragged me through the mud, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for dragging me through the mud. Thank you for grabbing me by the reins and just saying, no, you're coming. You're coming. You're coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just do a 5-minute spiel. My book is Spirit of the Lone Horse. It's available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Smashwords, and actually there's a Smashword coupon going on right now. If you visit the fairgrounds, you'll see my booth. It has it. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at Lone Horse End. I'm on Facebook at Stars of Heroes. I'm on my website is starsofheroes.com. My blog is writethewriter.com, and this is the book you're looking for. And as I said, the second one, called Do You Believe in Legend, is hopefully going to be coming out this summer sometime. I just don't know when. So thank you, Joe, and
Bye,
have a good one.
And there you have it, folks. Go Indie Now has done its job, I think. We met some incredible people. I hope you all appreciated each and every one of those guys, because they gave up their time to be here with me. And I appreciate all of you for watching, for commenting, for asking questions, for being a part of this. We are all doing this together, and it felt like that, and it felt strong, and it felt pretty awesome. And I couldn't have asked for a better weekend. I'm just very grateful to all of you, and I'm thankful that this happened and we were able to do this. And, I don't know where we go from here in terms of what's next year. I'm sure Angela and Aurelia have some great ideas, and I hope to be a part of them. We'll see what's going to happen in the future, but for now, I'm going to relish in this beautifulness that we've accomplished this weekend. It's been great. This is me. Can't really see it. It's too light. Twitter at JoeDream73, JoeDream 73. GoIndieNow.com. That's the website you want to be at. That's I'll have all these videos here on the YouTube channel. Hopefully you've subscribed, and who knows, we're probably going to do some more of these in the future. And Go Indie Now's episode 2 comes out on April 25th. you want to check that out, that's going to be a behind the scenes, pull back the curtain episode. I've got a few people for you authors out there. We're going to be talking exclusively about ACX and how to do an audio book and what tools an audio producer and how you find an audio producer works. So if you've never experienced ACX and want to do an audio book, you might want to check out episode 2, because I have somebody very special who's going to walk us through all that and help us learn a little bit about that process. All right. So the closing ceremonies will begin very shortly, and you'll see Angela and Aurelia and myself. Again, I just want to thank everybody, all the people that came in, all the people that watched, all the people that commented, all the people that asked questions, and all the people that support me, my family, who gave up a lot this weekend for me to do this, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. And before I just lose it all, because I am sleep deprived and a little emotional, I guess. Yeah, goodbye. But it's never goodbye. It's only bye for now.